All right. Still got a little time here, about another hour, maybe 2 hours before the first and only 2024 vice presidential debate, which is going to be happening very soon here. I don't know if anyone else is excited for it. I'm kind of excited for it. I know they say that no one can move the needle. The vice presidential candidates do not move the needle. We're going to find out. But as the sun is shining and it's so bright here, and Trumpomania is obviously running wild, when you got a team like Trump, Vance, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, it goes on and on, Tucker Carlson, Dana White, Hulk Hogan, brother. I mean, there are just so many people that are not only on the Trump train, but they are vocal, they are out there, they are working with President Trump to make sure that he becomes the next president of the United States. And everything that President Trump has been doing shows that he's really the current president of these United States. It is amazing to watch, and it has been such a blessing to try to write a book, Kennedy and Trump, in real time as all of this is happening, as everything is coming, everything is winding down here. We are just 31, 32 days from election day. The early voting, I haven't heard too much about the early voting that is going on, but that is going on. It will be going on in many states too. But let the Trump train roll. Let Trumpomania run wild as it should. And may the best man win. Well, there is only one man in this race here, so I think we know who we expect to win. And I know who I expect to win. Same person that I feel won in 2020. Same person that won in 2016. And when you look at the country and look at what is happening around this great nation, all the wars, how the Biden team has reacted to the natural crisis, right? They want to talk about global warming, but when a natural catastrophe happens in Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee, where are they? Who shows up? Trump is the one that shows up. Now, they may follow his lead, and I hope that they do. It's better than nothing, but they're not addressing the issues. They're not helping the people of this great nation, and they're not helping this world become a better place, because it seems like it is Trumpomania versus the NWO. And I think that that is very clear. Whether you agree with that or you disagree with that, that's fine. Trump is actually speaking right now. And so we are 2 hours away from J.D. Vance. And if you have not read J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, it is a very powerful, emotional, depressing, sad, tearful book. But if you want to get to know a little bit more about J.D. Vance from his own words, that's the best way. Same with RFK Jr. I mean, if you just want to listen to what the media says and what the propaganda is and stick to the propaganda, then just keep rolling with the mainstream news, I guess. But if you want to hear it in their own words, it's good to read their book and get their side of it. We can always do the fact checking and all that stuff later on too. There's nothing wrong with that if you believe in that. I've always felt it's good to do your own research. That's the way that we grew up. Do your own research. Do your own research. Well, now they're making it so difficult to do your own research. If you want to do it honestly, they make articles hard to find. They make the information hard to find, no matter what search engine you are using, no matter what browser you are using. So it's very important to find those good news sources and stick to them and help them out and support them, because there are good news companies out there, and we do need that. We do need more. We do need the public, more of the public, to just do their own thing, which they have been doing for a long time, but it's making it very difficult on them. This social media censoring, this lawfare, I guess, lawfare, and the censorship, the the weaponization of the media and all the stuff that we are seeing that Kennedy has been talking about, that Trump has been talking about, and now Elon Musk is joining in. He's joining in there too. Tulsi Gabbard, so many people here, because it's not just the Trump train. It's just easy to call it that because we all know you call it right, but it's all the same thing, all on the same team. And it's time. It's really time to choose a side. But anyways, I've been having a lot of fun writing this book. I'm actually in the process right now. I'm working on the section with Elon Musk here. So I pulled up Elon Musk's book. I just put it away, or else I'd put it out here. But if you have not read that, it's definitely worth it. I love the sources. I love how you can, in the back of the book, they put President Trump, and then they put all the pages that you can find his name mentioned. So the indexing is really good in Elon Musk's book. He didn't write it, but it is about him. It's definitely worth reading. It's almost 600 pages. So I have not read the whole thing. I just wanted to. It was mostly for research purposes that I bought it, because I wanted to hear what he said about Trump about a year and a half ago. And you could tell some of his views, some of Elon Musk's views on Trump have changed for the better at this time. And we will see where everything leads, where the truth leads us, and we will see what happens in November, because it's not just about this country. I mean, you turn on the news and you can see what is happening all over this world, and you can see the war. I mean, we're back. We're going backwards. The Biden team has just brought us back into it, back into the same fold that Obama had us in, that Bush had us in, Clinton had us in. The same neocons, PNAC, the New World Order, shadow government, the swamp, whatever you want to call it. I mean, look at the way that they are treating this country, this great nation. No respect for this nation, no respect for this world. And everything that they are doing is not about the sovereignty of this great nation. It's about tearing down this nation. And thankfully, I think a lot of people are seeing that. The media is going to keep on. The mainstream media seems to be bought and paid for, obviously. They're just going to keep on. And Trump is going to keep on too. I'm going to keep on. You're going to keep on. I sure hope so. So as I get closer to finishing this book and actually getting a solid first draft that I'm going to be happy to publish, really, I feel like I'm getting that close to this book being done, really being done. Right on time, right on schedule. It took a lot of sharp turns. Obviously, one of the big turns that the book took was when Kennedy jumped on the Trump train. I was not expecting it. I love it. I'm happy it happened. But it was one of the big shockers, and it kind of changed the tone of the book. It changed where the book went and how it was going to be written. But I didn't specifically take anything out, because there was a lot of back and forth between Kennedy and Trump, and you can see that, and you will see that. All that will be documented. But it was a lot of fun to try to document as much as I could in real time as it was happening. Now that they're both on the same team, Kennedy and Trump are on the same team. It's a beautiful day. It's a golden day. No matter what happens in November, at least we have these two guys now on the same team, as they should be, because they are very close. Their views are very close. And it is causing more of the swamp creatures to come out, and it's causing more people to get involved. More actors, Zachary Levi. And it's going to cause a lot more people to take notice and say, you know what, we got to get involved, because this is not a game. This is not just, okay, whoever wins, well, it doesn't affect me. The more that it affects everybody, the more people are going to see why we all need to get involved. Sometimes that's what it takes. And I think that's where we are right now in this world, that it does take that. And we are seeing We are seeing that, unfortunately, for the better, for the worst. I'll let you be the judge of that. What you think is, is this good? Is this bad? Where are we at? Why are we here? Where am I at? Why did I get here? Some of the talking heads. But the world moves on and the world goes on. And as the sun is shining bright on me right now, which I am not opposed to, it's a little too bright, but that's okay. We get closer and closer to the day, to the time that the decision is going to have to be made. So as I stop kind of rambling a little bit here, I am going to play some of this Trump speech, and I will be back and forth. I'll be in and out. Once the debate starts, I'll probably just kind of mute myself out here, but then come back after, hopefully, and finish it out, or we'll see how it goes. I don't know. I've never seen JD Vance in this spot, so I'm very curious to see that. I would have preferred it being Kennedy. I really wanted Trump's VP to be Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That didn't happen, but that's okay. Kennedy could be put in a very good spot to run this country, to run the health organizations in this country, to make sure that our children are taken care of, to make sure that the country is taken care of, to make sure that the censorship that we are seeing, that you all see, that lessens down, that there are some actions taken for those who are trying to censor the medicine, the alternatives to the big pharma, things that will help our children, just for even mentioning it, just for even talking about this stuff. Some of you are being censored right now. And it's sad. And even now, it's like I got to be careful about what I talk about, because I do want to be able to broadcast live on election night. That may not happen. This channel may not be here very much longer. You never know. And that's not right. That's sad. It's sad that the world has come to that. That's where we are. So, I'm just trying to enjoy it and take it wherever God wants to take us. I'm all in. So I hope you are too. And I just want to thank everybody for tuning in as you will. Oh yeah, Trumpomania running wild. That's it. That's a cool shirt. They were supposed to send me MAGA.com. This is where I got this one. And it has the MAGA thing on the side. But I absolutely love this shirt. And all of my Trump shirts were black. So I wanted to get something a little bit different. But what's up, Trader Todd? USA, appreciate that. Keep it coming here. Like I said, it'll be in and out. I'm sure people will be in and out here too. And who knows, maybe we'll get some other people to jump in and jump on and join as we follow this very important year. Because it's not just about this country. It's very important what happens with this country here, but it's also about who leads this country, leads this world. So we're going to see that. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of this speech, and then I'll be back. Feel free to chime in or drop some comments.
That young boy and girl an opportunity to be able to allow their parents and them to choose the school that's the best for them. That's why I am so proud and so happy to have Donald J. Trump come over here today and talk about educational quality, his belief in education, and the opportunity to spread choice across the United States. So every young man and woman, boy and girl, is going to have the same opportunity to choose the best school for them to be able to get the education and graduate. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great day for Wisconsin, because we're going to carry Wisconsin for Donald Trump. And it is going to be a great day because Donald Trump is going to talk to you about his beliefs, his opportunities, and his views and vision for education. I give you the next president of the United States, the 45th and 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be here. We're working very hard in this state. We're leading in the state. And with Tommy's help, we're going to win this state. And with everyone else's help also, we're going to win it. We won it once. We had great primaries here, and we think we did really fantastically another time. But we think we're going to win it very big with tremendous enthusiasm. We've never had the enthusiasm that we have right now. So I just want to thank Governor Thompson, and thanks as well to Congressman Brian Stile. Thank you very much, Brian, for the job. Appreciate it. And everyone else for being here today. It's a very impressive looking group of media. This is largely a press conference. This is a big press conference. I was surprised I got that much hand. I don't know, was the press, were they clapping? Because I was very impressive. No, I was impressed actually. But no, a lot of respect. We have to be together. Before we begin, I want to send our love to the millions of people who are still suffering from the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Yesterday, I was in Georgia to survey the terrible damage from the storm. It was terrible. And Georgia was hit very, very hard. They're doing a great job. Governor's doing a great job. Everybody, they're all working together. And we helped them out a little bit. In North Carolina, the biggest problem seems to be like zero communication. The poles are all down, the wires are all down. And they asked me whether or not I could help with Starlink. It's another genius concept of Elon Musk. And I called Elon, and they were having a hard time getting in. It's a hot thing. And Elon immediately got involved. And we have the most incredible that they did in one day. They got tremendous communication. They went from literally no communication to tremendous. So I want to thank Elon Musk for what he's done in North Carolina. A little bit help in Georgia too, where they had some areas that had a hard time with communication. He hooked it up to the satellites, which he feels very confident in doing. He likes satellites, he likes rocket ships, satellites, and there's nobody better. He's something. He's a piece of work, I'll tell you. But he had it done in about 15 seconds. He said, look, it goes right up to the satellite. It's already back down. And they had so much, they had such great communication so rapidly. It's incredible, actually. And the situation in Western North Carolina is very catastrophic, very bad. And they don't even realize the extent of it yet. A lot of people are missing. But we're going to be working with them, with North Carolina. Great people, great state. And we're working very hard with them to make sure that that it works out as well as it can.
I just want to pause it there for a second. I mean, it is so cool to see. This is like Robert Downey Jr. takes his bow from the theater, and Elon Musk steps right into the real world. He's doing what Iron Man would be doing if this was a comic book movie. And it's crazy, some of the similarities that you could make between some superheroes and what we are seeing between Trump and Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, on and on and on. These are just human beings. These are not anyone to worship. It's okay to, think, hey, they're doing a great job. When you have President Trump and Elon Musk stepping up and pitching in and doing things like Starlink, doing things at the government, that if Biden was really the president, which he's not, but if he really was, these are things that Biden should be doing, should be on top of. So when you have guys like Elon Musk and President Trump stepping up and stepping in, you can see who is really running this country. And you can clearly see, who should be in charge here and how the world would be once President Trump gets back in office, once Elon Musk takes reins of the doggy, whatever that is, the Department of I forget what it is, Department of something, whatever, DOGE, doggy style. But and then RFK Jr. leading, the health, the HHS, hopefully, whatever you want to call it. And then, start really digging into some of the false prosecutions against Trump, start digging into some of the ways that they are poisoning this country and poisoning our people, create more regulation, good regulations to make sure that the toxins and stuff like that are not so easily profitable. Make it difficult, just like what Trump wants to do. When people want to outsource, and these U.S. companies are like, "Hey, we can't survive in this country. We got to build outside." So they go to these other countries. Trump wants to make it profitable, and he was doing this in 2016. So it wasn't just talk; it was happening. Trying to make it profitable to keep your business here, and trying to make sure that it's not profitable to have a business overseas if you're with the greatest country, the United States of America. So that was the goal. I believe he will continue that. We will see that. It can't be any worse than what it is now, unless somehow Kamala Harris is able to take the reins. And that's going to be a difficult task for the voter fraudsters to pull that off. They don't have the same thing that they had in 2020. Whoa, camera is flickering and flashing. All right, well, that may be a good way to kind of segue back into this. I'll play a little bit more as I try to work on that. Oh, that's pretty interesting. It's just kind of knocked me out, knocked me down, but never give up. We'll come back. I'll be back here. All right. Let me work on that a little bit. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. We're back. It's still twitching out. Okay. So I'm going to go back and let this play here. What's up, Rick? How are you, my friend? I'm just doing a little pre-show here. And of course, Rick comes in and then my camera stops working. So I guess we can blame Rick for that. So fix the Hey, Rick, everything was fine till you came in, man. What happened? What'd you do to my camera, brother? I thought we were on the same team here. Anyways, good to see you. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's tweaking out like that, but I don't want to trigger any epilepsy. So I will work on that. I'll play some of this, and I'll be back a little bit later. Maybe back. It may not be back for like another hour. But feel free to drop any comments or anything like that. And hey, if you want to come and join me live in about 1 hour, I will be back for at least an hour. And yes, it's all Rick's fault. It's easier to blame other people than to take responsibility. That's what I've found anyways. All right. God bless you. I will be back. I'm going to fix I don't know what's going on with my camera. Literally everything was fine until Rick came on. So, I mean, why not? Why not blame him? It's easier. Blame Canada. They work for South Park, right? Why wouldn't it work for me? All right, let's play some more of this. I'll be back.
Amazingly, this is one of the biggest hurricanes anyone's ever seen. It's late in the season, very unusual. I guess the water was 20 feet high, and nobody expects that. People go up to their house and they think they're safe on the second floor, and they weren't safe. This was they call it the waterfalls. This was one of the biggest they've ever seen. So it's too bad. Very late in the season, too. You almost don't even think of it as hurricane season. Our hearts break for every family that has lost a home, and they've lost so much. They've lost everything in many cases. A lot of people don't have insurance, and we have to come together as neighbors and friends and fellow citizens to support those in need. And there's a lot of those in need right now. Unfortunately, I look forward to being back in North Carolina and Georgia very soon, and also Tennessee and Alabama. We had some big damage, but North Carolina was really hit. So we're going to work with them very hard and hopefully help them. We're here today to talk about how we're going to rescue American families from the nightmare of the Harris-Biden administration and launch a new generation of golden age for America. You know what's going on with the schools in our country. Not a good situation. Since Kamala Harris cast the deciding votes on the bills that caused the worst inflation in American history by far, by the way. Higher prices have cost the typical American family over $29,000. And you're continuing to pay $1,100 every single month, more than you were doing before. Nobody can afford that. Even if you get a salary increase, it's nothing compared to the kind of numbers you're talking about. Inflation is devastation. Inflation is country busting. It breaks countries. Look at Germany from centuries ago. Look at other countries, whether it's centuries ago or decades ago. Any country that goes through inflation, and we went through a really bad period. We're the worst in our history. 8.4 million Americans are now working second jobs, the highest in more than 38 years. And you now have to make $111,000 a year. That's a lot of money to afford an average home, a 46% increase since when I was president. So it's 46% higher. And that's not even including the cost of interest, because interest went from 2% to 11%. And you can't get the money at 11%. So it's not 11, it's a lot higher than that. With her colossal big government negotiations, Kamala Harris, who destroyed San Francisco and destroyed California. San Francisco is the best city in the country 18, 19 years ago. Bob Tisch, a friend of mine from Lowe's, many of you know Bob Tisch, he said it was the best city in the country. He was a businessman that had holdings all over. He said San Francisco was the best. He wouldn't believe it. He passed away a number of years ago, but he wouldn't believe what's happened to it. And he's also added an estimated $6,300 a year in regulatory costs onto the backs of every American family. So Kamala Harris has done this, and she's done it at a level like nobody's ever seen, with the help of Joe Biden. But I'm not sure Joe was involved, because I'm not sure he was involved in anything, to be honest with you. Now Kamala is coming back for more. So she ruins San Francisco. She ruins the state of California. And now she's coming back to destroy the United States of America, but we're not going to let it happen. As you know, she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor who nobody has spoken to. I'd love to talk to him. I would be interested in talking to him, actually. But we can't let this happen. We were way up on Biden, 21 points up on Biden after the debate. And they had a coup. They told him, you're not going to run. And he's not a happy man. He's pretending he's happy, but they took him out. He had 14 million votes. She had no votes. She was the first one that got broken in the primaries. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one out. And now she's running. The whole thing doesn't make a lot of sense. You had many people that did much better. They had 22 people running. And she was the first one out. She went in and she went out because people didn't like her. She wasn't good. And now she's the one that's representing the party, and the press gives her a free pass. And that's a little ridiculous, isn't it? Huh? But also never happened where we spent over $100 million on fighting Joe Biden, and then all of a sudden we're fighting somebody else. That's like a fight. The fighter's doing badly, and you say, okay, let's take him out and give somebody else a chance to win in the middle of the fight. So Kamala's plan is projected to raise the typical family's taxes by $2,600. And the tax queen, you know, they called her the tax queen in California because she liked taxes. I've never seen anyone win a race where they raise taxes all the time, but she liked taxes. This is definitely a unique election anyway. The tax queen also wants the largest small business tax hike in history and a 33% tax hike on American small businesses, which will send consumer prices skyrocketing. You think they're bad now? If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will crush family budgets with crippling energy costs thanks to her Green New Scam. The Green New Scam is one of the greatest, most difficult things to be watching. The real number they want is $93 trillion. They want buildings taken down and new buildings built without windows because it's more efficient. Let's do that. Let's just tell people you have a beautiful apartment, but you don't have any windows. It's one of the great scams. But, you know, The amazing thing is that nobody talks about it anymore. They're not talking about the Green New Deal anymore. They're not talking about environmental anymore. They're not talking about the oceans will rise by 1/16 of an inch over the next 400 years. They don't talk about it anymore. Something's happened. I don't know what it is. I think maybe it's not selling too well anymore. They call it now climate change because global warming wasn't working because the planet's actually gotten a little bit cooler recently. But climate change covers everything. It can rain, it can be dry, it can be hot, it can be cold. Climate change, everything is. Look, and I believe I really am an environmentalist. I've gotten environmental awards, but I want clean, beautiful air and clean, beautiful water. That's all crystal clean water. And we want clean air. And, you know, during the last 2 years of my administration, we had the best on record. And we had a lot of drill, baby drill. We had a lot of drilling, but we had the best on record. My plan will cut energy prices in half. Within 12 months, we're going to have energy prices for businesses, but in my opinion, maybe even more importantly for the average household, I said by 12 months from January 20th, which is the day we go into office, I hope we have a country left because what's going on now is very dangerous. I've been talking about World War III, what's going on now between Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East blowing up all over the place. It's a very dangerous time, most dangerous time since the end of World War II, without even question. But my plan will cut energy prices in half. I'm going to knock it out 50% all. This is for families and businesses and everything. And with the artificial intelligence, as you know, and shocking, but you need more energy to make that competitive with China and some others, but primarily China. They're going wild now. They're building tremendous electric capacity, as you know, but you need more electricity. They have to create tremendous amounts of electricity in order to compete, and more than we have right now for the whole country. So you have to more than double up what we have right now to be competitive. And we'll be able to do that. I'll be able to do that. They won't be able to do it. You have to make sure your environmental impact statements get approved very quickly. Otherwise, you'll never be able to compete. They don't do environmental impact statements in China, to the best of my knowledge. They have one man say, you can build it, and that's the end of that. That was the environmental impact statement. We have to go through sometimes years of things, but all of that's going to be rapidly expedited. It's going to save you thousands of dollars on gasoline and home heating and air conditioning and electricity. We're going to be down for the entire energy package. You will be down by a minimum of 50% 1 year after January 20th. Nobody else will say that, but I can do that because we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country. And I know how to use it. We had it going so well, and now we're buying oil from Venezuela and lots of other places that we shouldn't be buying. I call it Venezuelan tar because essentially it's tar. You know, it's they have the places that they hone it and develop it is right in the middle of Houston, right in the middle of Houston. We have a refinery that only does that oil. It's the only one in the world that does that oil because it's not oil, it's tar. And if you're an environmentalist and you like Texas, because I love Texas, we just got a poll from Texas. We're through the roof in Texas, which I love because I think it's an incredible place. But if you're an environmental person, the tar and all of the other things coming out of those chimneys and in that wonderful place, it's the only place in the entire world that does Venezuelan, I call it Venezuelan tar. But there's no reason for us to be doing it because we have more oil and gas. We have more, I say liquid gold, I think it's the best expression. We have more liquid gold than Russia, Saudi Arabia, any other country in the world, and we don't even use it. And ours is pure. Perhaps worst of all, Kamala's mass migrant invasion will destroy our economy, importing tens of millions of, think of it, more illegal aliens than we've ever even thought about taking in. And for me to watch her the other night standing up at a television set saying, with a news conference saying how she's going to all of a sudden get involved at the border. She was the border czar. She did a horrible job. she allowed 21 million plus people to come in, and many of them, and you've heard me say this many times, they came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they came from terrorist camps where they trained them to come into the United States, and they come into the United States. Many, many terrorists. We have more terrorists come into the United States in the last 3 years than we have had in the last 30 years. And these are the real terrorists. These are the real ones. We have no idea who they are. They let them come in, just open borders, just the dumbest thing I've ever seen, other than if you're trying to sign them up to vote, which is what they're trying to do. Kamala grants them all amnesty, and she's promised that it will obliterate. I mean, she promised them that they're going into Medicare and Social Security. And if they're going to Medicare and Social Security, then she's going to kill Medicare and Social Security. And we're not going to let her do that. And I didn't let anything happen to either of them during my 4 years. We didn't raise the age for Social Security. They're going to end up raising it by 6 or 7 years if they get in. With 4 more years of Kamala, you'll have a 1929 style depression. That's sort of the ultimate depression. 1929 was the worst. You don't get worse than that. And it took 25 years to recover, frankly. You know, people say, oh, we recovered with Roosevelt. No, it took 25 years to recover from it. And it was tremendous pain and suffering. And that's going to happen again. And I've been very good at predicting things. The hat says Trump was right about everything. And it wasn't even my hat. I didn't even do it, but somebody had made a lot of money. Trump was right about everything. But when I win, the next Trump economic boom begins the moment the polls close in Wisconsin on November 5th. And again, Brian and Tommy and all of the people that have been so great here, we're seeing numbers that a lot of people have never seen, real numbers that a lot of people haven't seen, especially as Republicans. They haven't seen because they want to have our country back. They don't want to have millions of people pouring in that are criminals, that are murderers. Think of it. We had 13, and these are numbers that were never announced because they never wanted to do that. They never really talked about these numbers. They've never done it in many years, but they did here. And I think somebody at, whether it's Border Patrol or Justice, but somebody said it has to be done. It was announced just before she went to the microphone to say that she was going to do a good job at the border. And a lot of people were saying, well, why hasn't she done it in 4 years? Why are you doing a good job now? She's done a horrible job, even where they tried to give it a little bit of a kick 2 months ago, 3 months ago, so they could look a little bit better for the election. They didn't say that they're flying thousands of people over and those numbers aren't included, or the app, where they have an app that's being used by the cartel leaders, the people that making billions of dollars. The cartel leaders, think of this, call the app and they say where to drop the illegal migrants. This is done under their administration. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it. But they said they closed the border, but they didn't say that airplanes are flying over with hundreds of thousands of migrants, dropping them all over the place. And I'll tell you what, the people in these towns are scared. They're scared. Even if they haven't arrived there yet, they're scared. When you take a look at what's happening in Ohio, Springfield, where you have a town of 50,000 people, that's beautiful. It's safe, a great place, idyllic, actually. And now they've, in a short period of time, dropped 32,000 people there. And some of those people are pretty tough people. And the mayor of the town, I don't know him, but he seems like a nice man, but he doesn't want to talk anything. He doesn't want to say anything bad. He wants to be politically correct. And all he says is we're trying to get interpreters because none of the people, virtually none of them speak English. So he's looking for interpreters when he should be looking for people to take them home, because this country cannot sustain what's happening to it. We can't sustain hundreds of thousands of people coming in a month, or more importantly, in a short period of time, 21 million plus. We have no idea what it is. You have gotaways. Nobody has any idea, if you include the gotaways, what the number. We can't even really say, with other countries like China, you say it's 1.4 billion. With India, you say it's 1.5 billion, they're big. With us, you don't really know what the number is. You say, how many do we have? Is it 320? Is it 325? Is it 350? Nobody knows. If you go to government agencies, say how many people are in our country, they have no idea. Well, we're going to have an idea very soon. Under my leadership, real median household income rose by $7,684. And that's before the pandemic. And even after the pandemic, the annual income was up $6,400. We did a great job in the pandemic, never got the credit we deserved, but we did an amazing job. Operation Warp Speed is being studied by many, many schools, both militarily and business-wise. Operation Warp Speed, even my greatest enemies, they say, what a job that was. That was a job like nobody else has ever done. And it's ripped the world apart. Every country got ripped apart, including China. China was delayed, but it was hit harder proportionally probably than almost any country. It was a terrible time, probably $60 trillion in damage, and caused by the Wuhan lab. I said that from the beginning. It came out of Wuhan. And the Wuhan lab, it wasn't from bats in a cave that was 2,000 miles away. It wasn't from Italy. It wasn't from France. They blamed everybody. It's really the China virus. But we did a great job with the ventilators, with the masks and the gowns and everything. You know, when we got here, our cupboards, I used to say our cupboards were bare. We had nothing. No president put anything in for a pandemic. And I don't blame him. Who would have thought? I thought it was sort of an ancient thing. It wouldn't happen now. So it wasn't, something that I ever mentioned very much. I didn't blame other presidents, but they didn't put anything into it. So we had the cupboards were bare, and all of a sudden we heard there's something coming from China, and terrible. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We gave you the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country and the biggest regulation cuts by far in the history of our country, and rebuilt our military. But a lot of that, not relatively speaking maybe, but a big chunk went to Afghanistan, where they're one of the biggest sellers of military equipment now in the world. And what I say is the most embarrassing moment in the history of the United States, that we took the soldiers out first. You're supposed to take the soldiers out last. A child would know that. I brought a child up to the dais once, and I gave him the facts in front of a very big crowd of maybe 10,000 people, maybe more. I gave him the facts. I said, so would you take the military out first or last? He said, I take the military out last, sir. He was 5 years old. I said, how old are you? He said, 5. A lot of you saw that. As president, I will deliver gigantic tax cuts for working families, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And that's a very big thing, but especially the last one for our seniors, because they've been decimated. Young people have too, but they've been decimated, seniors, on their fixed incomes. But nobody's ever been hurt more. Nobody has been hurt more than seniors with respect to inflation. Inflation has just absolutely destroyed seniors. So I'm giving them no tax on Social Security benefits, and that'll make up for some of it. This was all created by Biden and Harris, although nobody knows, when I say Harris, nobody knows who I'm talking about. So Kamala. And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates of 10%, because those rates are going up to 22, 24, 26%. And it's not sustainable. It's not fair. So it'll be temporary, but we have to help people. They can't pay those rates. We're going to unleash American energy, drive the prices way down. We're going to stop the people from pouring into our border. We're going to have a mass deportation of criminals. We have to get the criminals out of our country. They're not going to help us. Again, you had 13,000, more than 13,000, to be exact, 13,099. And these are murderers. These are murderers that have murdered, in many cases, about 30% of the cases, more than one person. And in some cases, more than 5 people. These are real murderers. These make our bad people look like innocent people. I know a lot of the talk from the radical left people was, well, these immigrants don't commit crime. No, these people are among the worst in the world. They come from the Congo in Africa. Many people from the Congo. I don't know what that is, but they come out of jails in the Congo. You know, they're letting their jail population come into the United States. Their jails are being emptied into the United States. Their gang members are being taken out of Caracas, Venezuela, and lots of other places, which was a rough city, rough, very dangerous city. And they're being delivered into the United States. They're gang members. And these are tough gang members. You see what's happening in Aurora, in Colorado. The mayor is petrified. He doesn't, I mean, he's petrified, but the governor is a mess. He doesn't know what the hell. He's a Democrat liberal. And they're taking over real estate, lots of real estate. The governor doesn't know what to do. And, you know, they want to be politically correct. They don't want to say anything. They're so afraid of saying anything and offending anybody. They have to go in, they have to get them out. But when you look at what's happened in Aurora and Colorado, it's incredible. And Springfield is unbelievable. Again, a beautiful community. And now almost immediately, 32,000 more people. And these are people that have had a rough life too. They're tough. Some of them are real tough, but they've had a rough life. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. People in Springfield are moving out. They have to move out. They're not going to be able to live there. I'm going to appoint Elon Musk, who's a fantastic guy, to lead a government efficiency commission tasked with saving trillions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse, and driving down inflation and driving down costs. We have tremendous fat. I mean, just one example. When I came in, I was asked by Boeing to sign a contract for the purchase of a new Air Force One, and which is actually 2 planes. A lot of people don't know it. In a way, it's 4 planes because it's sort of Air Force One becomes the plane that the president uses. And I was asked to do it, and I was able to cut $1.6 billion off the deal without any changes, except I was giving it a better looking paint job. And we ordered new ones, you know, because we have Air Force One is 32 years old, 2 planes, 32 years old. And you'd come and you'd land it next to some of these planes from Saudi Arabia and a lot of other places, United Arab Emirates is a beauty. But you'd land the plane and the plane looked awfully shabby. It was time, 32 years old. So I got new ones, but when I came in and they asked me to sign a $5.6 or $5.7 billion contract. Now they're very special planes, because it's like, you know, people hear billions for airplanes, but they're very special. I can't even say you why, but I can't tell you that. I'm not supposed to. But they are very expensive, but incredible planes from Boeing. And I said, I'm not going to sign it. It's too much. And Boeing came back and they cut $400 million off just by my saying that. And I said, nope, it's too high. It has to have a 3 in the front of it. It has to have a 3 because this was a 5, right? 5.6, 5.7 billion. I said, nope, it's too high. And they called back a week later and they took another $250 million off. So I got $650 million with like about 2 minutes of conversation. I said, no, I'm not doing it. It has to have a 3. And this went on for about a month. And I sort of forgot about it. I said, look, forget it. Well, let's not do it. And lo and behold, about 4 months later, I get a call from Dennis. This was prior to the horrible accidents, the 2 accidents that really hurt Boeing. I mean, it was the greatest company in the world. I think it was thought of as the greatest company in the world. And now it's not considered that. They went down a long way. But this was when it was prime time, Boeing prime time at the beginning of my term. And they said, here's the story, sir. We thought we had a deal at $5.7 billion. We'll do it for $3,999,999,999.99. 1 penny less than 4. I said, you got a deal. So I saved about $1.6 billion. Same exact plane, nothing different. It's not like, oh, gee, we have cheaper engines or we have no generation system or the wings are smaller or lots of things that you can do to cheapen it up. No, the exact same plane, except we had a much better paint job. And we saved $1.6 billion. And it took me like 3 months. And actually, the last part was the most effective because I gave up on him, and he called up out of the blue. In fact, when he called, I said, "The head of Boeing, what the hell does he want?" That's always the best way to negotiate when it doesn't matter to you so much, right? And I said, "What does he want?" And then he said, "You know, the plane that we've been talking about a few months ago? Yeah, tell me about it." That's when he made the best offer. So we saved $1.6 billion or $1.7 billion on for that. I said, "So you were going to make $1.7 billion to build an airplane?" That was the way I looked at it. And we have so much. Elon Musk is a master of that, and he's so into it because he loves the country so much. He endorsed me with the warmest endorsement. He thinks it's very important that I win because we're going to save our country. If these people win, we're not going to have a country. But we're going to have Elon do it, and he'll be able to save, I think, trillions of dollars. I really do. I think trillions of dollars. And nobody in the country will feel a thing except we'll save our country. And we'll then start paying down debt. But we have deficits. I think we're going to have a $2 trillion deficit with Biden this year or Kamala. $2 trillion, it's not sustainable. You can't do that. And China's gotten totally out of control. It's, the deficit with China is incredible. The deficit with the European Union is massive, like $320 billion. And, we have a new one now, Mexico, because Mexico is starting to get a little rambunctious with the car business. And for those people in United Auto Workers, the head of the union is incompetent. The deal he made in allowing the United States to go to all electric is insane because people don't want to buy all electric. I think electric cars are great, but it's a market, a little percentage, probably 10%. I don't know, some percentage. I think they're great, but they don't go far. They're made in China and they're very expensive. And not everybody can have them. They want everybody to have an electric car. It won't work. We don't have enough electricity right now to take care of our homes and our buildings in California. Gavin Newsom has a situation that's unbelievable. He's having blackouts and brownouts every week. And now we're supposed to, on top of it, feed cars all of this electricity. So it doesn't make, so I'll be terminating that on day one. And again, we're all for electric cars. I think it's great. I think Tesla, I think Elon makes great cars. And somebody said, did he ever speak to you about it? Because the way I've been saying this for 2 years. It's a tribute to him. He never mentioned it to me once. It's pretty amazing. He didn't say, well, listen, you got to lay off, because I'm a big fan of electric cars, but not for everyone. You have to have gasoline powered cars, and hybrids are great. And some new ones are coming on the market. We have hydrogen. Hydrogen is a hot one right now, but it is a little problem. It tends to blow up on occasion. And if it does blow up, you are unrecognizable. They will never be able to see who you were. Maybe a blood sample, but it's a bad blow up. I would say that's a serious problem. So I don't expect to be buying a hydrogen car for myself. But a lot of great things are in the marketplace because we're here in Wisconsin with the great Governor Thompson. He's a great man. He's a great politician, one of the most popular, I think the most popular politician in the history of the state. And it's an honor that he even does this. I mean, he just feels he's a little like Elon in that sense. He feels it's so important. But one of the founding fathers of school choice, I didn't even know that until a couple of days ago, but he's a big school choice. A lot of people are. I got lots of calls. I even got a call from Rupert Murdoch, who I have a lot of respect for. And he said, school choice. You have to go with school choice. That was just today. I said, I didn't know he was so into school choice, but he feels very strongly about it. He's a good man, too. I also want to talk about another way that we can help the American family supporting school choice for every child. And, you have to do the school choice thing because right now we are just about at the bottom of every list, and yet we're number one on every list of cost per pupil. Cost per student, we're number one. And if you look at a list of the top 40 nations, we are at the bottom of the list. We're number 40, number 39 all the time, and often led by Norway and Denmark and Sweden, and China is in the top 5 usually. pretty amazing. With 1.4 billion people, pretty amazing. But China's in the top 5, and we're number 40, number 39. And one of the things we'll be doing is moving education back into the states. And, if you think about it, like a state like this, I think would do fantastically well with education. I think that a state like Iowa, and Idaho, and Indiana, I think you'd end up. I was looking at them the other night, just from common sense, with a party of common sense. And then I said, more than anything else now, with a party of common sense, because that's more important than anything else. We don't want men and women's sports. We want to have strong borders, and we want to have fair elections, not rigged elections. And we have a lot of problems in this country. But if you take a look at all of it, everything that we're doing, every single thing that we're doing is based on structure and common sense. I was looking at the various states, and I think 35 states could be the equivalent of Norway and Denmark. If you think about it, they'd run great. I mean, I think Iowa would do great. I think Idaho would do great. I mean, these are states that have no debt. They have low taxes. They've done great. And then you have the same, you have a guy like Gavin wouldn't do very well, I don't think, with it. He signed a thing yesterday. Somebody told me, I haven't, it's not confirmed, but he signed a document yesterday that said you're not allowed to ask a voter for ID, identification. And if you do, it's like a crime. Why would anybody do that? In other words, this was signed yesterday or the day before by Gavin Newsom, a failed governor. And it said, if you ask anybody whether or not anything having to do with their identification, now for everything else, you're allowed to have a card, but for voting, which is our most important act, it's considered virtually a crime. So you're not allowed to ask for identification. Now, there's only one reason that's done. That's because they want to cheat on elections. When you have something like that where there will be no asking, it's not a question of having voter ID. It's a question you're not even allowed to ask. And if you ask, it's a crime. That's only because of the fact that they want to cheat on elections. So we can be nice and we can be.
Got a point there. It's only another hour and a half maybe before the debate starts. I do hope everybody will watch it. You can watch it anywhere. You can be able to watch it everywhere. So wherever you want to watch it, if you want to watch it here, that'd be awesome. If not, watch it somewhere. I think it'll be worth watching because we got two versions here. We got Trump and not Trump, but we have two very important candidates that will be on display here, and it will be J.D. Vance for the vice president, and then of course it will be what's his name, Walz, Governor Walz, I think is his name. So two people who are untested, and who knows what will happen. Well, only God knows for sure, but I will be very curious to see. I'm just going to jump and see how far away we are. So Trump is speaking right now. I should probably just let that roll for a few more minutes while I try to find what the next stream is. But I'm excited about it. I'm excited. I hope you are too. So I'll cut back to Trump, and I'll be here in the chat.
Politically incorrect, but the only thing they're going to do there is cheat on elections. And we just can't let this happen. The city of Milwaukee is the home of first and oldest choice program. You have the school choice program in Milwaukee is the oldest in the whole nation. In Milwaukee, which has been run by Democrats for over half a century. It's incredible. Families are faced with one of the worst public school systems in the entire country, considered pretty much the worst, but there are some others that are right there with you, I guarantee you that. Only 16% of Milwaukee public school students are reading at grade level, and only 10% can do math at grade level. So you're talking about 16% and 10% can basically read or do math. School choice gives Milwaukee children a lifeline to a better education. 8th grade students in Milwaukee and in Milwaukee schools, choice programs are more than twice as likely to be proficient or advanced in math. And that's good. But, when you say we're going to double up from 16% or double up from 10%. It's not really great, is it? And outsourced, we're going to outsource and outscore other public school districts. So they want to start off by competing against certain public school districts. And I guess that's a good place to start. But it's, they got to straighten out the schools in this country. Schools are really bad. And I think we're going to be able to do that. I think we're going to be able to do a lot of it. But if they're run by the state and run by like the parents, because in Washington, half of the buildings, such a large number, every building you pass in Washington says Department of Education. You're going to have a lot of like vacant space. Now we can have somebody else maybe move in. But these schools, it's massive. It's massive. I figure we'll have like one person plus a secretary. You'll have a secretary to secretary. We'll have one person plus a secretary, and all the person has to do is, are you teaching English? Are you teaching arithmetic? What are you doing? Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
As they should.
And are you not teaching woke? Not teaching woke is a very big factor. But we'll have a very small staff. We can occupy that staff right in this room, actually. I think this room is too large. And all they're going to do is they're going to see that the basics are taken care of.
Which is awesome. We don't want Milwaukee to turn in Milwaukee. And maybe it already has, maybe it already was. I don't know. But it's time. Come on. Who are you going to vote for? Not going to vote. Please vote. If you're going to vote, you know who to vote for. With everything that has happened in this country, not just this country, like I said, turn on the news, go see what's going on in the Middle East. We're back in the Middle East. We're just regressing so much here with Biden in charge. If he's in charge, I don't know. We don't know what he's doing, where he's going. He's on vacation. He's on vacation more than George Bush Jr. was. Kamala Harris, we don't know where she is. She can't answer questions. Between the two of them, they have a hard time. They're struggling to answer questions. So we'll see how Tim Walz does. Can he answer questions? Will he be able to answer more questions? And they always say, like, I can't believe some people actually believe that Kamala Harris won that debate against Trump. That is just crazy to me, how you could even think that she won, that she was even close. But because she didn't do certain things, because she wasn't as bad as Joe Biden, right? It's like, as long as she doesn't fall on her face, then it doesn't matter. They're going to say that she won. But anyone who watched that, you may have a different view. I don't know. I had a completely different view on that. I thought Trump did great. I actually thought he did better than he did against Biden. But it was like with Biden, it was so easy. Anybody could have done that. With Kamala Harris, she didn't have any answers, but she wasn't grilled either. And you're probably going to see the same thing happen here. But only time will tell. We want to keep a positive attitude and give the moderators the benefit of the doubt. I believe that, when I watched Trump and Kamala Harris, I may have been one of the only people that didn't see the 3-on-1. It didn't feel like 3-on-1. It felt like Trump was handling business and Kamala Harris was just standing there and, making all these comments. It was so scripted, especially the first thing. I come from a middle-class family, right? And that's the new talking point. Kamala's new book is going to be I Come from a Middle-Class Family. And I love what Kennedy said, and hopefully I'll be able to play a little bit of that. I should find that and play some of that. Where Kennedy says, hey, next time your boss asks you, why are you late? Why didn't you do this? You just say, I came from a middle-class family. That's it. Let it rest there. Let it end right there. But it's Trumpomania. Trumpomania is running wild. We're going to see that tonight. I am so convinced. I'm so happy. And I'm curious to see how J.D. Vance does, because his speeches are great. The way J.D. Vance deals with the aggressive interviewers is awesome too. His past, what he's done, he served this country. He came from nothing. He didn't come from a middle-class family. He came from a low, very super duper low class family and still made it. And look at where he is right now. Senator. And now, vice presidential candidate under President Trump. Doesn't get any higher than that. Be very curious to see where we go from here. Where does the country go from here? Play a little bit more of this, but maybe I'll find some of Kennedy's speech because it is amazing. It's about a 30-minute speech, but
Everybody get crazy and start teaching a language that we don't want them to teach. But we'll do something with education. I think when we move it into the local districts, but the big thing is we're going to take it all out of Washington. We're going to send it all back to the states. We're going to spend less than half, and we're going to have much better education. But in many states, you will be the equivalent. I mean, you have states that are incredible. And in many states, you'll be the equivalent of a top 3, top 4 school, like a Norway or a Sweden is very strongly thought of too. Although lately they've had some problems, you know all about that. If you want a better education for your child, Kamala Harris stands in your way. Kamala and the radical left Democrat Party want to keep Black and Hispanic children trapped in family government. I mean, I think that's really the reason. It's all Democrat we're talking about. You know, of the top 25 dangerous cities, virtually every single one of them is a Democrat-run city. So I think there'll be a lot of changes made. I really do. I just can't believe people can continue to go for this. But by contrast, I believe that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time. A child's fate should be determined by it has to be determined by their love of education, by their parents, by so many factors, but it can't be determined by a zip code. And no parent should be forced to send their child to a failing government-run school. I mean, in all fairness, they get into these schools, they're so bad. You don't give them a chance. We spend more money on education than any other country in the world. And I said before, much more money per pupil. We're number 1 on every list. And yet our public schools get worse and the results get worse. And it goes just so horrible to see it. I mean, think of it. They graduate from public school and they can't read, they can't write. This is people that actually literally graduate, can barely read or write. Wisconsin private schools receive nearly $3,000 less per student per year through the school choice programs than public schools, yet they achieve far better outcomes. A great job they've done, actually. Even as they fail to educate our youth, our opponents are using government schools to indoctrinate children, pushing radical transgender ideology on children, and changing the child's gender without even parental consent. Can you imagine that? Your child leaves for school and comes home and their gender has been changed. I don't want to get into the details, but it's not even believable. Without parental consent. All of that's changing. It's changing immediately. One of the things I wanted to mention with all of the people coming in, they're taking Black and Hispanic jobs. The Black population, their unemployment is way up over the last few months, and the fake news isn't reporting it. And the reason they're way up is the illegal migrants are taking the Black population's jobs and the Hispanic population's jobs. And that's not fair. That's not a good thing. But that's what's happening. They come in, and many of these people, again, and many of them aren't. Many of them are criminals. Many of them are people that have murdered people we just don't know about. We know nothing about these people because they came in, they didn't have to report, they didn't have to give a piece of paper. I had Remain in Mexico, very strong. The president of Mexico approved it. I said, look, you're going to have to approve it. He said, I won't approve that. Why would I approve that? Well, am I stupid? I said, no, you're not stupid. You're very smart. That's our problem. You're too smart. He said, but you're going to approve it. And he said, why would I do that? I said, because if you don't, I'm going to put 100% tariffs on your cars coming in. And we're going to make a fortune. He said, like you said, I will approve it. Took me about 2 minutes. But that is one more reason why I'll fight for the right of every parent to send their child to a public, private, charter, or religious school of their choice. We have to be able to have school choice. School choice is very important. And the Democrats are very much opposed to it, as you know. And I have great faith in teachers. You know, I don't care if they're union or non-union. I have great respect for teachers. They're very I've had some teachers that were so good, had a lot to do with my life. Now, some people would say they did a really bad job with him, and that's possible. That's possible. But no, they had a lot to do with me. I will tell you, I have great respect for teachers at a level that few people would understand. We want federal education dollars to follow the student rather than propping up a bloated and radical bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., which is what we're doing now ultimately. We want to close the Federal Department of Education, and we're going to do that, and we're going to move it all back into our states. And as I said, some states are going to be unbelievable, and some states are not going to do a good job. The ones that aren't going to do a good job are the ones that aren't doing a good job now and everything else. We're joined today by two beneficiaries of school choice here in Wisconsin, sisters, Michaela and Leah Lawrence. Where may you, look at you, look. Both attended St. Marcus Lutheran School, a high-performing K through 8 private school, and it's a choice school in the inner.
Gonna pause right there a little bit while I'm testing out some of this stuff here, and it's moving right along. Things are great. Look at this. So they got all of this different stuff I'm finding here. Just messing around with some of these things. Ooh, look at that. And then this one, of course. That's the main one. This is all good stuff here, my friends. Good to see everybody. And this should be a very fun, interesting night. Can't take things too seriously. You don't want to take life too seriously. You give yourself a heart attack or a tumor or a stroke. Especially if you're like me and you don't smoke anymore. Just remember, God is in control of everything forever and always. Now I want to play this little tiny clip that I think is still one of my absolute favorites here, folks. I cannot get enough of this one. This is good stuff here. It's only a minute or so. I love this.
This is amazing. I love the internet.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
Seeing red, so don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
What is that?
I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you check my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you take my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
He got geese dancing. He got cats dancing. He got Trump dancing. What is happening? This is amazing. I love the internet.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
Jeremy's awesome. I anytime I can play him. I don't know if you ever watched DD Cobra or Geeks and Gamers. Those guys are awesome. Those guys are great. And here we go with the buffering. Let the buffer game begin. That's all right. We'll find a way. Life finds a way, right? All right, let me continue on. I will, let's see what I can do to lower some of the resolution here and some of these things, and then continue on with President Trump. All I can say is maybe it doesn't move the needle tonight. Maybe J.D. Vance, what he says, what he does, maybe it does nothing. But it can't hurt. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, they want to hide. And so far, the media has allowed them to. Media has done a great job of protecting them. And we'll see how much longer can the media do that. Will they be able to do that for much longer? We'll see. I think so. I think they will. That's part of the plan, which is okay. That's all right. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to change the facts. It's not going to change how everybody votes, what everybody thinks. It's only going to hurt her because people are not going to be sure, and they think, well, if they're not sure, but you walk into that voting booth and you're not sure, then who do you go with? You're going to go with Donald Trump, Trumpomania. Trumpomania is going to win no matter what. It will keep going on. There's 2028. There's 2032. Now, a lot is at stake. As we see, a lot is at stake here because what would happen if Trump did not win fair and square? Or even if he didn't win and it wasn't fair and square. Let's say Trump does not win. And then we have the first United States president going to jail. It just seems like the New World Order is pulling out all of the stops to create, manufacture this civil war that they want. And we cannot let that happen. Violence is never the answer. War is never the answer. And that's what they want. And they want to force the people into that scenario so that they can divide and conquer, create order out of chaos. Same thing that we've been warned about for years and years and years. And it's just a little bit more reason why, for me, it's very important to vote. And I do hope people do vote. Please vote. Please at least consider voting. Your vote does count. We need it. We need it. The country needs it. They need to see that we're going to vote in record numbers for Trump. And if not, well, it's not the end of the world if that doesn't happen. But it's going to make a big, big difference. That's the way that I see it anyways. So I will continue on as I got a few more minutes here to just ramble on. But I could ramble on forever. While I think of what I want to ramble on with next, I'll just let President Trump continue on because he's definitely doing a great job here. I put the link if anybody does want to join. The live stream is open, and I'll keep it open all night. And if anybody wants to join, probably when the debate begins, I'll probably just kind of mute out and just watch it. I don't think I'll pause or anything like that unless you do a break or something. Otherwise, I will let President Trump continue on here because he's got a lot more to say. In Wisconsin today is October 1st, 2024, the first day of fall, and it was cold this morning when I woke up.
City, Milwaukee, and I love Milwaukee. We had such a great convention here. They treated us so well. I also like the result. If I didn't get the right result, I probably wouldn't like Milwaukee. I got a great result, but it was beautiful. The building was beautiful. We're going to come here. I believe my people are working. We're going to come here in the same arena. The arena was great. And we're also going to go to Green Bay. We're going to be announcing it pretty soon. Green Bay for a big one. We're going to have two big ones, very big ones, maybe a third of a little bit more of this nature. But we're going to do your basketball arena. We're all sort of set, and we're going to do Green Bay. We'll do it the day before the game as opposed to the day of the game. But Michaela graduated with honors from high school in May and is going to school for dental hygiene. And Leah is now a senior in high school, a wrestler, wow, at Wisconsin Lutheran, who went to the state finals twice, wow.
Trump
and
likes
is
the
currently
wrestler.
scouting engineering schools across the country. She's looking at a really great engineering school. So Leah and Michaela, if you could come up, I'd love you to say a few words, please. Thank you. Who's the wrestler here? I'm not gonna mess with her.
Professional or amateur?
Well, my name is Michaela Lawrence, as you already know. Just first want to come up here and thank everyone for the opportunity for me speaking. On behalf of my family, I thank my dad specifically for putting me and my sister in choice schools and having the opportunity to learn. Personally, going to the high school I went to, Luther Preparatory, really learned about Christ-like behavior and how to show that in the outside world. And a person like me going to college now, you get to the outside world and it's like, wow, a lot of these people really need Jesus. But I'm thankful for that opportunity. I'm thankful for President Donald Trump
We all
too,
need Jesus.
someone who supports that opportunity that I got from grade school to high school, learning about Christ and having the choice to really have an opportunity to get a good education and have a close relationship with all my friends and teachers. So thank you.
So beautiful. Thank you. very much.
Oh, thank you. And my name is Leah. I'm the wrestler, by the way, and I'm so grateful again for getting the opportunity to come out here and speak on behalf of School Choice. This is an amazing program. I'm so thankful that Mr. President Trump, he is helping out with this program. He's doing so much for education, and education in Milwaukee especially is in dire need, especially right now. So I do want to personally thank Mr. Trump for helping us with this. Thank you.
What's your record in wrestling? That's pretty good. She's got a good record. You said, what's your record in wrestling? Thank you both. Beautiful job. Thank you. How nice is that, huh? Very proud of you both. It's amazing. So thank you. And also with us is Tukara Bell, a mom of 3 whose family has been uplifted by School Choice. And so, Tukara, could you come up and say a few words, please? Come on up. It's very exciting.
Thank you all for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. I am a mom of 3. We benefit from the School Choice program. This is my daughter, Cynthia Dunlap. And through School Choice, it gives us an opportunity to send my children to a school that aligns with my morals and my values, and while also giving my children a personalized educational experience. I greatly appreciate it, and they would not have these opportunities if it was not for Student Choice. Cindy, would you like to say something?
Hi, I'm Cynthia. School Choice has given me so many opportunities that any other school could ever give me. I am so thankful for School Choice, and I also have a gift for you.
Oh, wow.
On behalf of Trinity
Thank you very much.
Lutheran Presbyterian.
I'm going to wear it tonight.
Nice.
Thank you, darling. Very much. Thank you. That's very nice. Don't take it from me. I want to give you. So again, universal school choice, very important. We're backing it all the way, 100%. And I want to thank everybody for being here. There's a lot of media here, so if you'd like to ask a couple of questions, I think we'll do that. So go ahead, please. Brian? Yes, thank you.
Under your administration, I
No.
wanted to get your comments on what's going on right now in Israel and
Brian, I think it's the most dangerous time we've had, certainly since the end of the Second World War. I think it could end up being a world war. You have two hot spots, and you'll probably have a third, maybe with Taiwan. But you have Ukraine and Russia, and that's out of control. I met with President Zelensky, and I got along very well with President Putin. I think I can get it solved, but we should get on that immediately. I think I would like to be able to solve it while president-elect. If I get elected, I'm going to work on that immediately. It's going to be my first 2 phone calls. And my second is going to be, we're going to close the border immediately and have people come into our country, but legally. And my third will be drill, baby, drill. You know, it's like not too complicated. But that series of calls, I think is going to be very important. That war, millions of people are being killed. I don't think people recognize how many people are being killed. I don't think it's being properly reported. It's a horrible, horrible war. And then you see what's happening even today. You know, where is that going to stop? And you have to give Israel a lot of credit for being able to protect itself. You look at these forces, they shot down almost 200 rockets today. But this is not the way anybody should have to live. So we're going to obviously be very involved in the Middle East. This would have never happened. We did the Abraham Accords. I think everybody, including Iran, would have been in the Abraham Accords had I taken over as president. I think even Iran would have been in the Abraham Accords. Ultimately, it would have been great for everybody, and you would have had peace in the Middle East. We got 4 countries solved, and very respected countries, as you know. They were signed up, and then when Biden took over, they haven't signed one country. I would have had every country in the Middle East would have been signed up. The only question would be Iran, and I think they would have, for certain reasons, I think they probably would have been there too. There would have been peace in the Middle East. Instead, this is just tearing it apart. This has really been bad. But they have to finish that process. However it turns out, they have to finish the process. This is a little bit like 2 kids fighting in a schoolyard. Sometimes you have to just sort of let it go a little bit, and we'll see what happens. But it's really caused by a lack of respect for the United States of America. This would have never happened. Israel would have never happened. October 7th never would have happened. Russia never would have invaded Ukraine. And for 4 years, they didn't. They would have never invaded. We wouldn't have had inflation. We wouldn't have had, not the withdrawal, because we were withdrawing. We're the ones that got it ready to withdraw, but we wouldn't have had that horrible, most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And a lot of other good things would have happened. And right now we have a world in chaos. I always quote Viktor Orban because he's a very respected, tough guy. They say he's a tough guy. Well, I guess they're all sort of tough guys. But Viktor Orban said, if Trump comes back, you won't have any wars. You won't have any wars. And he's about as tough as they get. And he said it loud and clear. And he said, why? But you won't have any wars. So I just want to see stuff. Look, there's no huge benefit. I think Europe has to pay up more because it's very unequal, and they have to pay up more for that, and they have to do it now because we have an ocean in between. It's much more important to Europe than it is to us, but we want to see that war taken care of, and we certainly want to see peace in the Middle East as soon as it's possible. All right, thank you very much. Please.
Ukraine territory in order to end the war. And the second part here is if you were president right now, after Iran launched its more than 200 missiles towards Israel, last week you had suggested that if Iran tried to attack you, that you would blow the country to smithereens. How would you handle Iran right now?
Well,
would you use U.S. force? Would you
Yeah.
use U.S. force?
No, I wouldn't be around if they did that, but let's assume I'm not around. The president of the United States should blow that country to smithereens because you can't do that. And the president should make a statement to that effect. But as you know, I mean, you're in danger right now. You are in danger now because of them and their challenge to me. And the reason they did that is because I had them in a position where they would have made a deal. They had no money. There was no terrorism. There was no money for Hamas. There was no money for Hezbollah. You know that. I mean, that was reported when I was leaving. They said there was absolutely no terrorism. In 4 years, we had no terrorism. And a large part of that was Iran had no money. And I wasn't looking to hurt them. I want them to be wonderful and great and happy. But we didn't want them to have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Well, I don't want to say what I'd use because I don't want to give up negotiating abilities so I don't want to say exactly, but they understand where I stand. And we have to get back to being at least a partially civilized world. What's going on today? They said 200 missiles over to Israel. And now people would say, well, now it's Israel's turn, right? That's what happens. It goes back and forth. It could happen for a long time. It should have never happened. It would never have happened. And again, Iran was not in a position to sponsor terror because they didn't have any money. I mean, now they have $300 billion. Biden took off all the sanctions. I had sanctions. I told China, if you buy oil from Iran, that was their biggest customer, you're not going to do any business in the United States, and we're going to put tariffs all over your products. And they said, well, we're going to pass. And they didn't buy. And I said the same thing to other countries, and they didn't buy. And time went by, and all of a sudden they had no money. And they would have made a deal, and I would have made a good deal for them. I'm not looking to hurt them. I want them to be great. Let them be happy and good. But they can't have a nuclear weapon. And now they're very close to having one. And it's very dangerous for the world. Very dangerous for the world. I mean, the biggest problem today, in my opinion, the biggest risk is the nuclear weapons, the weaponry. It's so powerful today. And I know because I rebuilt the United States military during my term. I rebuilt it. We had fighter jets that were 50 years old, and we were all F-35s, and we have great planes now. We've largely new. We gave a lot of it to Afghanistan, stupidly. New goggles. They have the newest goggles. They had the best goggles. They never fought at night because they couldn't see, but now they can fight at night. They have the goggles. They have the trucks that are armor plated. Think of the 70,000 trucks. 70,000. Go to the biggest used car lot in America, and they probably don't have more than 400 or 500 cars available at any one time. We have 70,000 trucks, many of them millions of dollars each, armor plated with the finest 4, 5, 6 inch armor on these trucks. And we gave it to them, and they sell the equipment, and they're one of the largest sellers of military equipment. They're selling the equipment that we gave them. Who would do that? Who would be so stupid to do that? Who would move the military out first? Because, they have American hostages. Most importantly, we lost 13 great soldiers, and of tremendous importance, we have many soldiers that lost their arms and their legs and were just obliterated because of stupid people. We should have left from Bagram, not that base. We had it all mapped out, and we had options. We had a lot of things they had to do, everything they had to do, and they weren't doing it. And we said, good, the deal's dead. And then they did it. We would have had that. It was perfect. It was a beautiful thing. It was going to go well, and they respected me. They respected me. Remember, we didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months in Afghanistan. The Taliban, that's their fighter. And I spoke to Abdul, the head of the Taliban, a couple of times. But I explained to him, you can't do that. You can't do that, Abdul. And from the time I spoke to him, we didn't have not one fighter killed, not one American soldier killed or even shot at for 18 months. And then I left, and we had these clowns take over, and it all blew up. It was not going to blow up. It was going to be good. One of the worst things they did is give up one of the largest air bases in the world, the largest runways, most powerful runways, very deep with concrete. You could land anything on them, meaning the weight. You could land any plane on a very, very long, 18,000 feet. And to give that up, and the importance of it wasn't Afghanistan. The importance of Bagram, and very important, was it was 1 hour away from China, where they make their nuclear weapons, right in that area. But 1 hour away from China. Forget about Afghanistan. We should have never been there. But we were 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And now, who occupies it? China. How about that? They left. So I was moving out. We were all set to move. I'm the one that got the soldiers down to that level. We had no problem. And we were going to move out. Soldiers would have moved out less. We would have taken the equipment. We would have done everything. I had no confidence in the army, meaning in their army, the people that they were giving us, because they were loyal to the other side. I always knew that. That's why you had so many blue on brown and brown on blue. You had so many attacks where we trained them, and then we hand them a gun, and they turn the gun around. They shoot the sergeants and everybody else there, the Americans. I said, well, there's something. We never had so many attacks like that. We trained them, and as soon as they get a gun that's loaded, they turn it and they shoot everybody. And I said, what the hell is going on over here? And they're tough fighters too, but they weren't. The reason they were even in there is because they were the highest paid soldiers in the world. When Mattis would say, sure, they're fighting for their country. Well, they weren't really fighting for their country, because otherwise you wouldn't have had so many, I call them turnarounds, where they turn around and shoot you. They weren't fighting. They was fighting because they were getting so much money as a soldier. It's a job where they were making a lot of money, but their loyalty wasn't to that group. And the head guy was a total thief. I knew that. I didn't get along with him at all. He left with bags of money in a helicopter, and there were bags of money at the end of the runway. How stupid can Americans be? The world doesn't respect us because we've made so many stupid moves. I mean, this guy left with bags of money. And I said he was no good for years. I said he was no good. I met with him a couple of times, fine. but that whole thing was collapsing. But they weren't loyal to us. They were loyal to themselves. Good fighters, great fighters, I would tell you. Among the best. They were actually they could take a knife. They were like Rambos. It's like putting 1,000,000 Rambos. Good old Sylvester Stallone was my friend. But it's like putting 1,000,000 Rambos. Somebody explained that to me. They're great fighters. It's like putting a Rambo. Give him a knife. And that's all he needs. And by the time he finishes, he'll go down and he slits the throats. Look at what happened with Russia with them. Look at what happened. So many different wars. They fight tough, but now they have great equipment. And then the other day, it sickens you to see it. They have through their boulevard. They have this boulevard, and they're running our equipment through the boulevard. The defeated Americans. We should have left from Bagram because Bagram is a massive base with hundreds of miles of surrounding area with nothing there and fencing, and you would have had nobody killed. Instead, a lot of people got killed. We had the 13, but you had hundreds of people who were killed. Civilians were killed at the same time. So it's a shame. Again, common sense. We have to use common sense. They should have never left. That's like an inner city airport, and it was packed. You couldn't even move. And then a bomb went off and just was so destructive. And so sad because I got to know the parents of the 13 soldiers, most of them, and they're incredible people. They were treated very unfairly. Biden never called them. Kamala never called them. And then on top of it all, in the debate, she said, we have no soldiers fighting at all. We have no soldiers. We have soldiers fighting. They were very inside. She had no idea. She has no idea what she's doing. And it's very sad.
On Ukraine, did you urge Zelensky to be prepared to cede some of Ukraine
I
territory?
didn't say anything because I think it's too soon. I listened. But I think a deal is there to be had. Absolutely. That's what I do. What I do is I make deals.
Do you think that that's what a deal will
I
have to
think that
include?
he will make a deal. And I think, look, it would have been a lot better before because the cities now are all blown up. I mean, they're all blown up except for Kiev. You have the cities are those beautiful golden towers. They're ancient gold. They're all laying on their sides, smashed to smithereens, right? The cities are, many of them are just gone.
Do you think they can still
It would have been
work?
so great. Would have been so great. Number one, it wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have had to make a deal. Putin never would have gone. I talked to him. It was the apple of his eye. I talked to him a lot about Ukraine. I mean, it was the apple of his eye. He said this used to be a part of the Soviet Union, used to be a part of Russia, but he had a whole history going. It was something he would have never done it. He would have never done it with me there. I mean, I can't speak for the future. Probably would have done it. Eventually, he would have done it because he wanted it. But this was something that was very important to him, but he would have never done it. And, honestly, he never did do it. And there was never even a threat of him doing it. But I'll get something done. I know both of them. I know both of them very well.
Mr. President, you talked about early voting in Dane County today.
I talked about what?
Early voting in Dane
Yeah.
County today. Nearly 500,000 Wisconsin voters have received their ballots already. Now they're returning them in the mail, ballot drop boxes. For you to win, I'm curious what you tell voters who are skeptical of that process after they've heard you talk about things like fraud or one-day voting.
Well, I think people are going to watch the process a lot closer. Last time we had COVID, people couldn't even get out. You had no security in rooms. People were afraid to go. Even security people, you couldn't get security. It was a terrible thing that happened last time. If that didn't happen, we'd have a much different country today. You'd have a much different world today. But last time we had COVID, and to be honest, I mean, you take a look at the security. The security was non-existent. No security guard wanted to go out because they didn't want to catch COVID. Big, strong guy, and we said, "Oh, you'll be great." And then he says, "I'm not going out. I don't want to die." And it was a very sad thing. They did a lot of bad things, including not getting legislative approval for some of the things they did. But I think that people are watching this time. We have lots of lawyers watching, and we're doing it early rather than late. We're not going to do it after we're doing early. That's why you see the lawsuits filed. And we're going to try and say too big to rig. We use the expression. As you get a lot, like Tommy Thompson was telling me, he's never seen such enthusiasm in this state, in Wisconsin. A lot of people have told me that, but they've told me that in other states too. And typically I poll, we're leading. You saw the polls came out today. We're leading. But typically I poll very low. And then, in other words, people, it's a little, I'm not sure it's the nicest. They say, look, we don't want to tell you. And then they vote for Trump, right? That's why the exit polls were so wrong on number one. They didn't want to say who they're voting for. And then the exit polls reflected that. And then at the end of the evening, I won. But all I want is a fair election. That's all. Just a fair, honest election. I hope we're going to get that.
Do you trust the process this time around?
Did I what?
Do you trust the process this time around?
I'll let you know in about 33 days. No, look, I'm in 33 days. Yeah, go ahead, please. Blue.
Thank you. First of all, do you think Israel should retaliate to these missile attacks from Iran? But also, do you believe that you should have been tougher on Iran after they had launched ballistic missiles in 2020 on U.S. forces in Iraq, leaving more than 100 U.S. soldiers injured?
So, first of all, injured. What does injured mean? Injured means you mean because they had a headache, because the bombs never hit the fort. So just so you understand, there was nobody ever tougher in Iraq. They had no money with me. They would have made any deal with me. I would have had a deal made within 1 week after the election. They were dying to make a deal. And when you say not tough, they had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. And when we hit them, they hit us. And they called us. And they said, we're going to shoot at your fort, but we're not going to hit it. And if you were a truthful reporter, which you're not, you would tell the following: none of those very accurate missiles hit our fort. They all hit outside. And there was nobody hurt other than the sound. It was loud. Some people said that hurt, and I accept that. But they told us that they were going to do this and that they weren't going to hurt. And they wanted us to know that because they didn't want us to retaliate. But I essentially bankrupted Iran. They had no money for, and it was a big story. There was no money for Hezbollah. There was no money for Hamas. There was no terrorists. We had no terror attacks. And I think I would have ultimately gotten along with, but there was nobody ever that was tougher on Iran than I was. I took their money away, and they behaved. And I will say, and I said it many times, what Biden should have done, he should have made a deal with them in that first week because they were dying. They had nothing. They were dying to do it. But they did just the opposite. They took all the sanctions off. I had the sanctions that were the toughest. It's like a lot of people say with Russia, well, I was the one that ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. You know that. I think you admit that. I ended it. And then when Biden came in, he approved it. That was the biggest thing ever that Russia's ever done. It was the biggest pipeline just about in the world, going to Germany and various places in Europe. And I ended it. And there was nobody tougher on Russia than I was. But with Iran, it's a very sad situation. But we could have made a deal with Iran and all of this would have never happened. And the reason was I was the toughest by far. Nobody was ever tougher on Iran. But they did. They called us and they told us, we have to retaliate only in the sense that, and I think people know this, we have to retaliate, but we're not going to hit anybody. Just keep your people inside the military base. And that's what happened. The rockets hit in all areas. And of the 18 rockets that were launched, 6 of them self-destructed, 12 of them, approximately 12 of them arrived. And when they arrived, they're very accurate rockets, missiles. And when they arrived, they missed the fort. But they had to do that. And I thought it was a very nice thing because they didn't want us to retaliate again. But I was the one that started that. Yeah, that's a big deal.
It's a big deal. Look, Americans are already struggling with inflation under Kamala Harris. How does this supply chain issue going to build up and once again be another disastrous economic episode under Kamala Harris?
It's massive. It's massive. Those workers are very important to the lifeblood of our country, and it's a massive thing. But don't forget, they've been hurt very badly with inflation. You know, those workers, some people would be upset with them and some people not, but those workers were very badly hit with inflation. And, you know, they're not happy and they do a good job. And they also don't want to see certain new technologies, which in many cases don't work very well. I mean, you know, when they modernize sports, a lot of times it doesn't work. There's nobody to talk to. It's very inaccurate. I've heard a lot of complaints about these modernized stations, a lot of very big complaints. But those are really hard workers. I know some of them, and no, that's going to be a tremendous hit. There's another one. Biden shouldn't have let that happen. Not that he should have ended it. He should have worked out a deal between them and the others. Could have worked out a deal. That's an easy deal to work out in a sense because you have a certain power of being the United States. A lot of these are foreign ship owners, and you have a lot of power being the U.S. and that should have been worked out. It's a devastating event for the economy. It's also devastating for inflation because everything's going to cost a lot more because of it. I don't know how long it's going to go on, but I understand the workers' side. I mean, I see both sides. These workers have been devastated by inflation, and the inflation was caused by energy, stupid energy policies, and equally as much by deadhead spending. And that's what they call it. They call it deadhead spending. You know why? Because stupid people do what they did, and that caused inflation. So they were badly hurt. Thank you.
Mr. President, on the debate, sir.
Go ahead.
A lot of a planned interview on 60 Minutes. I'd just like you to address that report, and if you indeed are not doing the interview, explain your reasoning why.
Well, right now they came to me and would like me to do an interview, but first I want to get an apology because the last time I did an interview with them, if you remember, they challenged me on the computer. They said the laptop from hell was from Russia. And I said it wasn't from Russia, it was from Hunter. And I never got an apology, so I'm sort of waiting. I'd love to do 60 Minutes. I do everything. I mean, I do you right now, right? And you're tougher than 60 Minutes, Frank.
You
the laptop
do you
from
right
hell
now.
was from Hunter. It wasn't from, so I haven't gotten, if you remember Leslie Stahl, we got into a little bit of an argument on the camera talking about that and other things. And, you know, they really owed me an apology. I'll tell you, David Muir, how about David Muir when he said that crime went down? And then the following day, they released the numbers from the Justice Department that crime went up 45%. Where's my apology? They should apologize. They were wrong on everything. So I like to get an apology. So I've asked them for an apology. Let's see if they do it.
He's not lying.
I've done 60 Minutes a lot. I did 60 Minutes twice with Mike Wallace, the great Mike Wallace. He was great. His son is from a different ballpark. His son doesn't have, I said, you want to be like your father? Just don't have the talent. Who else, please?
Mr. President, over here.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you about Milwaukee. Obviously, you're here today in Milwaukee. You were in Dane County. What more do you need to do in the next 30 days to win over the voters in these largely Democratic areas?
I think we're doing well. You know, we just went to Dane and we had a great time. And the other day we had 50,000 people. I think it was Friday or Saturday. We had 50,000 people, and we had a small venue because the United States government wouldn't allow us to have enough Secret Service people. So we were forced into having like a 1,000-seat venue, and we had 50,000 people outside. We wanted to do a rally, an outside rally. And when we drove in, I said, boy, that's a big crowd. And I'm used to the biggest of crowds. And this was a big, beautiful crowd. And Washington would not allow us to have the security that was necessary, the Secret Service that was necessary. And that happened a little bit with respect to today also. You saw the people. I don't know if anybody was up there, but you saw the people. That crowd was massive. But last week we had a crowd of 50 to 55, 60,000 people. And we had planned an outdoor rally, and it would have been amazing. And Washington would not get us. They said that we have to guard the United Nations, which meant the president of North Korea, who's basically trying to kill me. So they want to guard him, but they don't want to guard me. So we're going to start having it out with them because we've sort of have it. They want to use it. It's like a form of election interference. When they tell you you can't have enough people to guard yourself, I mean, a lot of people show up for what I'm doing. And that's one of the reasons we're going to win. That's like a poll. And we've never had this excitement. Tommy Thompson said it before. We never had the excitement that we have. Now, we've had great excitement. Look, I won it. And the second one, they say lost by 20,000 votes, so sure. But you know what? We did millions of more votes. Everybody knows we did millions and millions more votes the second time. Got the most votes in the history for a sitting president. Sitting president never even came close to that. And we're doing much better. You people reported it, that we're doing much better today than we did with Hillary or we did the second time. So I think we're going to have some good results here.
Mr. President, is Brett calling Vice President Harris to the table?
You spent time in Dane and
Yes.
Milwaukee counties today. In 2020, your campaign sued to throw out the absentee ballots cast by voters in those two counties. What is your message to someone watching in Dane and Milwaukee County who feels they did nothing wrong in 2020? They might support you, but you tried to throw their vote out 4 years ago.
I think they generally agreed with me. My voters generally agreed with me. And I think we have a really good chance of winning it. You know, there are counties that normally a Republican wouldn't win. But if you would see the crowds that we just left, if you'd see the crowds that we had on Saturday, I really think that we're going to win Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's great. And I'm doing a rally in the arena, and I'm doing a rally in Green Bay. And I think we're going to win Wisconsin. I think we might win Wisconsin big. We also have something else that doesn't get reported much, but we have an enthusiasm level that's double or triple what theirs is. The Republicans have, and usually it's the other way around, but we have an enthusiasm level that's substantially more than the Democrats' enthusiasm. That's a big thing. Yes, please.
President Trump.
The Supreme Court term begins next week.
Yeah.
If you were to get another Supreme Court pick, what positions must a judge hold for you to consider them?
Honesty, integrity. We want people that are honest. We want great integrity, and we want genius. You know, Supreme Court, you have to be very smart. And we don't want to have people that are not brilliant people. And I know many of the justices, and for the most part, I think they're very brilliant people. You want brilliant people, but you want great integrity, honesty, and you know, it's. I don't think it should necessarily be along party lines. It usually tends to be that way, but I don't think it's necessary. I think the main thing is they have to be really respected people. They have to be respected. You have to respect our Supreme Court. I think they get treated very unfairly. You know, you have people that go around trying to play the ref with them, and I know these people, and they're really they're scum. They're bad people, and they'll go after not only Supreme Court justices but regular judges, and they'll hit them about, oh, they're not good, they're not smart, they're not. And actually, they're very smart. They're a lot smarter than the people doing the calling out. But they're trying to be Bobby Knight, you know, the great basketball coach who was constantly playing the ref, screaming. And he said, maybe I won't win this goal, but I'll win the next one. And he was right. He was a big supporter of mine from Indiana. He was a big supporter of mine, and he was a great coach. But he played the ref. They play the ref by insulting. I don't even know, is it legal to do what they do? I mean, they're so outrageous. But a lot of the judges don't stand for it, and the ones that really are respected don't stand for it. They do what's right.
Mr. President, Brett calling Vice President Harris.
Are there certain issues that you would like to see the court take up?
No, they have to take up whatever they want to take up. I have no preference.
Showdown between JD Vance and Tim Walz. But watch out, JD. Team Walz seems to be laying a trap. They're acting all nervous that the governor will blow it and even taking to the airwaves to lower expectations. Watch this.
I just think we need to lower expectations a little bit because then we can all be pleasantly surprised if I'm wrong and that Tim Walz just mops the floor with him.
Trying to pin him as extreme, out of touch, and all of that. I think that's where he's going to go really, really hard. If it's joyful warrior versus grumpy young guy trying to represent grumpy old guy, I think it would be a win.
And Donald Trump is getting in on the pre-debate fun. by taking this shot at Tim Walz. Watch.
You'll see it tomorrow with JD. It'll be stacked. He's going up against a moron, a total moron. How she picked him is unbelievable. And I think it's a big factor. There's something wrong with that guy. He's sick.
I ordered a 3-month survival kit, and here's why it came in the most boring packaging ever.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Jessica. You've got a guy who was a 6-term congressman. He's in his 2nd term as governor. He's run for major office 9 times. Now he's running for vice president. And they really want to lower expectations as though he's not up to this?
Everybody wants to lower expectations for all their candidates. Donald Trump basically won 2016 because we lowered expectations. He showed up and didn't like vomit on himself, and everyone was like, oh, this will be fine. And then he got to be president. It's a completely normal practice. Donald Trump calling Tim Walz a moron. And over the weekend, he said that Kamala Harris was born mentally challenged or disabled. Joe Biden became that, but Kamala was that way from birth. I'm not a Pollyanna. I can take it, the mean commentary. That does not signify to the American public that you can govern for all Americans or that you're not a little child. So as far as tonight goes, JD Vance has already made history. He's the least popular VP candidate that we've ever had going into this. And Tim Walz, I understand, will be pressed about what happened during the summer after George Floyd was murdered, but he has a really good record to defend. He won re-election in 2022 by a bigger margin than he won the first time. Minnesota is the 6th best state in the country to do business. He got a $3.7 billion surplus. He cut taxes for middle-class Minnesotans. He can talk about all of those things. The foreign policy part will definitely be interesting, especially with Israel at the top of the agenda. And I really want him to press JD Vance on why he voted against the aid package to Israel. This is not the same thing as having Donald Trump up there who says, give Israel whatever they want. JD Vance is an isolationist, someone who's voting against aid to Israel, one of our great allies, as well as to Ukraine.
Dana, some of the articles have characterized Walz as a bit manic, a guy who literally shuts down when he gets most stressed. How's this guy supposed to handle the most difficult job, one of the most difficult in the world, or does he just open the windows and smell the burning rubber?
Well, I think because he in the CNN interview, the one interview he's done, and the CNN interview, he said 700 words total. So I don't think JD Vance needs to win a popularity contest, but I do think that he has to continue to introduce himself to America. Tonight's his biggest audience, but same for Tim Walz. Except for people in Minnesota, nobody really knows who he is. So it's not a popularity contest, but Vance's mission basically tonight is he's not going to try to necessarily make people like him. He has to take the fight to the Harris policy agenda and hit some of those things that President Trump didn't hit in his debate, so that all the good vibes and the joy can be exposed. One thing that I thought Walz has done that I've never understood is he immediately out of the gate made fun of JD Vance for going to Yale and for becoming a venture capitalist. And he said, no one that I've taught has ever done that. As if JD Vance was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, which we all read the book. Like, that's obviously not the case. It was a very strange and weird way to attack JD Vance. So I'm looking forward to tonight. I do think the other thing that's strange is that I think Walz has a more difficult position tonight because, like, when I was press secretary, if somebody asked me, what does George Bush think about this? Like, I knew. How did I know? One, because I probably agreed. 2, I was with him all the time. And 3, he never wavered. He didn't change his position. So I always knew what it was. Imagine you're Tim Walz tonight and you're thinking, wait, is she for that now? Or is she against that now? I can't remember. And he could get caught in something that could be very embarrassing.
What do you think about that, Jesse?
I'd like to respond to what Jessica said. They've called Donald Trump a Nazi so many times he got shot.
JD Vance also called him a Nazi.
And now you're complaining about being called dumb.
I'm not complaining. I'm saying I said I can take it. I said it's not a smart way to try to win an election.
Okay. Well, maybe getting your opponent shot and putting him in jail is not a smart idea either. Tonight is a battle for men, Judge Janine.
Okay.
All right. How sexy is that? They're going to be fighting over us because this is really what it's all about. The Democrats have to stop the bleeding with men, and the Republicans need to run up the score with men. And Walz is going to come out and he's going to try to act like Tim Allen, but he's really Bernie Sanders. And he's going to have the same exact strategy as Kamala Harris had, which is attack Trump and don't talk about any solutions because he doesn't have any solutions, and just make JD look weird and try to make himself look normal. He cannot make any mistakes. I agree with Dana. Either of them can't make a mistake because this race is so tight. Any ridiculous thing that either one of these guys says about tampons or cats is just going to get blasted out everywhere, and that's all everyone's going to talk about. But he does have a challenge because he has to defend himself, he has to defend Kamala, and he has to defend Joe Biden. J.D. Vance has to do what Trump wasn't fully able to do, which is make Harris and Walz own the Biden legacy. And the mics are hot. So he can just turn to this guy and say, you said Bidenomics was working. How? Or why are we hiring you guys after you're in power now? What, you're supposed to fix the problems you created? That's what he should do. And if he's smart, he should attack the media. And since he's such a great storyteller, I'd like to see him say, this is where we were, this is where we are now, and this is where we're going to take you. That's what he needs to do. And I think he'll be very effective.
You know, Greg, they say that he also has a very short fuse. How does JD tap into that?
I don't know. I think you just talk about the issues, but I agree with Jesse that men don't care about joy, right? Being gay does not lower the inflation or lower the crime rates. And I use the word gay in its original sense.
Happy.
Yes. Trump's right. The odds are stacked against him. No matter what happens, Walz will be the winner. The only reason Trump was considered the winner against Biden is that the media couldn't spin Joe Biden's collapse. I do believe that Walz will probably come after Vance over the cats and dogs stuff. And I think Vance could easily just parlay that and go, you know, you're right. I'm probably better at stuff like crime, immigration, inflation, drug addiction, issues of war and service. I'll give you the victory on cat rhetoric, okay? But at the very least, my stories came from citizens. They weren't made up. They weren't lies to falsely attribute valor to my past or pad my resume about, going here or going there. And then he just moves from there to immigration, right? Talk about, why is it that all the policies of his party only go in one direction? Illegals in, not out. Sanctuary cities, the asylum laws, the Remain in Mexico. These were all designed to get an end result, which is now we have rapists and murderers by the thousands in the United States. If he tries to fact check that, that's very simple. He will say, but that's an accumulation over decades. And he can obviously say, so you're telling me somebody from the 1980s or 90s is included in that number? It's obviously weighted towards the present when you look at Venezuela's low crime rate right now, and we have Venezuelan gangs. If it were a consistent number, we would know that, but it's not. So we know that they're talking about the relevant time right now. So I think that's, if he just sticks to the specific policies, I think if you're on the fence, and I can't believe anybody's on the fence right now, but if you're on the fence, that's pretty amazing. Get some preparation H. You're probably going to hear like, oh, this is the Democrats are a bunch of extremists and the right is the Republicans are extremists. That's not going to wash over you. So you just have to go, what is the consensus between everybody? Low crime, low inflation, a strong border. What more could you want? And you just look at and you go, but the problem with Walz is it's on the wrong side of every one of those. So
all right.
That's
Click
so
here
true.
to subscribe to the Fox
And there it
News
is.
YouTube.
There is Walz. They are giving their view, and we are just moments away here from the vice presidential debate. And I am looking forward to this, looking forward to seeing exactly what is going to happen. And I believe, it's not a good idea to just sit here and say, well, who's going to stumble? How are they going to stumble? How are they going to fail? And will this even help? Does this push the needle that they keep talking about? There is another Fox News clip here, but it looks like maybe they have. I'm trying to
make some room in your safe.
The live stream has started yet. I don't believe the Fox News one. Okay, so it's, I mean, we're literally like 15 minutes away to seeing what's going to happen. How bad, how good is this going to be? So I can play a little bit more of Trump. Also looking at, I'm going to share some of this here. This may be good. There we go again. Running into those issues there with the sharing. Okay, let me see if I can fix that. No. Darn, darn, darn. Okay.
I mean, there are countless historic examples of vice presidential debates, not necessarily, moving the needle in the electorate either way, but a moment in which you always remember, and they're in the history books, and they're usually bad. They're usually a gaffe or something. So do you think we're going to see something like that tonight?
You could, but these two candidates are having to do similar things. So, I mean, you go back to the Lloyd Bentsen quote, I knew John Kennedy, you're no John Kennedy. That's one of the most, iconic lines that this came out of these things. I just don't see that probably tonight, but I do see, a little bit of digging back and forth. And it's going to be interesting in where this line may come in, and they both probably already practiced some of these lines, is going to come in into how they respond, to different questions. I can see an interesting line. How does Walz come back to something that Vance may say, Governor Walz, you just said just the other day that we need, to move on from the last, 4 years. Well, that happens to be the Biden-Harris administration. You're telling we agree with each other. We need to move on from that. I think those are the kind of comments that can elicit a response or a non-response that
Campaigns need to attract paying attention, because you can make the argument that if you're voting for Harris, you already know you're voting for Harris. Same with Trump here. Sherry, your thoughts on that question? Are there any persuadable voters left?
Yeah, apparently there are if you listen to these pollsters. But most people have their minds made up right now. There's a small slice of the American public in the 7 swing district or 7 swing states. You've got components of those 7 swing states where you've got a few undecided voters. So there is a really, really small number of people that need to be persuaded still. And my guess is they'll start paying attention here a week or two out from November 5th when they go to the polls.
Okay. Doug, do you think that's the case? We're still too early, or are people paying attention?
we're hardened in pretty good, but I agree with Sherry. There's probably a 3 to 5% margin depending on these states that there could be. But I think it's gonna come down to something different. I think it's actually gonna be more than that. I think it could be in those last 2 weeks. You're gonna say, how do I feel about this election? And you had a 1980 election that looked like that, and you had a 1992 election that looked like that. They're gonna come to the point to say, who do I feel most comfortable with, and do I want to change?
All right, Doug Collins, Sherry Bustos, as always, good to see you guys. We'll talk soon.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, let's take it another quick commercial break. More analysis, more expert reportage coming in.
There's certain issues I'd love to see taken up, but they have to do what they have to do. They have that, I'm sure, very well under control. I think the Supreme Court has really made some very brave decisions over the last year. And I think I'm looking at their approval numbers, and they have approval numbers for everything, but I'm looking at their approval numbers go up and up and up. Yeah, please go ahead, right there. Have fun. I said, JD, have fun. That's true. JD, that's right. We have a big deal going on, and I said, JD, have a lot of fun. He's a smart guy. He's been amazing. He's been a real warrior. Top student at Yale. He was a very brilliant guy in so many different ways. And he's a very hard worker. He goes around and he's not afraid of the media. He'd stand here and he'd answer all of your questions. I have a lot of people that wouldn't do that. They don't like doing that. They get shouted at, and they don't like being shouted at. But JD is very much a warrior. Very much a warrior. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, on oil prices, thank you. Iris Tao with NTD here. The crude oil prices rose by over 2% today after the latest Iranian attacks on Israel. Are you concerned about major oil supply disruptions affecting the U.S.? And do you think Americans are prepared for that?
This
And
needs
also,
to be
secondly,
one of the
on-
biggest differences is that President Trump will sit here or stand here, as I sit here, but he will stand here and he will continue to take questions, which, Kamala Harris won't do that. Waltz won't do that. He'd just be like, they ask him a tough question. He's like, goodbye. Okay. Thank you. Blah, blah, blah. Right. They just turn out. So that is the biggest difference is Trump is sitting here for 20, 30 minutes, taking questions. Kamala Harris won't do that. Biden won't do that. This is the president that we need. We need a president who will stand up here and take these questions, whatever they are, and give real answers. And I think that was the biggest difference between Trump and Hillary Clinton in 2016. I really believe that's why President Trump, or the nominee of Donald Trump, that's why he won. It was because he was different, because he would actually answer questions, because it wasn't just fake news. It wasn't just the same old thing where we say, oh, that's politics. That's politics. He changed the game. And it wasn't politics now. It's Trump-a-mania. And it forces everybody else to step up. It forces these politicians to step up and answer questions. Because they're like, well, Trump can answer that. Why can't you answer that? If Trump can do this, why can't you do this, right? Anything Trump can do, you can do better. We'll prove it. And that's been the biggest problem, is that they haven't been able to. It's always been just, they're just so used to the old way of doing things, the Hillary Clinton way, the George Bush way, the Barack Obama way, that they have not been able to take these questions in, to answer these questions, to do what needs to be done, to talk about the real issues. And that's been a big, big problem for these people. And so that's why I love when Trump is just like, oh, yeah, let's take some questions. And here we go. He's just.
China, you mentioned China. Do you think China might be trying to seize this moment, to take advantage of this moment, try to plan an attack on Taiwan and Indo-Pacific theater? Thank you so much.
Well, you never know with President Xi. I had a great relationship, as you know, with President Xi. He's a very smart guy. So I don't want to read his mind. But he's very smart, and he has a way of doing things. It's very good for China. And he's at the top of his game. Our people are not at the top of their game. So you never really know. I think that China is going to be a very interesting subject over the next couple of years. China's having a lot of problems right now. The economy is having some big problems. They just issued very big stimulus, but it's someplace, and he's a very, people get upset when I say it, but he's a very fierce person. He really is. He's a fierce warrior. He's a fierce challenger. But I had a very good relationship with him. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, behind you.
Thank you. You said two can play at that game when talking about the Department of Justice. How would you use the DOJ if you're reelected?
Well, I think it's terrible what they've done. They've weaponized government to an extent that's nobody's ever seen before. It's done in third world countries, banana republics. But like as an example, they said, oh, the documents case. Well, he was guilty. They basically said he's guilty, but he's incompetent. He's allowed to be president, but he's not allowed to go to court. It was a strange ruling. But I was exonerated from my case. That was a big case, as you know. Down in Florida, we had I don't know the judge, but a brilliant judge, totally brilliant judge. And I was exonerated and fully exonerated.
Can you just imagine for a second here the way that the media asked Trump these questions? Can you imagine if they would do that to Kamala Harris, to Joe Biden, to Tim Walz, to other Democrats? Can you imagine that? Because if they have the gumption, if they can ask Trump these questions, why are they not asking Kamala Harris these same questions? Why are they not asking Walz the same question? Why are they not asking Biden the same questions? These guys, they're supposed to be in charge. You would not even know that Biden is in charge because he's not. You would not even know that Harris is in charge because she's not. Trump is in charge. He is the real president here. He's the only one who is doing presidential things. And the media is treating him like the president too, because they're asking him tough questions. Why are they not asking Harris, Biden, and Walz tough questions? Because they understand exactly what we all get. They are a joke. It is a joke. And the joke is on the people who are going to vote for Harris. The joke is on the people who have voted for Biden. The joke is on all of you who really believe that Biden won in 2020. The joke is on those same people that really think that President Trump did something wrong on J6. He did nothing wrong there. This all started because of the 2020 voter fraud. You've got to start there. And if you don't believe that there was fraud in 2020, I don't know what to tell you. What you going to do when Trumpomania runs wild on you? Because it is coming. It is coming. We're going to get a little taste of it. Going to get a little taste of it here in a couple minutes. We're going to see exactly what Trumpomania 2024 is going to bring to you. And it's going to be all good, even for the people that don't like him, even for the people that will never vote for him, even for the people that don't want anything to do with him, the people that hate him. Cheers, because it is coming. Trump 2024 is here. You've seen it. You know what it is. And it is everything that you want from a president. You want a president to be able to sit up there and answer questions. You're not getting that from Joe Biden. You're not getting that from Kamala Harris, and you're not getting that from Tim Walz. You have to back them into a corner, those three, the three stooges. You have to back those three stooges into a corner to even get them to give you some type of answer. And the media accepts it. And it's probably not the reporters that are just asking those questions. They're just doing their job. They took our job. They're just doing their job. But you can see the big difference here is President Trump will do an hour speech, will then take questions, and he can answer those questions, and he can live up to it, and he can stand up to it, stand up to the scrutiny. And the media is going to claim that they are not biased when they will not do the same thing to the Three Stooges. Why? And to me, that just proves what we all knew, what everybody knows, who the real champion is. The real champion, the real president is Trump. He's the one who can handle it, who can handle the pressure, who has handled the pressure. Look at the 4 years under President Trump. Compare that to the 4 years under Biden. The invasion, the Biden invasion. Compare it, and you can see a big difference. Even if you want to talk about COVID, let's give Trump 2 years. Let's give him 3 years. And you can see the big difference there. The way that the world treated President Trump compared to the way that the world treats Joe Biden and the laughable Kamala Harris? Well, here we go. We are just about ready to start this debate. It is going to start here anytime. Anytime. Where are we at? 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, here we go. And this is it. We'll see what happens here. We'll see who's biased. Again, when I watched the only debate with Kamala Harris and Trump, I thought Trump did great. But again, in the 3 debates or the 2 debates that President Trump did with Joe Biden, I thought he crushed it. I thought Trump did great. He won hands down. The media, other people were saying, "Oh, that's not, Biden did great. He was awesome." And they said the same thing about Kamala Harris. She was great. And then but it was the criticism that got me. Everybody kept saying it was 3-on-1. It was 3-on-1. I was like, I didn't really feel like it was 3-on-1 with Trump and Kamala Harris. I just didn't feel like that. I went back and I was like, yeah, okay, I could see why people say that. I'm still not convinced that it was 3-on-1. I thought Trump did a great job. I thought he handled himself properly. But then when certain points kept coming out, they said, well, this is where, they questioned Trump on these things, but they did not question Harris on this. Like, well, they got some really good points there. So again, we are just a few minutes away here. I've got the Fox News stream ready to go up. JD Vance, Tim Walz face off at CBS vice presidential debate. Now it's interesting. They won't do anything on Fox News. We hear a lot that, well, the CBS, just like ABC, everything is negative. Most of it is negative towards Trump, and it's a lot positive towards Kamala Harris. And then you would counter that. I would counter that with, well, Fox News is probably more positive Donald Trump. I would say 80 to 90% positive for Donald Trump and 20% negative towards Donald Trump, but 20% positive towards Kamala Harris. You would say that. But I'm looking at one thing. I'm looking at comparing Fox News to ABC, CBS, NBC, to the top 3 networks that were there from the beginning. So then, okay, well, you know what? It's not just Fox News. You got Newsmax. Well, then you got News Nation. You got all these other things, right? But it is, if you were to compare, to say, take the top 5 media companies, the top 5 news stations, take those and then see, you would still see that Fox News is in the minority and that they have everything else going against them. I'll give you a good example here. Well, it's not showing up now, but it was. I'm not logged in on my YouTube, and everything is pro Kamala. Everything is pro Kamala Harris. Everything is pro Tim Walz. If I log in, it'll probably change. It'll be more, Fox News. It'll be more Newsmax. Maybe I'll get some Tucker Carlson in there, although I've had some issues with that too. But we are not. It's not a fair playing field, and that's okay. I don't care. I don't think Trump cares either. Here we go.
America decides the
All right,
vice
here we go.
presidential debate.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thought.
Explore the rivers of Europe with Tauck and connect more deeply to the
The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further
We've already
points,
got
with an
commercials.
additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time.
Crazy.
Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back.
He's from a middle class.
And ending the humanitarian crisis in
all you need to know.
Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White
Dangerous.
House. Now, the person closest to them,
that's why people are trying to
kill Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office.
It's
that
not
was Senator
true.
Vance.
This dude's
What
a
we've
liar.
seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to be able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
They haven't protected anybody.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance.
Iran did nothing
Donald
under
Trump pulled that
did
program
everything under
and put
Biden.
nothing else in its place.
Period.
So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of
Because of
Donald
you.
Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blamed Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together so all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote,
They let
letting
him
in
respond,
fentanyl and
they don't
using
let Vance
kids as
respond
drug
that
mules,
much.
among other things?
Yeah,
They're
well,
protecting this
the drug
guy.
mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work
Decrease
to do.
in
But let's
what?
go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States
Exactly.
Congress.
Liar,
That's
liar.
the Border Patrol
Pants
agents.
on
That's
fire.
the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It
You don't need a bill.
crafted by a conservative senator from
don't
Oklahoma,
need a
James
bill on
Lankford. I know he's
immigration.
super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it
Liar,
done.
liar,
Democrats and
pants
Republicans
on
worked on this
fire.
piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as that was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives
Trump is
him a
not in
campaign
office.
issue. It gives
He
him
doesn't
what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things?
crazy.
And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch.
Yes, you
so
can.
look, we
Trump
have
did.
the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this.
He did
and
it.
he promised you,
Did
America,
it.
how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it.
He did.
Less than 2%
And
of
they
that
did.
wall got built, and
Nope.
Mexico didn't pay a dime.
Yes, they
But
did.
here we are again,
This dude
9
is a
years
liar.
after he came down that escalator,
This dude is a liar.
dehumanizing people and telling
They
them what he
know
was going to
they've
do.
lost.
As far as the deportation plan,
Vance
at
is
one
just
point,
like,
Senator
whatever.
Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill,
This
she'll sign it.
pathetic.
Governor, your time
This
is
is
up.
pathetic.
Senator, the question was, will you separate
This-
parents from their children, even
Get 'em,
if their
Vance.
kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we
Advanced.
already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it
They
becomes a
want
talking
Donald
point.
Trump to
And
be
when it
the
becomes
enemy.
a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
He's villainizing Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me
Donald
just
Trump.
ask you the question
Hypocritical.
first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree
did.
that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all,
That's a
the
great
gross
question.
majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well,
Nora?
Margaret, but
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret,
Thank you,
I think it's
Nora.
important
We're
because
going to turn out of the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to
we're-
fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal
and
process.
Kamala-
We
and
have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to get
opened up
to,
that
Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to
One
have,
app has not been on the books.
How dare he quote the Bible?
gentlemen,
I mean,
the audience can't hear you
Walls
because
is-
your mics are cut.
is
We have so
all
much we
about
want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
gays,
Nora.
the
Thank you,
trans,
Margaret.
all that
The
stuff.
economy is
How
a
dare he
top concern
quote the
for
Bible?
voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without
Catherine, feel
ballooning the
free to
deficit?
have
Governor,
me
I'll give you
pause
2
it
minutes.
if you want.
Yeah, thank
but
you. And Kamala
too much for
Harris,
me.
we believe in the
I
middle.
know, it's like they're just annoying.
Grew up in
I
that, we
know.
understand. So those
I
of
like
you out there
Vince, though.
listening
The more I
tonight, you're
hear
hearing a
from
lot of
him,
stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy.
Yeah,
That's
he's been good. I'm surprised.
how's this going to impact me?
I don't know that much
The
about
bold
him. so-
forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new
I like
houses
what you said
proposed
about
under this
advise.
plan
Yeah.
with down payment assistance
I
on
don't
the
believe
front end.
anything he's
In a
saying.
house.
I
A
don't
house
believe
is
he
much
believes it.
more than just
Yeah,
an
every time he lies,
located
he
somewhere.
opens
It's
his eyes really
foundational to where
big.
you're at. And then
Thank you for
making sure
pointing
that the
that
things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went
Really,
into
he's going to
effect.
blame
As
Trump for
far as
that.
the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the
Oh,
middle
shut
class.
up. Rent is
$6,000
high
child tax
everywhere.
credit. We have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families.
Our
And
rent
then
just
getting
went up
businesses off the ground.
14%.
The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, "You're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut." He gave the tax cuts that
Oh,
predominantly went
come
to the top
That is
guys.
such a
What
lie.
happened there
That is
was
such a
an
lie.
$8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you.
We're already
Where
in
are
a
we going?
we're in a
Kamala Harris has
depression.
said to do the things
If
she
we
wants
go
to
to a
do.
recession,
she'll
we'll be
just
better
ask the
off.
wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and
Minnesota
folks
doing
have
right
the
now.
things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Senator, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression.
Trump was one of the
9
people who
million
wanted to
jobs closed
reopen
on that.
the country.
That was day one.
Yeah.
Whether it was the Infrastructure
Biden
Act or
kept
other
it
things we
closed.
moved. Now, you
Closed it down
made a
even more.
question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted.
You made a
Science
note of it.
can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And
Oh,
I
hell
ask
no.
you out
I
there,
wouldn't even
you
listen to
teachers,
them.
nurses,
wouldn't
truck
listen to the
drivers,
Mayo
whatever,
Clinic
how is it
in
fair
Minnesota?
that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years?
Here we go.
Last year as
That's
president.
not true.
That's what's wrong
Why
with
did
the
they
system.
run on that?
There's a
It's
way
not
around it,
true.
and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
Trump never paid tax.
Governor, you say trust
Come
the
on.
experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base
wanna
off
see
to other
Kamala's
countries, to
tax
Mexico
records.
and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that
shipping our jobs overseas.
Venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home.
He's been
The issue
overseas
is Donald
more.
Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a
show
gross
that he
generalization.
did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions.
You don't need any qualifications
We want
for
to
vice
ask you about
president.
your
That's the
leadership
problem.
qualities.
That's a problem.
Yeah, and
Walz,
Kamala is proof of
You
that.
said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly
You're right.
Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989.
Who's the last
But
good vice
Minnesota
president?
Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of
think of
that
one.
year.
Definitely not Pence.
Can you
I
explain
can't-
that discrepancy?
I don't even remember who
Well, and to the folks out
JFK
there who didn't
vice
get at the
president.
top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of
Definitely
400,
not Bush
town that you
Sr.
rode your bike with your
Right.
buddies till the streetlights come on, and
Or,
I'm proud of that
no.
service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms,
Uh-oh.
and then I used the GI
Stolen
Bill
valor.
to become
Stolen
a
valor.
teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China.
Where's your gun?
35 years ago,
Oh, he
to
went
be
to
able to do
China.
that. I came back home and then
Manchurian
started a program
candidate came back
to take
home from
young people
China.
there. We would take basketball
Aw,
teams,
that's so
we would take
nice.
baseball teams, we would take dancers,
Thanks,
and we
Tim.
would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now,
Bring
look,
tampons?
my community
Do it now.
knows who I am.
It's on the way
They
back.
saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the
yeah.
best I can,
Let's see
but I've not been
Minnesota.
perfect. And I'm a
Minnesota's
knucklehead at
doing
times,
great.
but it's always been about that.
Don't you
Those
know?
same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my
Then
commitment
they
has
burned
been
down
from the
Minnesota.
beginning.
Come
make
on.
sure that
Yeah,
I'm
it
there
only
for the
just goes to
people,
show how
to make
stupid
sure
the
that I
people of
get this right.
Minnesota
I
are.
will say more than anything.
And that's my home
Many
state,
times
okay?
I will talk a
I
lot.
could
I will
talk.
get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would
love
make the
China.
case that
Why don't you
Donald
go
Trump
marry
should have come
China,
on one of
Tim?
those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is
Trump
about
was
trying
tough
to
on
understand the world. It's
Who
about
else
trying to
was?
do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier,
If
or
you
was
gotta
being a
say
good
you're
member
good
of
at
Congress,
teaching,
those are the things
may
that I
not
think
be
are the
good at
values that people care about.
Governor, just
He
to
toots
follow
his
up
own
on that,
horn.
the question
wanna
was,
hear
can
from his
you
students. Let's see if
explain
the
the
students were-
discrepancy?
say he
All
was
I
a
said on this
teacher.
was, I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what
Valor.
I've said.
Still on Valor.
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protest went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Look at his eyes. He's lying.
You're right.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance,
Thank you,
in
Catherine.
2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy
I wish they
stances
would
to
give
align
Tim
with
Walz the
his.
same type of questions.
If you
but
become
they're not
vice
going to.
president, why should Americans trust that
Yeah,
you
he's
will
getting
give
nothing but
Donald Trump the
softballs.
advice
That's
Yeah,
it.
he needs
Vance
to
will
hear,
knock it out.
and not just the advice
It's
he wants
they're
to
not
hear?
giving Vance.
You have 2
all
minutes.
questions.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're not probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you.
Yeah, Walz
Now to the
has no
of
issue.
reproductive rights. Governor Walz,
has
after
no
Roe
issue with
versus
China, how
Wade was
China
overturned,
treats its
you
people.
signed a bill
That's
into
okay.
law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was
It's all
that
Trump's
he put the
fault.
judges in and overturned Roe
What'd you say?
versus Wade. 52
Answer
years
the
of
question.
personal
He won't
autonomy.
answer the question.
And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the
He doesn't
state.
want to
It's
give
a
his
beautiful
view on
thing.
it.
Yeah, he's
Amanda
slamming
Zalorski
Trump.
would disagree
Yeah, he's
with you
slamming
on it's
Trump.
a beautiful
You're right.
thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in.
Kill the baby.
Medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in
It is.
Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home,
Actually,
got
there's
more
sepsis,
freedom now.
nearly dies,
See,
and now
this
she may
is
have
the
difficulty
lie that
having
has
children.
to stop.
Or
Yeah.
in Kentucky,
People see
Hadley
it.
Duvall,
People see it.
a
Good
12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are
Kill the
horrific.
baby.
Now, when God asked about that,
That's all they
Senator
want.
Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota,
there is a
what
right.
we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that
Kill
we
the
put
baby if you want
women
to.
in charge of their health care. But look,
Yeah, kill the
this
baby.
is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal
It's also a
mortality
basic human right to keep
skyrocket
your
in
legs
Texas,
together.
outpacing many other countries in the world.
Sorry, that was
This
kind of
is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the full.
Oh, there you are. You know, I just want to put this out there. You know, I worked in an ER for a long time, and I've seen the children who were abused. The youngest one I personally am aware of was an 11-year-old little girl. And what's the guy's name? Walt. Who's the Democrat? Nimrod.
Yeah, Tim Walz.
Walz. Okay. This is the problem with the Democratic Party. They're spewing this garbage. They're putting it out there like it's a do or die. They're going to end up in a back alley and everybody's going to die. And it's such a lie. And it never, ever, ever, out of all the time that I ever worked in a hospital, even in states where they didn't allow, you know, abortions or whatever, if it was a medical emergency, the procedures were done to save the life of the mother. End of story. Across the board, the life of the mother came first, unless specifically she stated, if it's at all possible, save the child. That's later on in pregnancies. Earlier, it just doesn't happen. I really wish people would get this through their freaking thick skulls that it doesn't work the way the Democrats are saying it works. It's not how the medical field does business. And the fact, and instead of saying, you know, as human beings, by now in the year 2024, we should be a little bit more control of our libido to be able to control certain issues instead of using that as a form of getting rid of an inconvenience. When you're looking at the true statistics behind why abortions are done, the vast majority have nothing to do with any health issues. It all has to do and has nothing to do with abuse or, you know, those other really horrible situations. That's the small minority of the excuses why these are done. The vast majority are done because either they didn't prepare or the mode of birth control failed.
It was more convenient for them. Would you agree with that?
Yes. It was all about convenience, and
All
it
about
would have
them.
been inconvenient to have a child, but yet, and these are by people who will have more than one. There are women I have seen that have had 5, 6, 7. Well, I'm sorry. That is a form of, you know, inconvenience. I don't want to use birth control, or I know it's not working for me, but I don't care because I can always just have it sucked out of my womb. That is the problem. And so It's just frustrating. I just want people to understand that in the medical field, if a woman's life is in danger, I don't care if the state has abortions or doesn't have abortions. If that woman's life is in danger and she's pregnant and the pregnancy is not viable, that pregnancy is terminated. It happens all the time in the case of ectopic pregnancies, every single time, because they are not viable. So they have to go in and remove that fetus, whether it's on, in a fallopian tube or outside of the uterus, they are removed. They have to, because it's not going to live. So when you get the people like Waltz who go around trying to spew like, oh, they're going to stop that and they're not going to have birth control, it's such a lie. But yet again, in 2024, we have people believing that and still spouting it. Okay, I'm off my soapbox now. Thank you.
No, yeah, and it does kind of seem like even the whole Roe v. Wade thing to me, at first, like this is a good thing, this is great, which I still kind of agree with. It is good, but it does put it back into those states where those states can do whatever they want. So
and it should be, yes, and absolutely should be into each state's, like in what he was saying, that it shouldn't be, it absolutely should. That's why we move to certain states, because we will congregate with like-minded people. It gives us the opportunity to have that individualism. If we all abide by the federal rule and under one umbrella, it's no longer individual thought and we're conscious. You're not going by your conscience anymore. You're going by a law that they decide is good for you, instead of you saying, wait a minute, I want to decide what's good for me and I'll move where that works. And it's so frustrating.
Yeah, and that's why you have that's where it puts it back into the people to say, hey, this is more reason to actually vote. Whatever your view is on this, this is why you vote for this person, vote for that person based on those views. It's like it takes it out of the federal government, where the states can no longer say, you know what, hey, I agree with you, we shouldn't kill babies and everything, but it's a federal law, so we can't do anything. Now it really puts the pressure on the states. This is more draining the swamp. From my view, this is more of how you drain the swamp. You put them in that spot. You shine a light on the cockroaches and you say, okay, now what? Now, what is your view on this? And because this is how we are going to vote. They always want to make it about Trump, but Trump, it's all anti-Trump. But no, now it's back in the states to say, now what? Now, what do you think about this? And then this, based on that, this is how the people are going to vote. So it really puts it back into the stage, which I think is a good thing too.
Yeah, it just makes sense. Okay, thank you for stopping that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Keep on pausing. We'll keep pausing here. I probably should have paused a few times instead of talking over them, but it's too much for me. Tim Walz is way too much for me. The Minnesota thing, the David Crowley. I mean, anyways, I'm going to continue on here.
Fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Yeah. And that's for me, Catherine, that's a difficult reality, because it kind of feels like, as a Christian, I don't believe that any abortion in any way is right. That's my view on it. And so it makes it very difficult for me to, find a way to kind of justify that. Like, how do you justify that with these states? But at the same time, this world is not about me and my views here. And so for whatever reason, here we are, where, because let's say that Roe v. Wade went the other way, and it was like, no, they couldn't do that. They couldn't do that. You know, there was no option for it. So, well, Jesus teaches us that you have, you know, freedom. You have free will. God gives us free will. So at that point, it's kind of like, you know, it's a tough issue for me, because I am not in favor of abortion at any level, killing the baby at any time, anything. But it's not about me, and that's what I've come to realize.
You know, again, there are situations like if it's ectopic, it's not viable. It's not going to survive. End of story. It can't, especially when it implants in a tube. Yeah, it can't. It's impossible. So in those circumstances, there is only one option to save the life of both, or to save the life of the mother, and that's to go in and remove the tube. Unfortunately, that's going to end up in the death, but the fetus is going to die anyway. It's just how it works. But you know, I'm old enough that I have lived through the pre-Roe v. Wade situation where it wasn't allowed. And then you hear all this, oh, well, they'll go in a back alley and get an illegal abortion and women die. Oh, okay. Did it happen once in a while? Yeah. Was it an ongoing thing where it was a real big problem? No. But they'll take one or two situations and all of a sudden build an entire campaign going, oh, we have to save them from going to the, you know, the illegal doctors. Oh, stop. You know, just stop. And too many people keep believing that rhetoric. And
it's like a fast food thing. It's just like, it just felt like I would, you know, drive down here and there's a Planned Parenthood there. There's a Planned Parenthood here. It was like they're making it too easy for people to just say, well, let's just kill the baby and I'll go on. And
Planned Parenthood was never, ever put in there to help you plan to become a parent. It was put in place to plan you to get rid of so you don't ever have to be a parent. When you go in there, I think it was when I was pregnant with either my daughter or my son. It's been a long time. Okay, my kids are older. Okay, you're the same age as my daughter. But anyway, okay. But you know, so you go in there. It used to be you could go in, and if you could, you know, wanted to double check or whatever, they would run a pregnancy test. So, you know, go in, get the test done, comes back. Yeah, it's positive. Oh, by the way, did you need to talk to somebody? We have some pamphlets here. And I'm like, I'm not getting rid of my child. I just wanted to make sure I was pregnant. And it was never about, here's what's going to be best. Here's some steps for you to take to make sure you have a healthy, happy baby. It's a good delivery. It was all about, how can we help you end this pregnancy? And I'm like, no, it's not going to happen. And so again, I really think that name is such a misnomer. It has, again, nothing to do with planning to become a parent. It's all about the destruction of the family and the destruction of a human life. And that's just not okay.
Yeah, because Planned Parenthood has nothing to do with killing anyone. That means that it's unplanned, right? It's the opposite. It's like, well, like, how do you call it Planned Parenthood when obviously they're doing things because they didn't plan their parenthood? It's unplanned parenthood.
And they lied to so many young women and young girls. And I would talk to a lot of, again, in the field of work that I was in the medical field, a lot of them, not all, not every single woman that went through there and had an abortion regretted it, but a lot. In fact, I would say the majority back then, maybe nowadays, because girls are just raised to just get rid of everything and you don't have to feel guilty. So, but back then when they actually had a conscience, there's so many of them would sit there and cry and, you know, have to come in for mental health issues because they got rid of a pregnancy that in the long run, after the shock wore off, they wanted the baby, but it was too late. They were already talked into getting rid of it. And then that's a burden that they then had to carry for the rest of their lives. And yeah, it sucks, that entire issue.
Thinking about that, do you think that the people that were forced way back in the day to sacrifice their children before the altar of Baal or before the altar of these whatever. Do you think maybe they felt that same way? It's like, wow, I sacrificed my child, and they regret it. That's something you have to live with for the rest of your life, because that is a part of you, and a gift from God. Every child is a gift from God. I got 2 back here just running around, but it's a gift from God, right?
Yeah, they absolutely are. But I think back then, I think there could have been some that did, but then others, depending on if they were really into and ingrained into that religion, so to speak, there are people who would think like it was an honor. Oh, I did the best thing I possibly could. My child was offered to this deity, and it was the greatest sacrifice I could ever commit. And unfortunately, today, women are constantly offering themselves and the lives of their children on an altar of some sort. They may not look at it as an altar, but it is definitely, is it the altar of greed, the altar of convenience, the altar of finance? They will take whatever. And some of them, will regret it. Others will just go, oh yeah, it was the right thing to do. I did the right thing for me. And then they come back another year later doing it again, instead of, teaching. Now, I don't know. That's a whole different topic. I'll just shut up because I'll go off.
That's kind of been my question, kind of where it's like, what you don't want to make it easy for people. You don't want to make it easy for people to do drugs.
Right.
You don't want to make it easy for people to do anything bad. You want to actually make it difficult so that way they have time and they understand, wow, it wasn't just like, hey, I could just walk over here and kill my baby. It's like, no, you had to travel to another state. You had to drive out of state. You had to do all these things. You had to falsify documents, et cetera, et cetera. You want to make it difficult for people to do bad things. You don't want to make it easy, because when you make it easy, then that person that is just sitting in the back seat, everybody else is doing drugs, and like, well, okay, I'm here too. I'm gonna do this too, And it's different from when I was a kid, where people were drinking 40 ounces, and then I'm drinking a 40 ounce too, because they got the 40 ounce, I got the 40 ounce too. It's a big difference than what we're talking about here. There's life consequences. And there's consequences that you have to deal with God, with Jesus here. And so when it comes to that, that's one of the main reasons why I'm like, this is not good. We should not be allowing anyone to kill their baby. If they want to do the back alley abortion thing, like if people want to kill their babies, they're going to find a way to do that. If people want to do drugs, they're going to find a way to do that. I just don't believe that it's good to make it easy. The fast food abortion thing that I've seen in California for my whole life, it is not good.
Right. And here's the thing that a lot of the younger people today don't understand how, they'll hear stories from the Democrats where they try to demonize, the fact that abortions were not legal for a long time. And now, like you're 100% right. If somebody wants to do something, they're going to find a way to do it. But back then, before Roe v. Wade was even a thing, young boys and girls, were they still doing the deed before marriage? Yes, they were. It's never not going to be that way. However, there were more younger people when they were caught in that situation that were forced to grow up, right? And so it led to a lot of them thinking maybe twice about it, not saying it always worked, but there were a lot that didn't choose that path because they knew what could have been the outcome. Whereas today, there's nothing stopping any of them. So it is a free-for-all. They have taken the moral compass away from our children and just said, hey, do what Aleister Crowley saying, do as thou wilt, whatever feels good, do it. And unfortunately, that really has devastated, the world, not just America, but the world. But if there's one glimmer of hope, I've been watching a lot of videos and a lot of like TikToks and stuff of younger people, people in their early 20s and stuff. And these youngins are actually saying, hey, wait a minute, we shouldn't be sleeping around, and we shouldn't just be doing things without being with somebody and connected in a way to somebody. So I think there's hope. Maybe these young people will bring it back.
Amen. There's always hope.
Mhm.
I definitely agree with that. There's always, even watching this, and I'm glad that you're here with me watching this, Catherine, because it just gives me hope here too.
Well, thanks for letting me yak.
No, keep it coming here. We'll keep going on. We'll see how far we can make. I don't know how much longer this debate is. Here we go.
Would you like to respond and also answer the question
Yeah.
about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong
This
about,
was-
Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong
That is
about?
not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting against, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with.
Okay, let's hold on here for a second. Mind your own business. Do the communists mind their own business? No. JD Vance, JD Vance is bringing up some great points. I'm glad that he brought them up. I'm glad that he pressed Walz on this stuff, because mind your own business. How does Tim Walz say mind your own business, and then at the same time will try to dictate what we should do? Well, maybe he should mind his own business, right? I mean, that's what freedom is. That's what freedom is. So when they talk about Roe v. Wade, this was a bad thing. Wait a minute, I thought you wanted to mind your own business here. So now you have the option to. With the Roe v. Wade decision, you did not. Women didn't have the option to, and now they do. Mike, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here.
And it's so stupid, because he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. Vance is like, leave it up to each state, which I agree with that. I don't agree with abortion, but I really think it should be up to the states. Each state should make its own laws. Should not be federal.
Yep.
And that again, we can move where we want to move. We can move what's going to support the standards that in morals that we as individuals want to live by. And then you've got numbnuts over here going, no, it should be federal, but then mind your own business and don't tell somebody what they want to do. Dude, you can't have it both ways. It's one or the other.
How do you have a federal government is not going to mind its own business? That's the point of it. I mean, this guy he's just like with JD. He wants JD Vance to mind his own business and just not get involved in what he and the federal government want to do if they become the federal government, even though Kamala Harris is the federal government who can do anything that the federal government needs to get done. And they can't.
Why? Okay, question. Why hasn't Kamala or Pedo Joe done anything these last almost 4 years? If all of these issues meant that much to them, they would have been taken care of. They don't mean squat to them at all. No. It's just it's like a sounding board for her trying to score points, because nobody wants her. Nobody voted for her. She had 0%. She had to drop out of the race the last time. She had 0% votes. And how she got stuck on Biden's ticket, I'll never know. And so now we've got that idiot. So we either have a bumbling pedophile or a laughing hyena who's going to be stuck in office.
Yeah, who is telling us that she's black, pretty much. So
yeah, she's not black.
Black. Barack Obama's black. Let's vote for them because they're black. As if any serious voter is really going to vote for them because they're black. And the mentally ill, yeah, they may. And as the media tells us, hey, the country is anti-black, so let's vote for a black person. It's kind of what it is, right? The police are running around the white cops are running around shooting everyone that's black. is what they want us to think. So hey, let's get rid of the
Yeah,
cops
and if
and
people
everything.
really were to look at the real statistics, there are more white people killed by cops than there are black people.
That's true.
Tens of thousands of more every year. But do you think they'll cover that? No, because that's not a good point to try to, get sympathy and get somebody upset over something that doesn't exist.
Right, because they want us in these cages. They want us, white versus black. And I'm so sick of the anti-white stuff. I'm so sick of it. It bothers me so much, and it should bother every Christian, because if you are a Christian, you open up your Bible, in the first book, we all came from the same source. We are from Adam and Eve. That's it. There are no races. We don't worry about the races. Yeah, obviously, you can look at me and Catherine. You can see where our skin colors are different. Everything. I don't consider her white. I just
you're a human. I'm sorry, we're
You know?
humans. But we're all come from the human race.
That's
But here,
it.
you know what? I just thought of something, Greg. Out of the 10 years I worked in an emergency room, there are lots of times where police officers bring in, people, and then we have to take care of them. They're, cuffed to the bed before they're hauled off down either to, the detox tank or jail or whatever. Now, go ahead and guess how many times. And I have worked in the emergency room in Fayetteville, which is, that's a bad place, right? And a really high percentage of where you have the black people versus the white people. I don't think we're black and white. We're just humans, right? So,
Right.
But you know what I mean? There's a super high of both of them. And I worked in, so Texas, North Carolina, Colorado, out of these 3 states. Now, guess how many times I actually had to deal with or saw a police officer bring in and arrest a black person. Guess. Compared to whites. Now, because you know how they're trying to say that the black
It's
people always
probably
pick on.
minimal. Yeah.
Huh?
It's probably a minimal number. 0. Wow.
Zero. Never once did I ever see a police officer bring in handcuffed a black person into our emergency room. Lots of white guys, and I mean a lot, and had to take care of them. When we're talking guys that were, pretty violent versus some that were just, drunk and had their shoes on wrong. And,
And you're probably not taught to treat white people or black people or Mexicans you're probably not taught to treat them any differently.
Nope. No, we didn't.
There's
Not at
no
all.
training that is saying, hey, let's, make sure, hey, if it's a white person, let's give them the extra shot, or let's take
There
care
was
of
only
them.
one time, and that was at the very beginning when I actually saw a difference in treatment of a young black male that came in by the treating physician. And he came in and he was expelling the pink foam from his lungs and from his mouth. And so the attending physician was trying to convince everybody that the guy was on drugs, right? Now you look at this young man and you're just like going, no. And there were other now here's the caveat. There were other physicians there, 2 others that sat there and were arguing with this guy and said, it's not drugs. There's something else going on with this young man. And so as we're having to cut off clothes and we're getting this poor kid set up and we're trying to get him stabilized, and he's crashing and he's got all this pink sputum coming out. And, finally, this doctor was so convinced that he was right. He's pulling blood and, rushing that to the lab. It came back, that kid was clean. I mean, clean. And it just turned out that he had a pulmonary embolism, which was actually, so once they got, the real diagnosis and got him treated, we got him stabilized really quick. But that was the one and only time. But yet he had 2 physicians that were standing up for him versus the one who was convinced it was something else. But any other time, and I've treated, every nationality you can think of, and they were all treated with respect and all treated with dignity. The minute they came in, they weren't a color. They were a patient that needed help. And that's all we could do. And I will tell you, if anybody, and it didn't matter where the person came from, but if there was an employee or medical staff who treated any patient, whether they were homeless, rich, middle class, it didn't matter. If you treated them with any kind of disdain or ill rapport, you lost your job.
That's a lawsuit.
Yeah. I mean, the hospital got rid of you. It's like they didn't have time for you. And
Yep.
so, this is the thing that people, they don't understand when they're hearing rhetoric, especially from these Democrats from California and Minnesota who are out there spewing all this garbage, the whole George Floyd thing. I mean, that guy was a criminal. He was in the middle of a criminal act, a felony act that he was doing. He had already OD'd on drugs. He was taking more fentanyl. That man had so many drugs in his system. I'm surprised, excuse me. I'm surprised he made it to the store to try to pass off, counterfeit money. He knew he was passing off counterfeit money, trying to steal something from the establishment. He should have been dead before he even stepped foot in that door. So the police officers didn't kill him. The man killed himself. He died from a drug overdose. But yet, instead of spelling out the truth and getting people to say, hey, this was a bad guy, he punched his pregnant girlfriend in the stomach trying to kill his own child. Yeah, let's go build a bench and statues for this man. No, he was a bad person. But yet, instead of saying, hey, this guy did something wrong, it's like, let's divide the country and burn down everything, because now we're going to use this as a soapbox to get, our agenda pushed through. And that's criminal.
Yep. And I'm so glad that you brought that up, because it's so relevant with Tim Walz, because I didn't know who Tim Walz was. And actually, Dan Hennon, he was the one who started, as soon as, Tim Walz was about to be the vice presidential nominee, he started posting stuff. And I'm like, wow, this guy, okay, he's the Minnesota governor. During all of these things that happened, he let his state burn down. And then I heard Trump actually talking about, hey, Trump said Tim Walz called him and was like, hey, can you help me? Can you help me? Because I got these people here that are coming here to protest me and everything. And Trump helped him out too. All that's it's going to come out. Of course, the media, as we see with this debate currently, which we will get back to here, but as we can see that they are just kind of locked in this fake bubble, that I was locked in to this fake bubble because I didn't know any better. There are people that are watching that may even think that Tim Walz is doing great, and that he's making sense, and that Vance is bad and Trump is bad. And the one thing that really bothered me about what we have seen so far is that it has been repeated and repeated and repeated over that Trump is dangerous.
Yeah, and he's not.
He's not dangerous. If you don't like him, okay, cool. He's not dangerous. Trump is not going to grab a gun and go and shoot anybody. Those are the people that are dangerous.
Yeah.
The people that want to actually commit harm towards other people and that are vocal, they are dangerous. And you are not going to see too many people. You see many high-profile people, Kathy Griffith. You see these high-profile people that are saying not only is that Trump is dangerous, but they are posting videos, posting photos with Trump's head cut off. People like Snoop Dogg, because Snoop Dogg did this too. He's learned, obviously, he's changed his view. He's more pro-Trump now. But Snoop Dogg actually did a music video where he has a guy who looks like Trump, and Snoop Dogg points a gun at him and shoots him. I mean, that's how.
What?
bad-
I didn't
yeah,
even see that.
yeah,
Wow.
that's
Yeah,
how
but
bad
if
it's bad.
we did that with like say an Obama, I don't think it should ever be done.
Federal
But
investigation.
Obama or even Biden, we would be arrested and thrown in prison.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But if you do it towards Trump, they know it's kind of lax, and it does remind me of the George Bush. The George Bush thing. Whereas it's kind of like it was okay to criticize George Bush, to call him a war criminal, to show, you know, videos of a puppet, a George Bush puppet being hung. That was cool, right? Even though I am not a Bush fan or anything like that, but it did open my eyes to kind of think like, wow, we got to be really, really careful about what we say, what we do here, especially as a Christian here. You know, how am I going to be a Christian here? And I'm going to say, yeah, I follow Jesus and I want you to follow Jesus. And I want to talk to you about Jesus Christ, but let's go ahead and let's do violence on these political opponents, which is completely opposite from what Jesus has taught. So for me, you know, just watching this whole Trump thing, because I was not involved in politics, you know, I didn't really care. I didn't really, you know, it was all anti, like that's secondary. It was really only when Trump got involved that I got involved more. Now, when Clinton, I wanted to get involved, but I was young. I didn't know anything. I still don't know anything right now. But it was different then. But it was just like there was something very different when Trump ran and when he won. You know, then it really, like, ever since then, I've really been in trying to be involved in this, because it seems like, for me, there's something spiritual here, just like with the David Crowley case, right? I wasn't really a David Crowley fan and everything, but there was something spiritual here. And where, like I said, wherever God leads me, I'm just going to go. I'm going to follow that. I'm going to go with that. And I do, for whatever reason, feel like God is leading me here. I got a RFK Jr. hat. You know, I got Trump mania here. I mean, this is just, to me, this is just where God is leading me here. I don't know where it's going. I thank you for helping me edit my book. I've got some new edits to send to you, by the way.
Okay.
But I definitely, you know, thank you for helping me edit this book. I could not do this book without you. What I have learned from this process is I need an editor. I have
We
learned
all
that.
do. All writers do.
I couldn't afford one, so thank you for helping me with this. I hope that I can compensate you somehow, because I could not afford to pay an editor to do what you have done.
No, you have helped me see a lot of stuff. I mean, that to me is like being able to read what you're writing. That's payment enough, because I've learned a lot, because I had no clue about a lot of the stuff that you were writing. Not a clue.
Well, thank you, my friend. We got a lot more to cover about that, but let's get back to this here, because I'm sure JD Vance and it's just nuts. This whole thing as well. Thank you very much, my friend, for joining me.
Much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
It does seem to me, you can tell me how you feel about this. It does seem like it's a very respectful debate so far, right? It's just kind of like,
I mean, yeah, Waltz doesn't answer any questions. He constantly is skipping out on what he's supposed to answer. But all in all, I do think both sides are being real respectful to each other.
Waltz has never said that he came from a middle class family. Now, Vance was kind of close. He was like, he almost said that. He almost fell into that trap of the middle class family thing. But Waltz at least has never said that, because we know he hasn't. Waltz's China comments, I think, were very interesting. I was very curious.
That was weird, because it's like he's really pushing his, pumping up China. And I'm like, dude, that's like our number one enemy. Why are you pumping them up? Yeah, doing that for America.
I know. And then at the same time, he's like, "Hey, we need to mind your own business." To me, that was like, oh my God, that would be like something when I as a kid would walk past people getting into a fight and somebody's getting jumped, or like somebody's getting seriously hurt, and they say, mind your own business. Like, you're the bad guy because you want to stop the fight, because you want to make sure everybody's okay and everything. Minding your own business, is a bad thing. And that may be the problem, because it also hit me in the gut, where I was like, mind your own business here. I wasn't concerned about what the country was doing to other countries. I wasn't concerned about the wars, the children involved, everything like that. because we just were like, mind your own business. Well, the USA, I would love for the USA to mind their own business. The problem is we have a global government. We have a shadow government. We have the New World Order that wants to make everything we do their business. So they want to mind our business, but they don't want us to mind somebody else's business. It's just a crazy scenario to me. But to hear that directly from Tim Walz, I think that's going to be a big issue where he says, just mind your own business. That could be used for good. That could be used for bad. I don't know. I have no idea. Let's continue on a little bit. I'm sure this is almost over. I hope it's almost over. Thank you, Kat, for joining.
Thank you for letting me be here.
I would have checked out.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms.
It's not by firearms.
That's a lie.
It is always by drugs. It is always by the farm. These kids are always on pharmaceutical drugs. In all of these cases, pharmaceutical drugs are always involved. And I love that RFK Jr. has said when Trump gets into office and when Trump puts him into office, they're going to make these people accountable. Because if you say, okay, if you're going to make this drug and you're going to give this drug to people, you could be liable. If you make that simple thing right there, it changes the whole game. Because if you say you can make this drug, you can do this thing, and you are not liable, if somebody does something, it changes everything. Whereas if you say, you know what, we want to make sure, we have good health, issues for everybody. But if you're doing something that is wrong, you could be held liable. To me, that's a big deal. That's something that I didn't even know, that a lot of these companies could not even be held liable. This is coming from RFK Jr., somebody who has won a case from Monsanto, maybe the only person.
That's good. That's good. Well, and again, this is another point in a bone of contention for me, is that gun violence, quote unquote, is not the number one killer. If he's saying drugs, I'm going to go with knives. Knives will generally kill far more. And then you've got drugs. The entire time, again, I spent 10 years in an emergency room, 10 freaking years of my life, almost 11. So I just say 10. You know how many gun deaths I saw?
How many?
None. Do you know how many knives I saw? How many knife wounds came in? And alcohol related stuff, and then drug related stuff, and then violence, fighting. It was all the time. Every day almost we're dealing with knives, alcohol, or drugs. But gunshot, not one. So, but it does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying people don't understand because they listen to these so-called statistics and they believe it. And it's a freaking lie because they're trying to, get people to their side to vote how they want people to. So they lie to them. It's irritating. I'm like, no.
No, it is. And it's always about the guns. Like, wait a minute. Why don't we look at why kids are picking up guns, however they get them? Why are they doing this? And are there drugs involved? Are there other things involved? Because if we just are going to just blame the guns, we're never going to get to the root of the problem.
Well, I have yet to see a weapon kill somebody. It takes a person behind that weapon pulling the trigger to do. Same thing with the knife. A knife isn't going to kill you unless somebody picks it up and stabs you with it. It's not the weapon. It's the person holding that weapon that makes it a deadly thing. But yeah, and if gun violence is getting any higher, it's the only thing we hear about. You don't hear about people, stabbing, which there have been a lot of recently. I think somebody out with a katana and they went out cutting people up and slicing them up, but whatever.
Because nobody had a gun to stop him.
Yeah, you don't hear about it. And so it's like they'll take, you know, a quote unquote mass shooting or whatever, somebody shoots somebody, and then they just throw that in the news. And that's what they're keeping in front of everybody. So it's the only thing they hear. So they think that's the only thing going on. And instead of the media reporting what's really the bigger problem, because if they did that, then they can't convince the rest of the world to try to get rid of your weapons.
Right.
It's the only thing we have as American citizens to protect ourselves from the government. Like we look at Waltz, and I know this is off on a tangent, but he's trying to get the government to control and have the final say. And the only way we as Americans stop that from happening is our right to defend ourselves. But the moment they take that away, we now become no different than Russia, China, Korea, North Korea. Iran, you know, the Middle East, we now become them. And if they want to live like that, then go live over there for a few years and then come back and tell me how you like it.
Good luck with that. But the only, I mean, they never talk about, well, how does the gun violence get stopped? How do these shooters get stopped? It's usually by a gun. It's either because they were killed by a gun or because they were threatened to be killed by a gun. So they give up. But the gun violence, how do you stop gun violence? The number one thing that stops gun violence is a gun.
Yep. You have to have equal or greater threat. And if you don't, you can't, you know, like they always say, don't take a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah, there's nothing else that is going to stop a crazy dude with a gun. It's you're not going to stop them by making laws. Hey, we got this law, and he's going, oh, okay, you got this law. Okay, I'll drop my gun on the ground. That's never going to happen. The only way you're ever going to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. That's just common sense to me. Obviously, these moderators know better than me. They're on mainstream news. They must know what's going on. Let's hear.
Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Waltz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90%, in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents. And they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead. And they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws.
This doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, is he saying that we need to get rid of the good people cannot have guns, that he and Senator Vance should not have guns because other people may use guns to kill people? I'm not exactly sure what he's saying here.
Yeah, I don't either. It's the same thing. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. Oh, we need better gun control and more secure schools isn't it. But, oh, by the way, I hunt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, again, he doesn't answer the freaking questions. Answer the question.
Answer the question.
It just gets to me.
I just don't think does he think that if he doesn't have a gun, that's going to help solve school gun violence? No. I don't know. Okay, well, let's hear.
Enhanced background checks. And we can start to get data. But
oh my God, stop this right now.
If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow.
Okay.
Background checks?
I am so sick of these Democrats who say this crap all the time. Do you have any idea? Okay, I have a concealed carry. I'm putting it out there. I had to go through the entire process. Do you know how many background checks I had to go through? And I'm in a state, even though it's democratically pretty much run, we have some pretty, they're not easy here. I had to go through a city background check through the police department. I had to go through the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. I had background check with them. And then I had to pass a credit report. They dug into my background and they did it more than once. And so it wasn't easy. I didn't just walk in and just was handed a concealed carry. I had to prove it. Is that your phone? Is that your computer making noises?
Yeah.
Okay. And so and this is another misnomer that really just irks me to the bone. Again, these Democrats who hear this garbage by people like Waltz or whatever his stupid name is, it's like, no, background checks are, and it's across the board. You have to have a city level background check and a state level background check. And then some states you even have to wait because then you have to pass, a credit check. You don't just get handed a weapon. We who have them legally, we have jumped through hoops left and right. But like what Vance is trying to say, with these dumbass Kamala Harris and that dumbass Waltz doesn't seem to understand, a criminal is not going to abide by the law. A criminal never abides by the law. And a criminal, if they want to do something, they're going to do it and will find a way.
There you go. Anything else?
No, I'm sorry. That just makes me so angry.
All right. Well, I'll keep stopping here because obviously he's got it all figured out. Waltz, the guy who let his state, his cities burn down in the summer of love and is not backed by the police. And you can look at the way that his state has been run, and it kind of looks like California, which, oh, by the way, Kamala Harris has a big history with California there. So there you go.
And do you see where he pulls on the heartstrings all the time, bringing up Floyd and then Sandy Hook? He's just tugging at people's heartstrings. He's not stating anything that's factual or true. He just wants to try to get sympathy.
Yeah, and they're just hoping that the people that are going to vote for them are dumb. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's what it is. It is what it is, as people say. And people, my friend Walter Bradley, our friend Walter Bradley used to tell me, it is what it is. And I'd be like, I don't know what that means. What do you mean it is what it is? It is.
Now you know.
Doesn't it? Yeah, now I get it, right? So God bless you, sir. And keep shining a light down on us because we need it here. The world needs it. Let's continue on with and this image just kind of explains the whole debate, I think. Here we go.
Allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it. And
I mean, the research, research is good, but the problem is the research always shows that the gun violence is not really about guns. It usually goes back to these kids being on some type of, drugs. They call them pharmaceutical. They don't want to call them drugs, but there are drugs. Coffee is a drug, you could say. It's a stimulant, right? So, I mean, but they are on some type of drugs. They never want to research that part. They just want to research the part that fits their narrative.
Well,
But-
and then
but-
they pick and choose because, again, when you're looking at the overall stats on gun violence, it doesn't even come remotely close to knife violence every year. But yet they won't talk about that because then what are they going to, do a push to get rid of all of our butter knives? Because, oh, heaven forbid, it's insane.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's never, they always want to blame the guns because they just want to take away your guns. That's really what it is. I mean, I don't know how else you can really say it, but they don't want to take away their guns, by the way.
Exactly.
They want to make sure they have guns because then they feel safe with guns. If you ask Tim Walz, okay, are you in favor of your Secret Service not having guns to protect you? Do you want to make sure, are you in favor, they take away their guns because they all know karate or crazy, or because they can throw knives or anything, or they can shoot a bow and arrow? No, they want to have guns. They understand what guns do.
And
They
they're
just don't want
always-
you to have them.
And if you notice, every single time they're bringing up an AR-15, and most people unfortunately think that means assault rifle, and it doesn't. What is it? Armamite rifle? It's the name brand of the rifle. AR is just the name, like say, Smith and Wesson or whatever. And those fire such small little tiny bullets. I shot one once. A friend of mine had one, and so we were at the range, and I'm like, because this was before I really learned anything. I'm like, yeah. They're like, hey, I brought my AR. You want to shoot? I'm like, sure. And yeah, it's a big rifle, and I don't do rifles very well because I'm right-handed, left-eye dominant, so it makes it really difficult to shoot a rifle for me. So I always stick with handguns. But I'm like, it just goes a little pew pew, and I'm like, what? And then I got to shoot a 357.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, that was like, and that was way too big for me. And I'm like,
Yeah.
it's AR-15s are a freaking joke, but yet they make it sound like they're this big evil weapon. And so I'm like going, how stupid. Come on, people, do some research, figure out what an AR-15 is. This little teeny tiny bullet, which just will graze you most of the time. They're going to shoot you with something else. But ignorance. It's why are people living in willful ignorance? I don't get it.
Yeah, I think they just don't know. I mean, a lot of people just want to be good, and they just want, they think JD Vance is good, or they think Tim Walz is good, so whatever they say must be good. That's kind of how I was raised. That's how I was brought up. Like, okay, Clinton, I was told Clinton was good, so whatever he says, it must be good. Later on, you learn what they say is not good, and then you go from there. And so I think that is the big problem, is there's so much anti-Trump stuff with the mainstream media that it's when people break through, because when I broke through that, it was a big change. It was a radical change. And so when people are now breaking through, where they keep telling you Trump is bad, you keep telling people that, it's like punching on people, and finally they're going to start punching back. They're not going to say, okay, yes, you are right, Trump is bad. No, they're going to punch back and say, no, there's something. No, you guys are bad. You guys are punching me. You're telling me that Trump is bad. You are the bullies. By telling me Trump's bad.
And here's too, it's like, I look at Vance, and I'll be honest with you, I don't like the man gives me the EBGBs. He does.
You don't like the light blue eyes. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't even know what color his eyes were. He just gives me the EBGBs. But here's the thing, though, is listening to him tonight do his little debate with Waltz. Waltz is making him sound like he's an actually intelligent man. He's coming back and he's answering the questions, and then Waltz is doing nothing but constantly attacking Trump.
He's doing the waltz, right? He's doing the
There
waltz
you go.
down.
He's living up to his name.
Living up
And
to
so
his name.
instead of answering questions and trying to make it look like he's intelligent and he has a base to stand on, he's actually now making me think that maybe Vance isn't so bad after all.
Can't argue with that. All right, then, based on Catherine's view, we'll continue on and let's see what's next. This image just says it all to me. I don't.
Here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country.
That's why.
There are reasonable
That's
things
why.
that we can do
they-
to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea
He just brought up a great point, actually.
Yes.
They don't have this problem in Finland because everybody's got guns.
Yep. Yeah, because I'm telling you, if down in the middle of LA or even in Minneapolis, if
Yeah.
the vast majority of those citizens had a weapon, either open carry or concealed carry,
You'd
I
be
will
polite.
guarantee you, there wouldn't be all that stuff happening. Chicago's awful. And that would not be happening. All of these Democrat cities that are like, get rid of guns, gun control, they're completely taken over by the gangs who have the guns because the everyday citizens can't help themselves.
Absolutely. Growing up in California, if you wanted to get a gun, you could get a gun. It wasn't legal. You could get a gun however you wanted. If you wanted one, you could get one. And I got one. I was 15 years old and I got a gun. And there's no way I should have been able to get that gun. So it is not about the regulations or anything. When you make it hard for good people to get guns, it makes it easy for bad people to get guns. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. So the Finland thing is like, hey, there's no crime in Finland and everything. Well, yeah, because they can all get guns.
Yep.
You're going to have a polite, respectful culture, I would think. If everybody can get guns, the whole Wild West thing, that's what I love about the Wild West. It's like when you research it, because you think about the Wild West, when I think about the Wild West, you think about, oh, this guy has a problem. Okay, we just shoot each other and that's it. No, there's actually some rules to it, and people are kind of more hesitant because they know, hey, they may challenge you and you may end up in a duel with that person. Because of that. So you have other chance, you have more reasons to rethink your views, to say, you know what, maybe I'm not gonna do that here. It's the same thing with these drive-through abortion clinics, where it's like, if you make it harder for them, you may think, okay, maybe it's not the best way. Maybe there's another way. Maybe I don't need to kill my baby. Maybe I can give it to somebody who can't have children, et cetera, et cetera. And so when everybody has guns and you're like, okay, I got a gun, and this is what gangs do. I got a gun. My gang has guns. Your gang has guns. Guess what? Our gangs are going to be polite to each other. And that's just a simple fact of life. And that's the way the gangs work. That's why the gangs aren't running around shooting each other. They shoot each other based on problems, based on circumstance, etc. But if every gang has guns out there, just like every country has guns out there, that's why countries aren't running around taking over other countries, because we all got guns. I mean, it's basic logic, but here we go with this guy.
Have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general,
So he wants
worked on this issue.
some
She
weapons,
knows that it's there.
not all.
No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there.
But he wants us to just have little pea shooters, little 22s, while they have, nukes and missiles. That's okay. I don't understand that.
Do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have?
It doesn't have to be. We had a school resource officer. Every school should have a resource officer that is there armed. You don't have to show you're armed. And you can even have, even at churches, even at my local church, we have people that are concealed carry. It sucks that they have to do the license for concealed. They have to do all this stuff to go through it. But there are people, you don't have to see the gun. Now, I would rather walk into my church and see the gun. That's just me, right? And I want my kids to be able to see it because I want them to think that this is normal.
Mhm.
This is normal. That's why I love the Wild West movies where the guy they got the gun right on their hip. They're not hiding it. It's right there. You want to go? Let's go. You want to fight? We can fight. Whatever, fist. But if you want to go a different way, 3-on-1, that's when the guns get pulled out. But I would rather have everybody showcase their gun than not. That's just me.
Well, and too, before Walmart became the scapegoat because of the mass shootings here, I loved it because people, I live in an open carry state. Again, Colorado is more Democrat, but it's an open carry state.
Right.
And I tell you, I miss the days when I could walk into Walmart and people would open carry all the time. You saw it every single day. It was nothing, unheard of.
Yeah.
This was, again, before all of that. And I'm telling you, I would follow those who were open carrying. So I would shop in the same directions they were because this was before I had mine, and so because I felt safe. I knew if something went down, they were the ones that I wanted to be by because they were the ones who were going to be able to protect me.
Amen.
And,
Amen.
Yeah.
Those
and
are
now because they've changed the laws here, I never see anybody open carry in Walmart anymore. And it's too bad.
It is. I would tell you every time in the state that I live in, I don't live in California, but the state that I live in, every time that I see somebody open carry, it makes me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me feel happy. Okay, if something happens, I know who is going to have my back.
Yep.
That person right there.
Yeah.
And I'm
going to be safe.
Yeah, I'm going to be safe. Yeah, I'm going to go with that dude.
Because the bad guy's not going to go where the person who has the open weapon's going to be. They're going to avoid them at all costs. So, I mean, you're safe there for multiple reasons.
Exactly. And I think that's just a great thing. Hey, Rick, how are you, my friend?
Hi, Rick.
Hey, I want Rick to show us his gun here, and I know he's been doing bowling and he's been doing a little drumming, but we want Rick to also show us some of his arms training here coming up soon, and gardening too. I know he's doing some gardening, which I'm going to get back into. So. Yes. I'm always happy to have Catherine on. And like I was telling Rick, because we were talking, I was so excited that you were helping me edit my book, that I told Rick, I was like, yeah, she's doing this. And he's like, how much, how much is she? I was like, she's doing it for free. For free.
I would never
like,
charge you. I would never do that.
I know, but you have an editor, so you know how much they.
It cost a pretty penny.
I'm like, hey, anything, Catherine? I don't want to. I know Catherine. You're writing your own book here too. How's that going?
Yeah. Oh, I am so excited. It's I'm telling you, it cost a pretty penny to get it done, but I'm telling you, it was worth every penny. And I was hoping to have it done this year, but after speaking with the editor, and they were like, gave me some really good hints on when to promote it and how to promote it, as they really kind of went above and beyond. So my goal is now Halloween next year, to have it maybe out middle of September, probably maybe around 1st to the middle of September of 2025. is, knock on wood. So, and with their help, I really think I stand a really good chance of getting it traditionally published. Now, my first novel was traditionally published, but that was so long ago. It's like, it doesn't even really count anymore. But even if this one doesn't get traditionally published, because they were telling me, I have a lot of different genre mixtures, which tends to be a really hard sell for traditional publishing. So the editor was telling me I may have to go self-publish, which is fine. I don't mind. I can do self-publishing too. But also it's the topics covered in, and I'm not going to tell you, you have to wait. But because of the topics covered, I had to put in a trigger warning page. So she said that also might be an issue with the genres covered, because those genres generally don't have these specific parts. Let's just say it's going to be a good story.
I love those teases there. No, that's great. Yeah, but thank you so much for helping with this. And what I realize is going forward, I cannot do this without an editor. So as long as you're free, as long as you're available, and I do want to compensate you. We'll talk about compensation, all that stuff. But we'll figure that out. Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be.
You know how you can compensate? By finishing it and getting it done. And
All
then
right,
we're
then
going to
that's
finish the book that we worked on, all of us together, and we're going to get that done.
Okay.
And then you're going to finish doing the gray stage.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I will definitely. That's it. That's your payment right
That's it.
there. After I finish this one, we're gonna get that one done.
Okay.
Because I'm so close to getting this book finished. So close. I'm closer than I thought that I was, because I thought the story was going to take a different turn. I did not think that Kennedy and Trump would be on the same team at this point. So I was shocked. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, that throws everything off here. Like I'm like showing Kennedy bashing Trump, Trump going after Kennedy, Elon Musk going after everybody and everything. Like they're going after them. But now they're all on the same team. How do I reconcile this? But I don't want to reconcile that. I want to document it. Just like I did with the David Crowley case. I'm going to treat it the same way. Yeah, this is how they felt back then, and this is how they feel now. So I'm going to treat it the same way. Like I learned so much from writing that David Crowley book. You know, so much, what the do's and the don'ts and everything. And the more that you teach me, the more that you help me with this, the more that I look back at the Gray Stage book and I'm like, I wish I could edit this. I don't even want to, go there right now, but we'll definitely get to that point. But we'll definitely get there. Rick says people would definitely think twice about messing with anyone if they knew they could possibly be caring. All right, well, Rick, come and join us here, Rick, because we're trying to get through this JD Vance debate, whatever you want to call it, and I'm just struggling here. I'm struggling.
We're way behind too. Look at that.
We're probably about only about 20 minutes behind, maybe. No, maybe more. Okay, here we go. All right, let's hear what Tim Walz has to say, because he's going to do the waltz dance, and then we can advance into the next point.
You have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat.
He never said
Sometimes
that.
it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And,
No,
and
it's
there are
not.
things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's
That doesn't
created
help
from
the
it.
vast
And I
majority
will
of people.
give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal
Pass
aliens
the
competing
bill.
with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned.
I gotta stop it there because Tim Walz just said, "Pass the bill, pass the bill." They keep acting like, and I like this actually because I believe Trump is the real president right now, but they keep acting like Trump is the president, and if they get into office, they're going to make changes. They keep saying that.
And
Tim Walz just said-
they're in power right now. They're not doing anything. Yeah.
He keeps saying, like, pass the bill. It's like, no, Trump has said so many times, and the media knows this, and they know this. And so when they talk about fact checking, if they're going to fact check anybody, they should be fact checking Tim Walz, and they should be fact checking Kamala Harris, and they should be fact checking Joe Biden to say, you do not need a bill. You do not need Congress to shut the border. Trump did it, and it worked.
Yeah. And, Waltz said nothing about why, inflation and why rents are so high. Now, before, the pedo and the hyena got into office, supposedly, our rents were not, $1,200, $1,600, $2,000. Now, you can't afford it. Where I'm at right now, in the last 3 years, the rent has gone up a total of almost 75%. It's almost doubled. So when it's like, for all you out there who don't understand math, if you double the rent, it's gone up 100%. And it's like, it's going.
But they'll just blame the homeowners. They'll say, oh, well, they're just price gouging you. Like Donald Trump, he just wants to make your, low to raise the rent. They don't understand why people are raising the rent.
Yeah, they're raising the rents because they can. There's no regulation on it. And they're raising the rents because the illegal aliens have been shipped everywhere. And now they've taken over all of the available either houses or apartments or hotel rooms. There's some hotels where I'm at that are completely shut down and devoted strictly to the illegal aliens. So, I mean, now it's affecting, the tourist industry, because there's so many things that happen in the state throughout the year. And if there's hotels that are completely shut down, they can't rent out those rooms because they're now occupied by illegal aliens. Then that puts a hardship on the rest of the industry, which jacks up prices, which means nobody can afford anything.
Right.
And so why not fix that? Because in order to fix that, they're going to have to either deport or stop what they're doing. Stop allowing these people to come in. Stop giving them government funding. Stop letting them take over where we, the American people, need to live, and let us have those breaks. But they don't do it.
Right. Right. If you start the mass deportation, Kamala Harris is like, what is that going to look like? We know what that is going to look like. And the problem is, if she knows what that is going to look like, stop it now. Stop people from entering right now, because that will lessen what it's going to look like 4 years later, 2 years later, 1 year later. It's only going to help her. But the fact that they're just letting all of this go through just shows they don't care. They do not care, because you can look at Biden. Look at the way Biden, if you look at how President Trump answers the media's questions, and you look at how Biden answers the media's questions, that's why they had to get Biden out there. They had to get him out. And then you look at the way Trump answers questions, and you look at the way Kamala Harris answers questions. She doesn't answer any questions. It's the same thing. I mean, this is
and she had an earpiece, and she still couldn't answer the questions.
And even if she didn't, she would not be able to answer these same questions because there are no logical answers to go against Trump. If you had Spock right here, if you're a Star Trek fan, you had Spock here and he'd say, this is not logical. He would be looking at everything Kamala Harris is saying. This is not logical. I really think that a lot of the country is seeing that. That's why they want this whole early voting thing to happen. I understand Trump's view, why he wants the early voting, because he thinks it's going to make it harder for the voter fraud. It's, they're going to be able to count the votes early, and it's going to be harder to sway those votes and all that. I get Trump's view on why the whole early voting thing could work in his favor. But at the same time, I do think that's why they really wanted the early voting, because, and I also think that's why Trump is not keen on doing another debate past this point here, because we have the whole early voting thing. This early voting thing that is happening now just seems, I can see the good and I can see the bad. I don't really like it. It's always been one day, paper ballots, that's it. You vote. I would also be in favor one day, paper ballot, automatic recount. Automatic recount. Whatever it is, Trump wins, I don't care. Automatic recount. Let's recount. And it can't be recounted. What they did in 2020 is they said, okay, they ran it through the system. And they said, okay, we'll just run it through the system the second time. It's
the same corrupt system.
It's a computer program.
Yeah,
No,
it just
it doesn't work like that. That was a little bit different with 2000, with the whole hanging Chad thing, because you had that hanging Chad. You had the thing where did Gore win in Florida? Did he not win? That to me was the precedent right there. And so those hanging Chads really made a big difference, because they made a big deal out of it. And Gore should have won. I believe Gore should have.
Gore actually did win the election. But
Yeah.
see, that's like my number one thing. And I'm not a Gore fan, but the dude won fair and square. It wasn't against Bush.
I
but-
was then. I'm not now, but I was then.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. But, the whole thing is that you look at Gore and you look at Hillary, I call her Hitler. She's just Hitler's twin. So Hillary and Gore, and, they both went on national TV going, we want to recount. We actually won. They lied. Why aren't these people being sued and arrested? But yet Trump is, because
Trump.
he said the same thing.
Yep, because he's not a part of their thing, and that's to me, it's like people say Trump is a part of the same thing. I don't buy that. I really don't, because I can see everything that he has said. I've read Trump's book. I got a bunch of them back here from past times, way before he was a president. He has a very consistent view. If you look at people, even like people that are coming out, like Hulk Hogan, who just recently came out, he's like, dude, I've been quiet for so long. He's like, I just could not stay silent any longer. And we're going to find a lot of people like that. There are a lot of people that are going to be silent, but when it comes to the voting booth, that's where they're going to say, okay. And I truly think that's why Trump won in 2016. And I truly believe Trump won in 2020.
I know he won in 2020. And I was just talking to somebody about that today. And, I was telling them, especially when it came to Georgia, I stayed up till 3:00 in the morning. And I was watching Georgia's numbers because I knew how important Georgia was.
Yep.
And at 3-something in the morning, Trump was at 57 or 58%. And
then
Joe was at 30-something.
Right.
And so I went to sleep and I'm like, oh, he's got it. Why aren't they calling it? Why aren't they calling it? I'm like, no, they've got to call it. I went to sleep for a couple hours. I get up and then next thing I know, they're like, oh no, Biden got Georgia. And I'm like, no, he didn't. Not at all. So that's when I go, that's it. It's rigged. It's done. So at that point, I'm like, we knew.
Yeah.
We just knew.
Oh yeah. I mean, they called California at 0%. They called it for Biden. There were no votes. There was literally, and I have the screenshot. It was 0%, and they were already calling for Biden. Now maybe Biden, obviously he would have won, but let's let the votes count. Let's let the thing play out. This is like watching a football game and saying, well, the Chiefs are going to win. And so that's it. The Chiefs already won. It's like, well, let's see what the score is. Let's see, who scores, how the game plays out, right? But that just shows to me how far we have come. And I really think that with Trump was able to expose that. All of the things that I was kind of thinking about the New World Order, all the things that I was thinking about George Bush, because I was told George Bush was never going to leave office. That's what I remember, that he was not going to leave office, that there was going to be some World War III thing, and they were going to make sure that the Patriot Act, stayed, and George Bush was going to stay in office. When I heard years later, 20 years later, that they're using the same game plan with Trump, it was like, wow, this is the same thing. They're saying the same thing. And then you have George Bush come out and saying how Trump is bad. And you have Dick Cheney and Dick Cheney's family going against Trump. It's like, what else do you need to know that Trump is the good guy here? Right?
Cheney should be held for treason. That guy.
When you have Dick Cheney and you have Cheney's family endorsing Kamala Harris, and you have the Bush family endorsing Kamala Harris, I mean, what else do you need to understand that Trump is not on their team?
Well, you know what? I'm going to name drop here for a second.
All right.
The only thing that gives me solace when it comes to Cheney is one of my doctors was a nephew of Cheney. I won't tell you where I saw them, what the name is. The last name is the same, but I won't divulge that. But it did my heart good to hear this person say that they did not like their uncle.
Yeah.
And at the time I was like, why? What do you mean? What do you mean? And they wouldn't expound on anything. They're just like, yeah, no. And now I see why.
Right. Oh yeah. And we hear Kennedy's family, Kennedy's family is like, it's like, oh, how come your family hates you and everything? He's like, dude, I got like 105 family members. Some of them like me, some of them don't. It's just, so you just never know. The bigger the family is, the more people that may like you, the more people that may hate you here. But this is a very interesting time. I don't know how else to say it without saying something stupid. Rick is saying rent is through the roof. I have no idea how people can afford it, especially if they have a child or two. Amen to that. Because I can tell you, I became a homeowner by the grace of God, only because of God. Everything that I have, all the blessings I have are because of God, because of Jesus Christ. That's it. Yep. Anything he wants me or doesn't want me to have, everything is because of God. When it's my time, when I die, that's because Jesus Christ wants it. I'm not going to be sad. I don't want people to be sad about that. It is the right time. But in 2020, during COVID, while people were suffering, while people were dying, while people were crying, while people were hiding, while people were wearing diapers on their masks, and I was a victim. I wore diapers on my mask to go to the grocery store to get food for my family. I have no shame in that, in telling people that. I don't believe that it was right. I don't believe that it was good. I don't believe it was the best thing, but I did what was right for my family at that time. And I stand by that. And I understand if people believe I'm wrong or believe I sold out or whatever, that's cool. I have no problem with that. But God did something very special during that time for me and my family. And I don't like talking about it because I know how many people have suffered during that time. I became a homeowner during that time. And it's a bittersweet thing, because I would not, it there was something that created the environment where I could become a homeowner. Other than that, I wouldn't have. And my children would not have the blessings that I have right now. So trusting in God, believing in Jesus Christ, really has led me to those things. And so I feel for people, and it makes me, it reminds me that, just because I made it out of that situation, there are millions of people in that situation that I was in that will never become a homeowner, that will never, ever be able to do what they want to for their children. And that is a depressing thing for them. And it depresses me because I feel that pain, and I want better for them. And I think of what can we do? What can I do as a Christian? As a selfish Christian, what can I do to help those people? What can we do to make sure that, people, I don't want people to rent. I understand when people rent, but I want people to be homeowners. Well, Donald Trump is a real estate guy. I'm in the real estate business. I'm not a real estate agent. That's all I'm going to say, but I'm in the real estate business. I work with real estate agents. And it is a tough business. It is a very compromising business from what I see. And it just, there's so much things, but I pray for people that are renters that are suffering, that they can be homeowners. And there's a lot of people that will never make it. They will never, ever make it to be a homeowner in their life. And so when I look at that, I need to realize, how much of a blessing it is that I am a homeowner, and I need to take that seriously. And if there's anything that I can do to try to figure out how can we help more people become homeowners. Well, I listened to Donald Trump. I read his books. I hear what he says. He's a real estate guy. He speaks at the real estate conventions. Real estate people in the real estate business understand why he should be our president, because he understands that. Kamala Harris doesn't understand that. Tim Walz doesn't understand that. Joe Biden, they don't understand that. Joe Biden has been in politics for 40 years and hasn't done anything for this country.
Yep.
Nothing positive. So when you have somebody who is able to go outside, which is what we all want. I don't want to vote for a politician. I didn't vote for Donald Trump because he's a politician. I have no interest in voting for a politician ever. I love RFK Jr. because he's not a politician. I like Trump because he's not a politician. These are self-made people that have gone into the politics, that have sacrificed a lot. So that really makes me think, like, why would you ever vote for a lifelong politician like Joe Biden, for Kamala Harris? These people that they've made money off of us, off of our taxpayer dollars. Why would we ever vote for them? Why not vote for somebody who, has made their own money and knows how to and can do what is best for this country? And it's even more worse because Donald Trump was in there for 4 years, and let's just look at the first 2 years and how he turned this country around.
Yep.
And even during COVID, and even after COVID, and all they did is shut him down, was change everything that he did, all the stuff that he put in place during COVID, and they changed that. They want to act like Donald Trump wanted to force the vaccines on people. That is not true. Donald Trump wanted to force the masks on every federal government. That is not true. That was all done under Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the one who came in and did the federal regulations to wear diapers on your face. That was not Trump. Joe Biden was the one who lifted up his shirt and did the whole jab thing. That was not Donald Trump. There's only 1 or 2 photos out there that you will ever find with Donald Trump wearing a mask. That's it. And they chastise him for that. The media went after him for that, for not wearing a diaper on his face, not understanding that there are reasons why you do and there are reasons why you don't. Donald Trump understood that. And the more that Donald Trump understood what was happening during COVID, the more that you see less of Dr. Fauci and the less of Dr. Birx.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a fact. And then when Trump got out, then all of a sudden, guess who comes back up during Biden?
Well, yeah,
Birx
and you
and
look at,
Fauci.
I mean, out of all of the physicians who were speaking out against the treatment and the way they were handling COVID, which administration had those doctors fired, jailed, you know,
It wasn't
platforms
Trump.
taken
Yeah.
down? Yeah, it wasn't Trump. It was the Biden. So anybody who spoke against what he was trying to push through were silenced. You know,
That's right.
so that was enough for me.
Yep. Yeah, that was a big key for me because I didn't know who Dr. Fauci was. I know who Dr. Birx was and everything. And then I read, Kennedy's book on Fauci, and I was like, wow, I had no idea all the stuff that I had, been looking at for years. Fauci was involved in all of that, and it was some crazy, crazy stuff. Kriprick says, add in how much groceries have went up in the last few years. Yeah, the groceries are going to go up now with this whole strike that is happening. I don't know if Catherine, if you've been following this strike that is happening now with the port, the dock workers on the port on the East Coast. So it may not affect us that much, but you're going to see this. You're going to see price inflation. I'm actually shocked that they haven't brought it up yet. They may bring it up. I'm going to go back to the debate here. They may bring that up, but they haven't brought up the hurricanes that have happened. They haven't brought up that and how Biden has not responded. They haven't showed up. Harris has not showed up to see, hey, these people are flooding. They have no electricity. It isn't like electricity. They have no water. They have no plumbing.
There's
They
an entire
cannot-
half of North Carolina that is, you can't get to it.
Yep. North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Florida. Florida, I'm not too worried about because Ron DeSantis is kind of there, but still, they're gonna need they need help. And when Biden was asked about this, he's like, they have everything that they need. Like, no, they don't. The death tolls are rising. It's over 150 now. First, it was 99. They wanted to keep it at 99 low balloons. Now it's over 100. It's 150. It's probably going to climb to even more because there are more people that are actually missing. So we don't know. We don't know what type of chaos happens during this. So it's really, really sad. But it's just like the first person who went there was Trump. It wasn't Kamala Harris. It wasn't Biden. It was Trump. Kamala Harris hasn't been there. Biden hasn't been there. It's only Trump. And when they will go there, Kamala Harris and Biden, they won't go to talk to the people because the people are probably going to be pissed at them. Why aren't you helping us? Where are you? We need help. Where is the freaking National Guard and everything? Like, it's just so if you have Trump that is going there, this is just more reason why we're like, Trump is the president. This is why when you see the 40, you see that the hats, I don't have the hat here, but you see the hats that say Trump, 45 through with the dash, right? 45-47. It doesn't mean 45 and 47. No, it means 45, 46, and 47, because that's how most of us really feel, is that Trump is the only one during this 46 that has really been the president who has done anything from presidential view. We're not seeing that from Kamala Harris. We're not seeing that from Biden. And the media still, they don't attack Biden and Harris the way that they go after Trump. If they went after Biden and Harris the same way they went after Trump, people would probably get it. But the fact that they don't just shows how biased this whole system is. And unfortunately, that usually causes people to check out, to not pay attention to it when we need right now. That needs to cause people to pay more attention to what is happening, to get more involved. And it's just not happening. It's just not happening. I can't do anything to make it happen. So let's continue on here. I probably kept Catherine more than she
a
wanted.
bunch of ideas. Now,
It's
some of those
okay.
ideas I
We're
actually think
good.
are halfway
Okay.
decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah. Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not
migrants
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this.
He's like, oh, you're not going to fact check. I'm going to fact check. This is one of the things that the Democrats, they're like, they did not want to fact it. They wanted Vance to be fact checked on all of this stuff. But okay, well, let's hear what Walz had to say. Let's do the waltz. If you can dance, do the waltz.
Question: are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this.
Well, there are a lot of homeless encampments in Minnesota. There's a lot of land that is not being used for anything other than to, create this situation where people can freely do drugs, can rape, can kill. It's in California. I've seen the exact same thing. When I look at some of the videos and the photos that I see what is happening in Waltz's not only cities, but in his whole state, it reminds me of California. Do we want the entire country to look like that? And it's not fear mongering for me to say that. It's just like, wow, if he has no issue with how Minnesota is, he has no issue with how California is, he doesn't give a shit about what is going to happen to this whole country. And he will have nothing to say if and when the country looks just like these two broken states.
Yep.
Cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is
Come
your
on.
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like
Gotta
for
be
you to
kidding.
clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do.
Okay, Catherine, I just want to get you to kind of focus on, you've been focused on Tim Walz's eyes. I want you to kind of focus on Vance's eyes here. And
Oh, okay.
How, tell me, give me any thoughts. If you have any, if you don't,
I
I'll let
haven't
it
been
ride.
paying attention to
That's
his
okay.
eyes, but I
No,
will.
but that's why I want you to. I want you to
Okay.
now because he's talking about some things that he really is focused on. And if you have any thoughts on his eyes, definitely want to hear them.
Okay.
And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor.
Do you see any consistency in Vance's eyes there?
Well, his eyes really aren't giving anything away. I know his tell is when he's trying to emphasize a point is he'll move his hand.
Mm.
But I haven't really, nothing that he's done has really jumped out at me like the other guy. I mean, it was just so obvious because he's like, his eyes get really big, or he got really, really red, and it's like, he's telling the story.
Gotcha. But you haven't noticed the same thing so far about Vance.
Yeah, no, I haven't really noticed a lot of micro tells on him. No, micro expressions. Sorry.
Micro expressions. Okay, let's keep going here because maybe you will.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'll
it's-
check now.
Maybe it's coming here. That would change the game here. All right.
And I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things.
No,
Which are the
no, I want to
regulations?
die
Because
in the
the
house.
vice president's not
No.
responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last
Here we go.
presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think it's Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs, fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill,
Okay, I
but
think
the
I figured his
non-chronically
tell.
ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not.
That's not true.
Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained.
What do you think about that?
Oh my
Catherine, before I get going? I did make a note because there's the price transparency thing where, do you think it's good that they have to tell you, hey, yeah, you're going to do this surgery or we're going to do this thing, and they have to tell you the price up front? What do you think about that?
Whatever. I mean, I can only go by my situation. Okay. And I've had pre-existing conditions forever.
Okay.
And I will tell you, before the ACA kicked in, AKA Obamacare, which is really the Affordable Care Act, before that numbnut moron signed that into law, I had phenomenal healthcare coverage. And again, my employer hired me on knowing about these pre-existing health conditions. I had a phenomenal plan, and it didn't cost me much money at all. It was super affordable, and it covered everything that I needed. The moment the ACA went into effect, I lost my plan. I lost my doctors. My premiums skyrocketed. Now I have to go beg, borrow, and steal to get everything covered that was covered across the board before. The ACA has done nothing. It's not at all. The only thing or only people I think maybe it's helped are those who are here illegally. It screwed me. And I was working for my health insurance. And it just, it pisses me off to watch, look at me, I'm all gray, that asshat. I don't like him. Now I really don't like him, because he's just spewing out of his butt. And why? I don't know.
Right. Well, let's see here. I don't know how much more this we can take, but Catherine is still with us. So I will.
But I do want to say that I kind of think I've seen at least like Vance, his little micro expressions is in watch. And if he doesn't agree with something, he'll do this real quick. He makes a really quick no. Or if he really thinks, he does the head movements. They're almost so subtle you can't really pick them up. Or he gets, if he's really trying to emphasize, he moves his hands. Otherwise, his hands are real quiet. Unlike me, I'm always moving, and he'll go like to emphasize. But there was a couple of times where he was saying something about Trump, and he was like, making these no's. So he didn't believe what he was saying. But then there were other times he was nodding yes. So I found that interesting.
Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad I'm gonna keep you on that to let you know when you notice that stuff. Crip Rick is saying our healthcare here in Canada is only getting worse and has been for many years now. Rick, we are wrestling fans, and so is Catherine. Maybe not right now. In a past life and in the future, in a parallel universe, Catherine is also a wrestling fan.
The fake wrestling.
Yeah. So Brock Lesnar went to Canada and he caught hell because he almost got fired from the WWE, probably because he said that he went to Canada and the healthcare was shit.
Where are you? Will you split the screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here I am. I'm right here. I had my belt here somewhere. I lost it.
No.
But just like Brock Lesnar lost his WWE belt, I lost mine too. And according to Catherine, it doesn't matter if I have a fake belt or the real one, if I'm the real champion or not. She would know the difference. I could tell her I'm the champion of WWE, and she wouldn't know.
I would not know.
But, she probably has no idea that this Trumpomania, the history behind the Trumpomania sign, probably has no idea this is connected to the greatest wrestler of all time, Hulk Hogan. But Crip Rick and I know about.
I don't like Hulk Hogan. Ugh.
Hulk Hogan he's one of the biggest Trump fans. He came out after, at the RNC, not the DNC, but the RNC, and he came out and he gave a great speech, my favorite speech at the RNC, and he was really great towards Trump because every wrestler in the WWE has a history with Donald J. Trump. Guess who is a WWE Hall of Famer, Catherine?
Who?
Donald Trump.
He never went out and wrestled.
He got close. He punched Vince McMahon, and he took a Stone Cold Stunner from Stone Cold Steve Austin. So that's pretty good. He hosted WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5 back to back. He set a record. He's the only person who has ever hosted 2 WrestleManias back to back. And he sat there during the whole show. And if you go and watch WrestleMania 4, which I'm sure that's on Catherine's list, she hasn't got to it yet. One day, Catherine will watch WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5. And she will see that Donald Trump, a young Donald Trump, a thin Donald Trump, is sitting there front row and center watching the whole thing with his family. So you will see that, Catherine.
That's
I'm sure.
interesting.
I'm sure that's on Catherine's playlist here.
I'd rather watch paint dry in the desert.
And after you do that, then I'm gonna force you to watch WrestleMania. And actually, you and I and Crip Rick, we could probably do a pretty good show here watching WrestleMania 4 and 5. Rick,
Okay.
Put that on your playlist.
And Rick has to be on the video.
Yeah,
and
Rick has to
then-
be on video.
But then I would only do it if you got Steven on there.
Okay. Oh. Okay. So
He'll hate
Catherine
me.
is.
He'll hate me by the end of the show.
This may be the only time that Steven hangs up on us, but yeah, he would. I mean, if Catherine is saying, "Hey, if we get Crip Rick, that's on you, man. That's a whole show." That sounds like one of Crip Rick does a show on Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So if you want to do a show on that, Rick, we could get all 4 of us on.
Yeah, you have
We'll watch.
but you have to convince Steven. I won't do it without Steven.
You got to get Steven in there. I can help you with that. I know where he is. I can track him down. We
and
can
then
all
you have to promise that he's not going to come out here and beat me up.
Well, he's got to find you first. So he's in San Diego. He's cool. He's all good. Although I'm going to try to get him out here to fix my fence that I have. I saw he
Right? He did a
built
good job.
Yeah,
on
he
that
did
one.
a good job on that. So I hope he can fix my fence.
That was impressive. And it
That's
was a
gonna-
gate, so it wasn't just a fence. So that was,
It was,
pretty
yeah.
impressive.
No, that was good. That was good. Okay, so hopefully that will happen. We have Catherine on record, so we know that she has accepted that challenge to watch WrestleMania 4 with us. And I think WrestleMania 4, Rick, I don't know what your views are, but I think she would WrestleMania 4 as opposed to WrestleMania. If she can withstand WrestleMania 4, we can do a feature show on WrestleMania 5. But WrestleMania 4 is so awesome because you're going to get to see Hulk Hogan battle Andre the Giant.
See, I
Catherine.
liked Andre. But
All right, you're going to
Hogan.
see that. You're going to see it. You're going to see the Macho Man Randy Savage. You're going to see Trump sitting there, and everyone that walks down is going to say Trump Plaza in the background.
Now, who was the guy who did? He was a wrestler guy that did he was the main character in They Live. Something Rowdy.
Yeah, Hot Roddy Piper. So he retired at WrestleMania 3, so you won't see him at WrestleMania 4. Unfortunately, he comes back in WrestleMania.
See, because he's good eye candy.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. Yeah. Okay. So now we know where Catherine is coming from here. Okay. So I'll find somebody that is kind of matches Hot Roddy Piper. But now that I know, it's good. I'm good to glad to know that. What I was trying to get at, we were talking about healthcare.
See? Thank
Is
you,
that-
Rick. Thank you.
There was a wrestler named Brock Lesnar who ended up in Canada, and he had some issues, and he was just talking smack about the healthcare in Canada. You got to wait in line, and the healthcare sucks. So it kind of seems like, Canada Care is kind of Obamacare, maybe. But yes, so that's all I want to say about that. Yeah, Piper, Hot Roddy Piper. Now, Roddy Piper is one of the greatest wrestlers. This guy is also up on a lot of the conspiracy theories and everything. He's done a lot of research on alternative theories. So he was a great person. It was sad to see that he did pass out. He passed away. His life was tragic. Hot Roddy Piper's life was very, very tragic. He became a wrestler at a very young age. He was an orphan, and so he lived a very tragic life, but he was able to go through it, and he was able to become a wrestler, become one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. I would say. And so that's Catherine's favorite wrestler. Glad to hear that. We got that on record. And so Catherine is now a wrestling fan.
No, it's so fake.
For Hot Rod or Roddy Piper. But yeah, I think Catherine, if you're gonna like anyone, Hot Rod Roddy Piper is definitely one of the best ones to like there. So we will do a show on that at some point where Catherine will watch WrestleMania 4. She's already agreed to it. It's on record. So we're gonna watch.
I only agreed if Steven shows up.
Okay.
So good luck with that one.
All right. I'm going to make that happen. Make that happen. Rick, it's on you too, because it'll be on your channel because we're going to have to watch it there. I can't watch it here on YouTube, obviously, but we will make that happen. All right. Until then, until we are able to watch the real wrestling, let's get back to the fake wrestling here with JD Vance and Tim Walz.
I mean, look at their eyes. Look at the difference. I mean, Vance looks so bored, and the other guy looks like, you have to believe me.
Well, I mean, ever since you said that, I've been watching their eyes, and like I haven't seen a change in Vance's eyes. Really.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, his eyes stay consistent, but watch his head movements.
Okay.
How you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens? So you think the
individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying healthcare once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you.
You don't believe
I apologize. We're out of time. We have another subject.
They're out of time. They're out of time. But you don't buy that, Catherine? You're not buying what he's saying?
Did you see how big his eyes got?
He doesn't. How the heck does he know what Kamala Harris has done? He hasn't been there.
Right.
He's in Minnesota.
He's Minnesota. You got to get
Minnesota. Minnesota. Yeah, he's right. He's one step away from Canada, right? Not too close to Washington, D.C.
Correct.
And on the other side of where California is, right?
Yep.
So what the hell does this guy know about Kamala Harris other than what we all know, which is nothing because he hasn't done any real interviews. She's on Oprah. Nobody cares about what she does on Oprah.
We know that she knows what yesterday or tomorrow is, right? Or today was tomorrow, or
the only thing that I know about her is she came from a middle-class family.
Oh, is that the story she's telling everybody now? Ah,
That's
okay.
it. That's all I know about her.
Didn't she
came
go
from a
to
middle
elite
class.
schools?
I have no idea. I saw her on
Good
Montel
night.
Williams, or she was next to Montel Williams. That may be the extent of what I know about her. Apparently, she was a district attorney in California, which to me is not a good thing when you look at her record in California as a DA, where she's trying to talk out, like you said, talk out of both sides of their ass, pretty much.
Yep.
Where they say, "Hey, we did this, we did that," but it's like she prosecuted more people and put them in jail for smoking weed in California. And so why would any weed smoker in California, which I believe there are probably a lot of them that are registered to vote. Now, the problem with California weed smokers is they may not first of all, they may not know how to vote. They may forget the day to vote. But if they show up to vote, she's in trouble. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear what they're, because apparently they're out of time. They're out of time. So.
Next to discuss, Margaret. Let's talk about
They can't talk
families
about
in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White
Yeah, they're too busy killing the kids so that they'd never get to that point.
Right.
What do you expect? Of course, it's a crisis. All right, here we go.
House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
I've seen this. They want like a whole year or 2 years or something like that, where they spend at home, but at the same time, these are the same people that they want to make sure that you can kill your baby before it's even born, so you don't even have to worry about that.
Yeah, if they get rid of them all, then they never have to fulfill their
They never have to fulfill their promise. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is: Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company.
If they're
home in
dead, it
Minnesota,
doesn't
some of
matter.
the largest Fortune 500 companies.
Right.
Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer.
Yeah, those big companies are able to offer it, that they're not helping the small companies.
Small companies, right? And have you noticed he's like touting everything they're supposedly doing in Minnesota, but yet, and then Kamala's just promising to do something like that. So he's tooting his own horn while saying, "Oh yeah, she'll try to do that, or she's gonna do it," but she's not doing a darn thing now.
Right. And they're not going to pressure her. They're not going to pressure him on that. Well, she's been here. Why hasn't she done anything? There's been, I mean, I don't know if you've seen anything, but so far I've not seen anything where they have questioned him to say, hey, she's been in office here and she hasn't done anything. The only one who has done that is JD Vance. It looks like he's about to punch him in the face or something.
Right.
He's like, what are you talking about? And really, when you start talking about kids, start talking about children, and taking off time and everything like that. Like, I think we all want that, but we want the incentives for that. Instead of that money, instead of all of that going to people who should not be here, for saying, hey, if you are a criminal and you somehow make it over here, then you get these benefits. Instead of that, how about we take those benefits? If you have benefits for people who should not be in this country, how the hell do you not have benefits for people and for children that are already here, that are already struggling?
Yep.
Or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks.
Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, these people, everything that they have done are geared towards some of the most rich people, the most beneficial people in this country. This is gaslighting, right?
Yes. Yeah.
This is where they say, hey, Trump is doing this, but they're actually doing it.
Yeah. They're
Right?
taking the focus off themselves and trying. And he blames Trump for absolutely everything. Everything that they've been guilty of. It becomes Trump's fault.
And there's no, so for the fact checker thing, it's like this is good on their part, because obviously these two women, they have no idea what the hell is going on, so they couldn't even fact check even if they wanted to. But for any fact checkers out there, it's like this is what's going to happen within the next 5, 6, 7 days. You're going to see a lot of these people that are going to say Tim Walz is wrong, and here's why. And the media is going to hide that. And the social media, it's going to be very hard for you to find that unless you're on a platform like X, like, it's going to be very hard to see that. And that is the big difference between Twitter, social media, and all of these other things is you're going to, I mean, I never liked Twitter. When Elon Musk bought Twitter, I wasn't really too crazy about it. He wasn't a big Trump fan and everything, but it just seems like right now, Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, it is the most, like, this is what social media was when I first joined. You want that. You want that open platform. To where, on YouTube and on other social media, I've been kicked off of the TikTok and everything just for replaying things. It wasn't any of my commentary or anything, just replaying what Kennedy said. A 1-minute video of what Kennedy said about the vaccines, about children's health care, about keeping our children healthy so they don't die because of some misinformation. So that when you want to go and you think, what, maybe how can I help my kids live instead of dying? That is how serious this is. And I think Twitter gets that now. And I think Elon Musk understood that. And, any disagreements that I have with him on different things, I love that he is just like X. It's free. It's freedom. Let's give everybody their own voice, and that's what social media was. If I knew that YouTube, that Facebook, they were going to be how they are right now, I would have never joined them. I would have never done anything with them. It was like a bait and switch, where it was like, it was supposed to be, YouTube, do whatever you want. And that's how YouTube was. And then all of a sudden, you're getting hit with strikes. You're getting hit with things that you posted 3 years ago. And all of a sudden, there's shadow banning going on. You can't say this. You can't say that. I don't read, I don't understand whatever their regulations are. And I don't give a shit what the regulations are. I'm going to say what I want to say. If they want to kick me off, then that's fine. But I would have never, ever joined YouTube if I knew that this is how YouTube was going to be. If they were going to be like this, I would have never joined it. I would have never contributed. I would have never done anything with it. I'm glad that I've done what I've done with it, but I understand at some point there is a sunset that is coming where I'm going to say, fuck you. And that's it. And, unless somebody like Elon Musk buys out the YouTube and changes it into what it should be, what I'm hoping is that X will become what YouTube should be and what Facebook should be, because both of those platforms just seem like they're just dead. There's not much there. The TikTok, I tried that too, and it's like all I did was post comments. All I did was like post little clips from what Trump was saying, from what Kennedy was saying, and I got banned. After the channel took off and millions of views and people were watching and everything, then I got banned. So that was it.
Whoa.
So that's my TikTok
That's not okay.
experience. It's
Yeah.
just crazy. It's just like, well, and again, if I knew that was going to happen, if they were like, hey, like why would you let me post all of this stuff? You'd let it grow. You'd let these short videos get to 1 million views each, and then you can it. Then you ban it. When I'm not monetized or anything like that either, I have my own job. I make my own money. I'm not trying to make money off of anything I do on social media. And they ban it there. It's like, what do you do with that? It's like, if I knew that they were going to do that, I would have just said would not have wasted my time on TikTok on putting these things out. I could have been focusing that energy on other stuff. I could have been focusing more on my books, on my family, on other things, but it's like I put all of this energy into it, and then one day it's just like, oh, sorry, it's gone, and that's it. So, and all I was doing was I was just trying to document it so that I could use it for my book, for my research. So it was like, that made no sense either. Anyways, let's continue on, unless you got anything else here. I think, I don't know.
Just his eyes. Look at how big they are.
I think he's got to take a dump. That's what I think.
The wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
They're in
Governor, your
crisis?
time is up. Senator, do you support a national
It's a
paid leave
crisis, but
program?
this is
And
good.
if
Okay.
so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats too have worked on this issue, and I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator, and I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare. Because look, it is
It kind of sounds like Walz doesn't have any. He's agreeing with Vance. Sounds like he doesn't know what the hell is going on with the Biden administration and the Harris what they're doing right now. He's like, yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's like, well, don't you know what the hell you're supporting right now?
Right?
It's
Right?
not the same thing.
acceptable. And, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking
Trump
in.
bad.
Is President Trump committed to the $5,000?
How come they don't go after Harris? They have never quoted anything that Harris has said. It's always, well, Trump said this. Trump. What about the crap that Harris has said about this stuff? Anyways.
Yeah. Well, they they can't attack their girl.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is our. I mean, it's so biased.
Well,
but
I mean, maybe look at it this way, Greg. At least Trump has said some pretty intelligent things that they don't agree with. But what are they going to quote with Harris? I mean, other than her hyena laugh, what could they quote?
Well, Trump, yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, Trump at least forces them to talk about it.
Yeah.
To say, hey, well, do you think he's right? Do you think he's wrong? Whereas Kamala Harris doesn't say anything. We don't know where she stands. It sounds like Tim Walz doesn't know where she stands. He's agreeing with Vance on a lot of these things. Like, yeah, this sounds great. This sounds great. It's like, do you know who the person you're working for is? Because she doesn't agree with any of this stuff that Vance is saying. So maybe you should jump on the Trump train too.
Dollar per child tax credit that you have described. You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the childcare shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide childcare options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator.
Tim Walz looks like he's like learning this as we
And he's
all
taking
are.
notes.
Yeah, he's like, hey, yeah, I kind of agree with this guy. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I joined the wrong team here or something.
He's like, oh, I have to write this down for Kamala.
It's like, oh shit, I forgot to ask Kamala about this stuff here. This is odd to me. I mean, just look at their face, look at their eyes, like Catherine said.
I know. Walz looks so defeated.
It's like he's like, dude, I just want to get through this.
I know. He's like, let me go home. It's my nap time.
I got tea time tomorrow. Saturday is coming up here. It's fall. Come on, man. Come on, man.
there. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to.
Why don't they ever ask him about what has happened for the last 3 years? Like, why? How are we here in the last 3 years? Like, it's never about, it's they really. I mean, even they seem like Trump is the president for the last 4 years, which is, to me, is awesome. I love that. I love when they bring that up, because I don't believe that, that he lost in 2020. So it just seems like even they recognize Trump was the president, and this is all Trump's fault here. Biden got in, and
it's all Trump's fault that we screwed up.
It's all Trump's fault that we screwed up. Trump made one phone call and we couldn't get it through to Congress, even though we have both House and we have the Senate. The Democrats have, more people in the House and the Senate, but somehow it's Trump's fault. It's like, it doesn't matter. It is TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. It's all Trump's fault here. So, hey, guess what? In 2025, my hope is that we're going to give you 4 more years to blame Trump. And even then, you can blame Trump 2028 to 2032. You can blame Trump for that too. Blame Trump for everything, for anything that is going on. Because to me, it seems like if Trump gets back in office, we're going to have 4 more years of some pretty good stuff here. We'll see.
To pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy. The top
Now, when they
issue for-
say, Catherine, when they say that they need more workers, are they talking about illegals?
Right.
Because they need cheap labor to make sure that they have some profits there, because they don't know how to profit with people who are not illegal. It just seems kind of weird to me.
Well, and you notice he only is talking about Minnesota. He's not one time has he directed his comments about what's going to be better or how much better the United States as a whole is. Oh, but look what everything we're doing in Minnesota. We see what a mess that state is, dude. You don't have to keep reminding us. We got it. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is he doing such a great job in Minnesota that's going to be the model for what they do in 2025? Because if that's going to be the model, I don't know. I don't know how many people are going to buy into that. These hosts are probably buying into that because you can look at her. She's reading, she's literally looking down. She's not thinking about anything. She's reading from a script with those fake eyelashes going on there, right? Right. She got the makeup. She got all that going on. She got the button there. She got 2 microphones, it looks like, going on there. And she looks serious. She's got the Cobra hair going on. So she's got the earpiece like Kamala right there.
Yeah.
She got that thing going on there too. And it's all scripted. So they have just set up Trump. They set up Vance. There is nothing more that they can do. They tried everything. I mean, if they weren't able to, no, I shouldn't say that, because it's not like this person is involved in anything that happened with Trump, but They should understand, and shame on them for falling into the same swamp mentality of just saying, you know what, we're just going to keep attacking Trump the same way we have been doing since 2014, if not sooner. And I do mean 2014, not 2016. They have been attacking Trump for so long. It's just like they don't know any other way.
Yep.
They don't know how to be positive towards Trump other than to just put those hard questions out there and let JD Vance and let President Trump answer them. That's the only way that they know how to be fair to them. And the only way that they know how to be fair to Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Tim Walz is to not ask them any hard questions.
Yep.
That's it. So they have to understand where the double standard is and why people are seeing through that and how that is going to affect people on Election Day in 2024.
Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud.
Here we go.
Let's talk about Gore and Hitlery.
I mean, that is such a stack. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the question yet. She hasn't even said what the question is, but I think you and I, Catherine, I think we know where this is going.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if we're right, or if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong.
And Democrats certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress.
They're saying 2020 was perfect. It was fine. Everything was good.
And it was certified by the Democrats, mind you.
By the Democrats, so everything is cool. Everything in 2020 was on the up and up. That's what she is saying, right?
Yeah, it was certified by the quote unquote winners. So yeah, we're gonna believe it.
She's just having a hard time saying that. It's just, how do we believe you? You don't believe what you're saying. You can put the lips. What did Barack Obama say? You could put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig.
It's still a pig.
It's still
for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional.
They really want to focus on that because they really want to harp in on the because I guess I don't know if you've heard about this, Catherine. There is this thing that is going to happen on January 6th. Have you heard about that?
No.
Okay, so just like 911, just like all these other things, they're going to make like a tribute day to January 6th.
Oh my God, no, they're not.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Geez.
Yep. So they really want to focus on that. So when Trump wins in November, which I think he's going to win by a landslide, unless there's some voter fraud that will be contested, et cetera, they're going to have that January 6th thing on January 6th, which they're already prepping for, and they're already trying to get, Homeland Security, Secret Service. They're already trying to get all of that for that. And then, if something happens, of course, who are they going to blame? They're going to blame Trump. So whether Trump wins or whether he loses, but yeah, they're going to make J6 a annual thing. So we'll have, even if Trump wins, which I hope he does, we're going to have 4 more years of this, anti-Trump movement of the J6 thing. They don't understand who Cheney is, who Liz Cheney is. They do not understand that all of this is just going to bring more evidence of why J6 has nothing to do with Trump, and it really has more to do with the anti-Trump people, and how there are feds that are involved, there are informants, there are Jack Ruby's, Lee Harvey Oswald's involved in this type of J6 thing. but it's all just to drag this out for the dummies who are not going to do their own research. Here we go.
Wow.
Constitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Here we go.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened?
That's right.
Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside
Amen.
lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course,
Oh, I love that. Gotta love that. That's going in the book. You have to edit that, Catherine.
they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died.
And he's
it wasn't
lying.
Just in there.
He's lying.
Minnesota,
Trump
gathered on the.
There's that has
140 police officers were beat. Is he an idiot?
No, it's crazy.
Oh my God.
No, and the crazy thing is he's not looking at what happened to the cops during the George Floyd riots, during the Summer of Love, during all of that he was okay with. So how is he okay with that? But he's not okay with people protesting what happened during the 2020 election. And the other thing is they want to make sure that they tie this to President Trump, which there is no tie to President Trump, because like how JD Vance said, Trump said we need to be peaceful. And how many people have said, many people that were there, these were not the Trump supporters who were being, violent. These were people who would switch their hats. They take off their hats and they put on the Trump hat. Just because you put on a Trump hat does not make you a Trump supporter.
Yeah,
This
and
is
where
how
are
the
these
game works.
officers that were beat? I saw police officers letting people into the Capitol and giving them tours. Who are the beat officers?
Yeah, and what did that have to do with Trump? Just like how JD Vance said, Trump said we need to peacefully protest. It almost seemed like they wanted Trump there on that day, and it was like, well, he's the president, so they're saying, well, if he incited violence after Joe Biden was sworn in, that would be one thing.
Yeah.
But they're saying he's inciting violence, and he's still the president. So if they're going to march on, if they're going to march on the White House, he's still the president. President Trump is telling him to march on himself. That doesn't make any sense.
And not only in his speech is he telling everybody to be peaceful and to do it right, but he also requested help from National Guard or whatever, and Pelosi denied it.
Yep. And that was the only time. That was the first time, not the only time. But that was the first time you will ever see Trump is actually, if you look at that speech, Trump is speaking in front of a glass wall, which means it's probably a bulletproof glass wall, because he's worried somebody's going to try to take him out. Because if they took him out, then they would have another thing that they could say, oh, Trump got killed, so now we're all going to rush the Congress, which makes absolutely no sense. Congress is in session. How the hell is Congress in session at that same time there? There are so many things wrong with January 6th. And what Trump has vowed is to say, we're going to look into this. And what the Congress is saying, what Jim Jordan is saying, what many of the people are saying, we're going to continue to look into this. This is why Liz Cheney, who is the head of the J6 committee, this is why she's no longer in Congress, because it's bullshit. This is why, this is a whole nother thing. This is a continuation of the Bush administration, of the stuff that we saw there, because this is what Barack Obama was. This is what Clinton was. This is what, George Bush Sr. was. This is all the same thing. Because if you don't go along with what they want, with their plan, with what they have planned, this is what happens. They wanted to make Trump an example, to say, look, if you don't do what we do, we're going to look what we're doing to Trump. We're going to do this to you.
Yep.
And people are getting pissed because we have seen this, because this is a digital age now. It is different now, because we can go back, we can watch videos, and we can go back and we can look at what you have done to us in the past. And we can see this is not just about the here and the now. Now that the digital age is here, we can go back and see, oh, you guys have done this to all of our presidents. You've done this to so many people in the past, and we have record of it because we can go back and watch it. It's completely different now. So they have to change their whole game plan. And they were so focused on Trump because it was all about Trump. It was all about Trump. And once they thought they got Trump out in 2020, they thought that was it. And when he came back, it was like boom. And then when Kennedy was like, hey, I'm also here too, I was like, oh, we can't have that because we don't want to bring up the Kennedy stuff too. So it's like, and then now that they're all on the same team, they got a big problem here. And so that's why, to me, this election is, and I've never said this before, but this is a big deal. This is bigger, and I've researched, and I'm sure you have too. I'm sure you've lived through this stuff, so you know this better than I have. But from anything that I've looked at, from anything that I've researched, anything that I've lived through, what happens this year to me is such a big deal. I cannot think of anything bigger than to say, and not that, oh, we get Trump in and that's it. He's not Jesus Christ.
Right.
It's all about Jesus Christ for me. That's it. My focus is on Jesus Christ, whatever Jesus Christ wants, whatever it is, whatever it leads. But in 2020, we saw what happened. I was cool with it. I was like, okay, there's a plan. This taught me to be more humble because I thought it was a shoo-in. I thought Trump was going to win in 2020, and that was it. And it taught me to be a more humble person and to say, you know what? It's not going to happen in 2020. And it didn't. And so we'll see. So let's see. I'm going to try to be a little bit more humble here, but I'm still like, man, I'm back in 2020. And if God doesn't want this, if Jesus is like, no, he's not going to win again, okay, let's deal with that too. But, you know, the same feelings that I had in 2016, the same feelings that I had in 2020 are the same feelings I have right now. Trump is the best option for us right now. He's the best president. We need him there. And whether he is or whether he isn't, it's not going to end all. It's not going to be all, because like I said, as a Christian, it's all about Jesus Christ. But I just feel like that is the best option for us. And if God doesn't feel it is, hey, that's it. Whether it's fraud, whether however Kamala Harris gets in, if that's the president that God wants in office, that will be done. It's not up to me. It's up to him. But
Well, there you go.
There it is. But I have faith that, you know, he's going to make the best choice, and whatever it is, that's what's going to be done. Let's see what these
state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win.
If it's a fair
that's
game.
what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not
That's what you're doing.
Wait a
President's
minute.
words matter.
Wait a
That's what
minute.
they're doing.
Isn't that what they're doing to Trump?
Yeah.
Isn't
They're still trying.
They're jailing Charlie. What does this guy say? I kind of like
They've
him. I'm
raided
sorry.
his house. They've tried to arrest. They did arrest him. He has a mugshot.
They want to put Trump in jail. Their political opponent.
They've tried to kill him twice.
Is Waltz? Is he on our side here? Is this what's happening here? Is he revealing? Say, hey, I agree with you guys. Is that what he's saying here? All right, let's see.
A president's words matter.
Oh.
People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box.
The president's words matter. So when Joe Biden says that we should put a bullet on Donald Trump's head, then that matters.
Wow.
Oh, that's good.
Shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And
Now, Trump questioned the votes way before January 6th.
Yeah. And
Hey,
it's
to me-
again, we go back to, oh, he tried to turn it over because he questioned, but they don't ever bring up Gore or Hillary. They did the same damn thing, but worse.
Right.
Hillary went on there and was trying to, say that she wanted to take her opponent out, which wasn't it Trump? She wanted to kill him. And it's
Right.
like,
But why aren't they saying that Trump questioned this on November 4th, on the day after the election?
Mhm.
So for January, you're talking about 2 months later,
Mhm.
and he's still questioning it, right? Which is valid. That's his right
Yep.
to question it, and that's the whole thing. That's his right to question it. He never incited violence ever.
Nope.
And they just cannot get off that kick. They really want to fool the dummies to think that Trump incited violence, and there is no evidence of that. And they'll use little things, little this here, but in the proper context, you can clearly see Trump has never incited violence. It's always been about the peaceful thing. It's so crazy how they are still trying to push that, because that's all they have.
Right.
They have nothing else. They got the J6 stuff, and that's why you're going to see they're going to put that J6 thing. There's going to be a big J6 protest, and then of course, the Trump people are going to be like, "This is all BS," and then the anti-Trump people. But that is they just want to create the conversation. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's not about saying, "Hey, this is why Trump is wrong." It's just they just want to get out there. They want to create that so that the media will latch on to that. So say, "Oh yeah, well, let's go back to 2020," which is why JD Vance, which is why many people are like, "Look, let's not look at the past. Let's look forward. Let's look at the country now." Like, if you guys are so hell-bent on focusing on back then do you really care about the country now?
Right.
Or is it all just about finding anything that you can try to get people to kind of second guess, to gaslight people? And it just becomes where it's more like you're trying to make the regular common person the victim here. You're really trying to go after them. You're not going after President Trump. You're going after the regular person here. The people who are just trying to make a living, people who just are just like, I can't even make my bills next month. They're going after those people and saying, "Hey, vote for us and we'll get Trump out." The problem is Trump's not in office. They're still acting like, if you vote for us, we'll make sure Trump doesn't get in office. Wait a minute. Weren't you guys in office for the last 4 years? And what have you guys done for us? So I just don't think it's gonna work.
I hope not.
I sure hope not too, unless the New World Order has something up their sleeve. I don't know what they can do here.
Here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Here we go.
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
No.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment.
Yep.
You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the
threatening or
power
hate
of
speech.
government and big tech to
It's not
silence
hate
people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the
masks.
governor does
That's
have the
not
floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to
Please.
respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere.
And he
other than in
completely
Donald
sidesteps
Trump's world.
Hillary.
Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
This is annoying as hell.
So sorry for that. That was there was a lot there. And I stepped away at the wrong time. I was still monitoring it, but I didn't have a camera, so I didn't have a microphone, so I could
You're
actually.
not allowed to step away.
I'm sorry, of course. The 1 minute I step away, I was like, "Oh, I forgot to bring my flag in," and I do not want my flag out there this late, so I had to rush, and I was rushing, and then I heard what they were saying. I was like, "Wait a minute here, no." There's just so much there. I don't even know where to. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to comment.
I
But
mean, there's
will.
really nothing to say. I mean, Waltz is just being an idiot. He's just talking crap. All he was doing is just, attacking Trump, doesn't answer any questions.
No.
Again.
No, it was more just like, hey, he kept saying that Trump, was guilty, and Trump was, he didn't win, and that's it. Whereas JD Vance was trying to say, hey, wait a minute, isn't it our right to challenge the election, just like how Hillary Clinton did, just like how I did in 2000 with Al Gore? Isn't that my right to question that? And if people think that, isn't that their right too? And they're like, well, if they incite violence, well, wait a minute. So if you're saying that President Trump is a threat, and if somebody incites violence, if the two people that tried to kill President Trump, I don't blame the Democrats for that.
No.
I don't blame Biden for that. I don't blame Kamala Harris for that. You know, those two whacked out people, right? I mean, we could say, oh yeah, Biden should have done this or Kamala, but in the end, for me, from my point of view, God has given you, Jesus Christ has given you free will. You cannot say that, oh, Joe Biden told me to go and kill Trump or something like that. You know, that's not going to fly. I don't believe that. If you take up arms and you try to kill Trump, that is not Joe Biden's fault.
No,
I
that's
don't
not
care.
true.
Even if from my point of view, even if Joe Biden told you, go and take up arms and kill this guy, I would even say that's not Joe Biden's fault. Joe Biden didn't pull that trigger. You did.
Right.
That's your fault. You're the dummy for listening to him and saying, go ahead and kill him. I'll keep going.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statements. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance.
I kind of find it interesting that Trump won the coin toss on his debate with Biden. He won the coin toss on his debate with Kamala Harris. And now JD Vance has won the coin toss here. There's the conspiracy. There's the Republican conspiracy here. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars,
If you're still, I mean, dude, like the country is going to batshit hell. And this guy is like, hey, thank you. Hey, thank you this. Thank you that. The country and the world is at war right now. We have a big war in the Middle East going on. I didn't hear anything about that tonight. Nothing about that. There was no comment so far that I've seen, unless I missed it because I was rambling. There was nothing about what is happening right now. The two big things, the war in the Middle East and this whole issue with the humanitarian crisis that we have with the people who can't even freaking get their toilets working. And then it's just, I don't know. I don't know what the heck are we doing here. I love that this just seems like this debate that we are watching here could have happened a week ago. Because it's all scripted. It just seems all scripted to say, this is what we want to talk about, et cetera, et cetera. Let's not look at what just happened the other day. Let's not look at what has happened last week. That there are people that are going to be, and actually they can't even watch this because they don't have power. They don't have working toilets. So those people will not see this. They're not focused on this. They're not going to see what is happening in the Middle East, the war. We're back at war in the Middle East. I mean, there's just so many things that they have not covered here. But all right, let's get some closing arguments.
But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built.
What is he so surprised about? There's nothing to be surprised about.
And what coalition has she built?
What coalition? I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift and a whole bunch of
What is
folks
he-
in between there.
Wait, is he saying that Bernie Sanders, Dick Cheney, and Taylor Swift are all on Kamala's team?
Oh, there's some bragging points there.
Did I miss that one? I gotta go back a little bit to see.
And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that.
Scripted.
Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road.
This is vice
Excuse me.
president. What do you expect?
Kamala Harris
Oh,
gives
he
us a
got the
different
cough.
option. Now, I'll
You
have to
notice the
tell
cough,
you,
Catherine?
I'm going to be careful about.
I'm sorry.
Did you notice that cough that he
Yeah.
did? There was something very weird, spiritual from my view, about the cough with Joe Biden. It's almost like God is trying to shut him up, like trying to do something. Anyways, that's
Well, they're choking over their own words because he knows he's lying. You know, it's like, oh,
it doesn't. It just seems scripted. It doesn't seem natural.
right.
This is what I mean. Back in Barack Obama day, it's like this just all seems scripted.
Yeah.
Barack Obama seems so scripted. It was like this is not right. This is not right. This is not real. This is going to set a bad precedent. And when Barack Obama won and they celebrated, right? They were on the trees at the freaking White House and everything. Like they were celebrating like this was the greatest thing. Like we had reached utopia.
Mhm.
And when they realized that, no, this is the same thing. We're here in the same thing. There's nothing that has changed. When they woke up from it, it was like, oh shit. Well, okay, here we are back in the same thing. And what are we going to do now? Well, we can't do anything because he's black. And then you have people saying, wait a minute, is he black? Is he from Kenya? Is he even a legal citizen? Oh, we can't even question that. Trump was one of the people that was quite way before he ran. He was questioning that. He's like, hey, why doesn't Barack Obama? And what Trump said is all that Barack Obama has to do is to show his birth certificate and it will end all of this. Why isn't he doing that? Catherine, if somebody questioned you on that, and I know people have questioned you on things, you come out and say, look, here's where I am, here's where I stand, boom, done.
Yeah. Yeah, I have stuff that I will bring the receipts because if I'm not going to say something that's not, I can't back it up.
Right.
So so why didn't he just plop it out there? Why? Because he knew he couldn't. He wasn't a U.S. citizen. He wasn't born here. He had no right being in that position as president at all.
Or if he was. And if they wanted to just create this thing to just make sure that people kept that conspiracy going, then just to say, hey, let's keep it going. And at some point later on, we will prove it. And guess what? They have never proved that.
Nope.
So even if they just say, hey, we're going to prove it later on or blah, 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 it's never been proven. It's never been out there. And there is no reason why they wouldn't, other than they want to keep the conspiracy going.
That's a good point.
And that's what Trump was saying. Like, I mean, why not put it out there? I got my driver's license right here. I got my birth certificate here. Put it out there. And there's no reason not to. I mean, if they were questioning Trump about his birth certificate, they're saying, hey, were you born in the USA? Do you believe that they would stop and say, well, we can't question Trump on that? No. There's the complete double standard that we see here is another reason why Trumpomania. It's another reason why I support Trump. It's another reason why I support RFK Jr. because the way that the media goes after them compared to other people that they don't go after, including George Bush Jr., who did so much during 9/11. This guy was responsible for so many deaths, and he had the power to say, you know what? No, that Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. He had the power to say, you know what? Hey, if you guys think that this is Osama bin Laden, let's go after him. Right? But no, he fell in line to understand that Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset that we had been working with, that we had hired since the 70s. Probably before, actually in 1979, when I was born, it was probably way back then. But I mean, it goes so deep to say that. And so these are all things, as I was learning about JFK, as I was learning about 9/11, as I was learning about the wars, why are we in the Iraq war? All of this led me to vote for Donald J. Trump in 2016 because I had seen all of this stuff and I had lived through this. And now people who are just growing up, they're going through the same thing. I don't want them to go through that. I don't want those same people that I was tricked. I don't want them to go through that. How can I help them to make sure that they're not going through? There's only so much that I can do. There's only so much that we can all do. But we need to, they don't understand that history repeats itself because this is new history to them. Just like this was new history to me. To watch what Bill Clinton was, to watch what George Bush Jr. did, and then to watch the continuation of Barack Obama and all the stuff that I learned from that experience. How can I help this new generation, these kids that are being brought up in this, that are being taught that Kamala Harris, because she's Black, she's going to lead us into this utopia. She's going to help us out. She's going to do everything. And they're just, we just vote for Kamala Harris because that's who we vote for, because we are Democrats. That's who we vote for. Now we have RFK Jr., who is the real Democrat, saying this is not right.
Right.
This is not the party of my uncle. This is not the party of my father. This is actually the people we are seeing here are the people that probably killed him, that probably killed JFK, and that probably killed RFK Sr. It's probably the same people that are connected to the Biden administration, connected to the Bush administration, I would say, and are connected to the people that want Kamala Harris to be president. And it's up to the American people. And where do the American people go? You have Twitter, but I don't know how to use Twitter. I've been on Twitter for a few years. I don't know how to use it. I don't get it. But there are many people. There are millions of people that do get it. Young people, they understand it, and that's why I'm like, this is a great thing. And when Elon Musk comes out and says, look, I'm not going to ban Kamala Harris. I'm not going to ban the people on the left. This is their right. This is, and so it showed me that Twitter is a battleground here. This is the Alamo.
Yeah.
This could be the Alamo where we're going to see, hey, this is the battleground state here, because there's nowhere else. Because Facebook censored, filtered, YouTube censored, filtered. This video, I am sure that I'm going to see the view count drop. I can go and I can see what the view count is right now. And I can guarantee you that tomorrow the view count will drop.
Yeah, it happens with all of your videos, all of them.
Yeah. And it's the same thing that happened with Trump on 2020, where we saw that he got votes, and those all of a sudden those votes dropped. It's the same program. It's the same thing. And so we're going to continue to see that. But the good people are going to see that. Jesus Christ sees through that. So, it's like real Christians, Trump supporters are not going to start a revolution. They're not going to go out there and be violent. They are just not. It's just not the way that it is. If you look at any Trump supporter, they're not going to be violent. So when we think about J6, we understand this is a joke, because this is not Trump supporters saying, yeah, we want Trump in there. Because why would they storm this Senate, or why would they storm the Congress? It makes absolutely no sense to storm that place, because there's nothing that they could do there that would change anything. It's absolutely nonsense on so many levels. So I know, Catherine, I've kept you way too long, my friend. It's probably way later there than it is here. I'm gonna let
No, we're almost done, so let's just hear what this numbnut has to say.
Okay, let's see. It's gonna say, Mr. Minnesota.
Love the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me.
All right.
He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that.
I'm sorry. I just gotta stop there, because they keep saying joy, but all they are doing is showing fear. They are promoting fear and saying, if you put Trump back in office, it's all a fear tactic. Trump is going to do this. Trump is going to do that. It's all fear. So what you're hearing from him is nonsense. And
yeah, so he's doing what he's saying Trump is guilty of, all in the same sentence, in the same breath.
What would you call that? Would you call that gaslighting? Because I don't know what gaslighting.
I would call it hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy. Okay. I like that better. That's why I love having you on here.
All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance.
A new day. I mean, it's like, wait a minute. You've been
had
here
4 years, you idiot.
4 years for this, but you want a new day. Okay, so if we put Kamala in, all of a sudden it's going to be a new day. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
Okay.
I mean, Vance was gracious. He was, he put it out there and he didn't, he wasn't being aggressive toward Walz, but Walz's boy, not a good guy.
Something else there. Yeah, I don't know. It's too much for me. Where are you at, Catherine?
Like time-wise? It's like 11:17 here.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to keep you up too much later.
Hey, just a few more hours, I'll be up for 24. I've been up since 2
Awesome.
a.m.
Well, I'm just looking around to see. I'm sure there's a lot of comments and everything, and everybody's kind of going in. I hate. I can't stand Sean Hannity.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't see anybody else talking about it here. Let's see. Let's see if Kennedy has said anything. I'm surprised. I'm sure Trump has said something on his channel or something. But, I was just trying to see if anyone else has said anything about it. Because I don't know. I mean, I watch it.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and I'm running as an independent candidate.
I think, okay, it's not that bad, and then I go and I look at it, and other people are saying different things. So, oh, that one is already blocked there. Okay. Let's see. Everybody else just kind of talking about it. I was trying to see if Fox News had anything new, but I don't. I don't know. I may have to play Sean Hannity. I just really don't want. I'm so like I don't want to play anything Sean Hannity has to say. But okay, well let's hear what this.
Well, I mean, you don't always
Right,
you
in the
don't
meantime, I
have
do
to
wanna-
stay up.
I know. I just want to see if there's anything else here before I shut this down. And let's see.
Go to Governor Josh Shapiro, the Pennsylvania governor, kind enough to join us. Governor, so much going on today. I did want to get your thoughts on these developments in the Middle East and a lot of this pressure that's on Israel now to go slow, don't have a dramatic response to this missile attack today.
It just doesn't seem like they've. It's a minute. Okay. All right.
JD Vance won the debate. It was close, wasn't a blowout. If I were JD Vance, I would have turned to Walz a lot more and said, listen, Kamala Harris did this. She didn't do this. Why did you do this? Why didn't you do that? He never did that. JD Vance went in there trying not to lose. And by not losing, he won because his character in the media was completely out of whack. People thought he was going to come in and start talking about eating cats and childless cat ladies. He didn't do any of that. He was disciplined. He was focused. He knew the policy very well.
and he handled the moderators gracefully in a very mature way for a young guy. Walz was a little caffeinated. I'm not sure how that comes across to people, but he didn't blow himself up. I don't think this is going to affect the outcome of the election that much. Maybe in small margins in some counties, but again, this is Trump.
Yeah, Catherine, I did want to get your view on that. Do you think that, because we watched this here, or 6 hours in here, but do you think that this will have any effect on the voters at all? Or do you think, how much of this?
I
debate-
personally, I think people have already made up their minds. So I don't see this. Because Waltz did nothing.
No one's going to change my mind
Right?
here.
Right? And if it was going to change anybody's mind, they would flip to Trump. If that were really going to happen, because Waltz did nothing that helped his party.
That's an
at all.
interesting point. Okay,
But-
so you think if anything, maybe there'd be some people that may be on the fence, but because Kamala Harris hasn't shown
done
them
anything.
anything, and he hasn't done anything, so maybe all of this is going to work in Trump's favor. You think?
That would be my take, but I really don't think it's really going to affect anything. I just think people are going to vote the way they're going to vote.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I definitely think there are people that are on the fence. And unfortunately, I do think there are a lot of people that are on the fence just because, look, we got 9 to 5 jobs. We're just trying to live our own life, and we're just, we don't have time to look at all this stuff. So we're going to spend a couple minutes, to just say, okay, what happened during this debate? You're not going to watch a 7-hour video like what I'm doing right now, but there are people that are going to watch, a short, little clips, little snippets, little this, little that. So was there anything that kind of stuck out to you that you think may swayed people's votes?
If anything, because like I said, Vance just gave me the EBGBs. But after watching him speak tonight, because I wasn't going to vote for vice president, he would have gone because it was, it's a group thing, but
Right.
I'll vote for him now. So I don't know. Maybe there'll be more people like that who'll just say, hey, he didn't attack. He wasn't being, oh, look at me and everything I've done for my state and and forget about the rest of the country. He really focused and answered the questions where, Waltz didn't do anything like that. So hopefully people will see.
Plus, he didn't have those wide eyes, right?
Right.
The eye thing
Look
going
at me, I'm telling the truth.
Focus on me here. All right. I'll go back a little bit to Jesse Waters because I do like Jesse. It's all right, but I think he's done.
Harris, that's what it's all about.
All right. Well, I'm not seeing anything else kind of relevant to this. It just kind of seems like, yeah, it's a non. Okay. I'm sorry. I got to play Blowhard. I got to play the Blowhard. There's nobody else. This guy is a blowhard. I cannot stand Sean Hannity. I don't like him, but I want to hear.
Can this #1 solar gadget save your life?
Let's see if I can criticize Sean Hannity. Just give me a chance to criticize.
The only vice presidential debate is now in the books. We are live. We are in the spin room. We are in New York City. Now, coming up tonight, we're going to get reaction from Senator Ted Cruz.
Sean Hannity just reminds me so much of Bill O'Reilly. And it's just such a blowhard. And I was there were some times where Trump would do certain speeches and things like, why isn't he doing it on Sean Hannity's show? It's almost like Trump was avoiding Sean Hannity's show because he knows this dude is just a blowhard.
Donald Trump Jr. is here. Vivek Ramaswamy, the man of the hour, J.D. Vance, will be coming into the spin room, who I think kind of wiped the floor with Tim Walz, who seemed very nervous all night. Make no mistake, this was a consequential debate. It will, in my view, register in the polls. It will boost Donald Trump. You decide.
When did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents.
The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does. You're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. What Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens.
Now, soon to be maybe Vice President Vance was measured. He was prepared, compassionate, obviously smart, intelligent, bright, showed a lot of compassion. And the country really got to meet J.D. Vance tonight, not a caricature that the media mob, state-run media mob created of him, and as they do of Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Tim Walz, he didn't look very comfortable, visibly nervous, constantly making, well, kind of weird faces, trying to deliver rehearsed lines. Tim Walz also lied over and over again. We fact-checked him. Lied about taxes, pretended only the wealthy Americans would see a tax hike under the Harris and Walz administration. That's false. He lied about the border, pretending that illegal immigration numbers are lower than under Trump, which is false, totally false. He lied about abortion. He lied about housing. He lied about inflation, 2025, the project that, well, only exists in their mind. He lied about regulations. And when asked about another lie surrounding his time in China, Tim Walz kind of embarrassed himself. This is a moment to watch.
Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw.
He's from a middle-class family. He's from a middle-class family. That's all you need to know. Screw everything else.
Where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times. I will say.
So he didn't answer the question.
He didn't answer the question again.
Wow.
More than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China.
Governor, just to
He's in the rhetoric.
Follow up on that. The question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
Screw it.
Wow. Wow.
And only the blowhard is going to question him on it.
Now, Tim Walz clearly in over his head, despite plenty of assistance from the, blatantly biased CBS moderators. Walz didn't look pretty good, didn't look good in any way tonight. And by the way, CBS, they should frankly be ashamed. They didn't keep to the rules. So-called moderators immediately broke their promise not to serve as fact checkers in order to help Tim Walz and push their own political views as, quote, facts. Meanwhile,
This dude does the same thing. I don't want to hear anything. He's not no preacher or anything. No, this guy is just blowhard the same way. Anyways,
country and the world are absolutely deteriorating under the failed far left radical policies, the feckless leadership of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That was a point made over and over again by J.D. Vance tonight.
I just can't. I cannot do it. I try. I'm sorry. I tried.
Well, you can always go to bed.
I need to go to bed.
Yeah, it's getting late, dude. It's 11:30.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna play a little bit of Gutfeld. I don't know if you heard of Gutfeld. It's more of a comedy, so this will be a way to kind of end the show. But I do want to thank you. If you I do want to thank you for joining me. You are the editor of this book that I'm writing, Kennedy and Trump. I thank you so much, because I can tell you sometimes when you're writing a book, it's like you get down, just kind of like, it's just like, okay, I want to get it out and everything. And then every time that I give you the version, it just reinvigorates me. It's like I'm reinvigorated. It's like starting over. So then I go back and I look at everything. So that's why I'm saying the whole editor process, everybody, if you're writing a book, get an editor.
Yes.
Get an editor.
Yes.
You need it, because it will help you so. It has helped me. Catherine, you've helped me so much. You don't even know. So much.
I mean, I'm honored you even asked me to help you. And like I said, I've learned a lot from you, helping you with that.
It's been such a great experience. And I can just tell you, like, when I send you the draft and you send it back, it just reinvigorates everything for me, just to make the book that much better, to just keep going. And it like, I need that, because if I didn't have that, I'd probably just be, satisfied with some of the stuff that I wrote. And then I would go back and I'd print it out. I'd read the printout version, then I'd edit that. So you're saving me so much time to actually kind of, with that. But it's so good to have. That's why I say, everybody, you need an editor, because the editor will help you to go back and they edit it and you reread it and you go back through it and you make it better. And then you send it back to the editor who has already made the version that was crap. They've made it better. And then you keep resending it to them as long as they're okay with it. And this is why they charge you a lot of money. I get that for that, because you're going to keep resending it. And because Catherine is writing her own book, I'm trying to be mindful of her time so I don't take up too much of her time. Catherine, please tell me a little bit more about your book before we end this here.
I don't know what to say
no
about
spoilers,
it.
No spoilers. But
Yeah, I thought it was more of a thriller mystery with a romance subplot, but the editor came back and said, no, it still has a romance subplot, which means it's not the focus of the book, but there is a relationship going on. But it's a horror novel. They're like, no, this is a horror novel. So then they pointed me in the direction as to why it was that. But
and that's why they want you to put out next October.
Yeah. Because there's, I don't know if you know all the lingo of writing, but it's consensual, non-consensual physical activities between not just male and female, but also between a demon and a human. And since it has demons and then angels and stuff like that and a higher power, but they said because of the demon aspect of the book, it's more horror. So yeah, so they said there's no way I could get it done. I mean, I'm still only like maybe halfway getting through the edits from my editor. I have two editors. I have a line editor, and then I also have an editorial assessment editor. So for those who don't know, the line editor goes through and checks all the spelling and making sure everything's in the right tense, past tense, present tense. But the editorial assessment is the person who looks at the entire script or novel and says, okay, do you have proper character arcs? Is everybody developing? Is the story being told correctly? And then, here's where you could do to make it stronger here. Yeah. So I'm halfway through their edits right now. So I'm going to push it to next year.
That's good. And I'm just piggybacking off of everything that Catherine is learning from her editor to kind of treat her as my editor. But she will have the cap. She doesn't know this, by the way. She doesn't realize this, but on the book it will say edited by Catherine.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
I know. That's already done. That's already done.
You're so
because it's been it's such a big help and such a big learning experience for me to understand, all of that process and everything. And like I said, every time that you send me back what you have done, it's like opening a Christmas present. It's like I'm waiting to see so I can kind of keep going, and it keeps me going. Because I don't want to just, okay, I just write and then, okay, done. No, I don't want to do that. I want to learn, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing right? I don't understand grammar. I have no experience in this stuff. And so you've been a very, a big help to educate me, to help me to understand this stuff. And anytime that I have questions, you've been open to just kind of answer those things, especially with not just the grammar and where to put a comma or where to put a question mark, where to put a quotation, everything like that, but also to understand, just trying to make the book flow, because I want to make it flow. And I've been kind of more textbook and it's kind of boring and everything. For me it's fine, but I want to make it I want to just challenge myself to do better. Just say, okay.
And as long as you understand, and that's why editors are so important, is because as writers, we're in our head. The story's here, and we're trying to put it here. But because it's up here so much, and we're so much in here, we automatically, our brain is going to see on paper what it knows inside, but it doesn't mean it's going to make it to paper.
Right.
So you need somebody to come back and go, are you missing something here? Or wait a minute, you kind of said that's, in this paragraph, and then 3 paragraphs over, you said something so similar. But I can see where your writing has matured and advanced from the David Crowley.
I'm trying.
No, really, you're doing a phenomenal job. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. I'm like I said, I'm trying, and I just, I want to keep continuing. I want to keep learning. I want to keep going, because I don't know what I'm doing. I just know that, like I told you years ago, I just love to write. I just want to write. I don't care if, I just want to, I love to just take a physical, book and just write. And that's it, for me. But I'd love that you're a writer, you're an author, you keep going. So you really have encouraged me. And every time that I have sent you a draft, you've really helped me just to make things better. And that's all that I want, to make the draft better. And like I said, I got another draft I'm going to send you. So it's going to be another 70 pages here at some point. And I'm going to send you that. And then
Well, and here's the thing that you don't understand is that, all you guys have to understand when he's saying 70 pages, he's doing 70 pages of single space. Now, in the writing world, you do double spaces. So he's got a lot of pages, not just 70. You've
Yeah.
done a lot of writing. You have a lot more there than you realize.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah. The formatting, I don't know. I haven't even gotten there. It's just like I want to get the story right. And there's just so much. And it's been so crazy because everything has changed. Like I said, when I first started writing the book, it was Trump versus Kennedy. And obviously that has changed because now they're on the same team and everything. So, I'm still trying to keep like the documentation. It's just like I don't want it to be 70 pages of quotes of just Kennedy and Trump, but at the same time, it's like I don't necessarily want to put my own personal comments or anything like that if it's not necessary. The main thing for me is to make the story flow. To make it flow, to say, look, this is the relationship between Kennedy and Trump. Here's where it was. And I really wanted to end at election day, whatever happens with that. And then, kind of we'll go from there. I'm sure there'll be if Trump wins, there's going to be a second book to that later on. I'm sure, but I would love to go back and, like you said, we'll finish the second David Crowley book and get back into.
Well, to just one last thing I want to say is I'm not a person who really gives a flying crap about politics. I just don't. But this book, you have me from the beginning to whenever I'm finished. I'm invested in what you're saying. So for me, that says a lot. Because if you can get my interest, somebody who doesn't care, you're doing a good job.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And I've only shown you the first chapter. Everything, all of this is just the first chapter. And I don't even know if I'll include any of the other chapters. I don't know how much I'll, go into, but obviously there's, other chapters of just different topics of Kennedy and Trump, on their views on the war, on their views on the border, on their views on education, the economy, on the vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. Like I told you, at some point, it's like I got a whole 170 pages about COVID. So do I just make that its own book, or do I kind of, try to include that in here? I'm kind of leaning towards just kind of putting the COVID thing because it's, I think for me, it would be better to kind of make it like a memoir, to kind of just document just, the experiences of what I wrote, what I was writing back then wasn't real time, to kind of show, what was happening during COVID, during then. I try to document, okay, now they say there's this many deaths. Now they say there's this many deaths. So I think that, fits better as its own book that I'll just kind of work on later on. It just, there's so much there. There's so much things between Kennedy and Trump. And when they joined forces, it changed everything for me. I was like, where do I stop? Where do I do I even include any of this stuff? Because now they're all on the same team. Do I focus on all the stuff that they were when they were going after each other, when they were, and it's like, yes, yeah, that's what I really feel like. Yeah, we need to show how they had different views here and there, and how they overcame those things, and how they kind of went to say.
I think you do a really good job to show how two people who see topics oftentimes in completely different ways, how they then can find a common ground to try to get to a better tomorrow. And that's how I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Thank you for that. All right. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I will play a little bit of Greg Gutfield because he has the same name as me, and also because he's going to give us a little comedy. So it's another 30 minutes or so. If you want to hang on, you can. I definitely thank you so much. I can't thank you enough for joining me here, for being a part of this show here, and I will be in touch with you very soon. Not only on this issue, on personal stuff. There are some personal issues that I do need to get your view on, talk to you about. I'd like to talk to you about that over the phone, you know.
Sounds good. You got my number, so you know where to call me when you're ready.
Yes, I do, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks for letting me be here. And I'm gonna go. Like I said, I've been up since about 2, so I need some sleep.
Yeah, I know it's late. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on here for about another 30 or 40 minutes, but
I've
yeah,
been
I'm
up
gonna
for
watch.
like what 22 hours, so time for bed.
All right. Well, thank you, my friend. That is Catherine, and Catherine has done a lot of great videos, a lot of great shows, and she is my editor, and she doesn't know it. Don't tell her. Don't let her know, because like Rick said, Crip Rick was asking me, how much does she charge? Like, she's doing it for free. It's all for free. So,
I don't charge my friends.
she doesn't charge me. So when you read my book, then you can see, you know, how much.
Yeah, they'll go. Yeah, now we know why she didn't charge him. It needs more help.
Like, okay, yeah. But thank you so much, my friend, and
Thank you, Greg.
yeah, I hope you have a great night, and
too.
I will continue on just to show a little bit of Greg Gutfield, and I don't see any. It just doesn't seem like too many people are covering this right now, so I just want to hear what Greg Gutfield has to say about this. Let's continue.